Chapter 451, Story. After Megan's introduction, Zhao Hai now had a general idea of the several heirs of the Kelsey family. It should be said that their heirs were very good since they had their own special talents. With the exception of Juan, each one of them are definitely capable of acting alone. The eldest child Peter always stayed in the clan and acted as the head of the League of Dark Mages. His status within the league was quite high. The second child was Smith, the one who held the family's purse. Although the Kelsey family also had fiefs on other places, it was without a doubt that the one who made the most money was Skywater City. Because of how much money he made for the family, his status within was also quite high. The third child Dylan was a cultivation freak. He was the one with the least interest in becoming the patriarch. In his opinion, the position of patriarch was just something that would impede his progress. He practiced since he was at a young age. He was now an 8th rank expert and may even break through to 9th rank one day. The fourth child Mike was the diplomat of the Kelsey family. He was a smooth talker. The help he provided for the family wasn't small either. Without his help in making connections here and there, the Kelsey family might not have retained its current status with the suppression of the Radiant Church. They were all very important for the Kelsey family. Although Dylan didn't serve the family, he was the person that was closest to becoming a 9th rank expert. As long as his strength becomes 9th rank, Randolph can just sit comfortably in the position of patriarch. Nobody would dare oppose him then. Just as Megan finished talking to Zhao Hai, a servant came with a message from Smith saying that everything was ready. Zhao Hai nodded and was followed by Megan to the meal. Laura and the others didn't come with them, but Laura and the others didn't seem to be excited. They knew that Zhao Hai really didn't want to go, but he had no other choice. Zhao Hai and Megan went to the main area of Rustling Tree Courtyard and headed to the living room where Smith and his wife are waiting. He didn't see any other person, so Zhao Hai can only greet Smith and the madam this time. Smith asked Zhao Hai to sit on the opposite end of the table and said, "This can be considered as a family banquet. I've already asked Kristen and Dia to invite their uncles. They should arrive soon. Since you are from the younger generation, I had to call you ahead of time." Zhao Hai didn't object since he was truly a younger generation with regards to Peter and the others, so in today's banquet, it was right for him to arrive earlier than the older generation. He can now be regarded as from Randolph's line, so there should be rules that need to be followed, especially during meals. Although he doesn't need to follow the customs strictly like Kristen, he should still respect their rules from time to time. Naturally, this also comes with exceptions. If he faces Juan, then he certainly wouldn't be following the family's custom. If he gives me a foot of respect, though he'll return it with a jong tilde 10 feet of regard. This was Zhao Hai's principle. Before long, a servant's voice announced, "The first, third, and fourth young master has arrived." When his voice finished, 3 people entered the courtyard. Zhao Hai and Smith immediately stood up to give their greetings. Zhao Hai looked at the appearances of the 3 people in front of him. The middle one was a person who had a normal noble's appearance. There wasn't any special feature to him aside from looking like an older version of Smith. This should be Peter. The one on the left of Peter wore a magic robe. This magic robe was a traditional garment worn by dark mages. It looked very secretive. The person was very thin, but one could still see some fat here and there. He had a pale skin and looked very much like a sick scholar. This should be Dylan. On the right of Peter was a person who wore magnificent noble clothing. Even if he looks a bit fat, he wasn't very big. But if you compare him to both Peter and Dylan, then you could clearly see how much fatter he was. But even though he had more weight, he wasn't unsightly at all. He had a fair complexion and wore a smile on his face, looking very approachable. "This should be Mike." Smith immediately went forward and gave salute to the middle person first, "Elder brother." Then he turned his head to the 2 other people and said, "Third brother, Fourth brother, you came. Zhao Hai also went forward this time and gave the newcomers his greetings. When Zhao Hai was in the lobby, he also saw the three of them, but since they didn't speak and just sat the entire time, Zhao Hai didn't know their identity. Peter also took notice of Zhao Hai's presence. Seeing Zhao Hai give his greetings, Peter couldn't help but smile and said, "Zhao Hai, ha 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 ha, I already heard of you. Very good. You actually have some spine. Not bad." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I don't dare. How can I accept uncle's praise when I've been impolite?" Peter laughed. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and didn't talk anymore. At this time, Dylan suddenly said, "Zhao Hai, do you really have 10,000 undead beastmen cavalry?" Zhao Hai already know that Dylan was a cultivation maniac, so he wasn't actually surprised for his first words to be like this, so he immediately replied, answering to third uncle, "I do. In the past on the Beastman Prairie, I got to help the cow-headed race's Herculean bull tribe in their matters. These undead beastmen that I have are fighting bull tribe's cavalry." Dylan quickly replied, "Release one for me to see." Zhao Hai stared, then with an awkward face he turned to Smith. Smith smiled and said, "Go on and let third brother have a look. He likes to look at these things." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a wave of his hand, an undead fighting bull cavalry appeared. Dylan stood before the undead and carefully inspected it. At this moment, the undead had the appearance of a skeleton. After Dylan fully looked at the skeleton, he knocked a bone with his hand, and then with a shocked face, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is an advanced level undead?" Zhao Hai knew that he cannot hide the truth from an expert like Dylan, so he didn't hide it as he nodded and said, "They can also transform into zombie form." Then he wielded his magic staff at the undead beastmen before it turned into a zombie cavalry. Not only was Dylan intrigued with this, Peter and the others were also surprised. What they were seeing was really different from a normal zombie. It was no mystery why Peter and the others looked surprised. They had studied and researched dark magic ever since they were young, so they were extremely familiar with dark magic. However, they had not heard nor read about a dark magic spell that can transform an undead between a skeleton and a zombie. One must know that in the system of dark magic, the branches of skeletons and zombies are different. When a skeleton progresses, it would go from iron skeleton, bronze skeleton, silver skeleton and then gold skeleton. This progression was the same for zombies: iron zombie, bronze zombie, silver zombie, and gold zombie. They had not heard of a skeleton turning into a zombie, as well as a zombie turning into a skeleton. Dylan had also studied for a long time and even he had not heard of such scenario. Smith was the first to recover. He knew that he cannot make Dylan continue to inspect the undead, or else there would be no dinner that will happen. Smith turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, store it first, then we'll head inside to talk." Zhao Hai nodded, and then received the undead. Dylan actually wanted to inspect Zhao Hai's undead more, but he was blocked by Smith. Then the group entered the room and sat down. After they sat down, Smith turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what was that? Why is your undead different?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "This I don't know. This may have something to do with my magic staff." Then he showed his ghost staff. At this point the staff reverted to its original form, with the skull and the gloomy atmosphere surrounding it. Zhao Hai handed his staff over to Dylan while he said, "I got this magic staff from the Black Wasteland. Back when I drank the water of nothingness, I was totally depressed. I wanted to run to the carrion swarm and kill myself. I didn't expect that when I entered the swamp. This staff suddenly appeared. I became curious and took it to see what it was, and then I was surprised when the skull's mouth opened and nipped my finger, taking along a drop of my blood with it. After that, I fainted and was ultimately saved by Grandpa Green." At that point, the magic staff had always followed me, There was no way to discard it. It also surprisingly cured me of the toxin from the water of nothingness. Most importantly, it was also a very good conductor for casting magic. When I cast dark magic using this staff, it would also increase its potency. The undead created with the staff would have upgraded abilities. The lowest undead that it could make was advanced level undead. It also had the ability to convert the undead from one form to another. Another good thing about this staff is that it can't be stolen from me. If I get too far from it, it would just directly fly towards my direction. This staff is truly mysterious. Even I don't know its origin. Zhao Hai already had this excuse prepared. Nobody can also debunk his story since it was impossible for Green and the others to betray him. He went all out on this story with his novel writing skills. One could say this reason was very airtight. When he heard Zhao Hai, Dylan couldn't help but try using it to replicate its effects. But unfortunately, nothing happened. The staff seemed just like a piece of useless wood in Dylan's hands. Zhao Hai's excuse was also believed by Smith and the others because the carrion swamp was truly mysterious. All these years, the number of ninth ranks who lost their lives inside were numerous. Nobody can survive in that place, but who knew that Zhao Hai would actually find such a treasure there? All of them sighed when thinking about Zhao Hai's good luck. They didn't suspect Zhao Hai even for a bit. They knew that the Buddha clan had been transferred to the Black Wasteland. Everybody knew it. Other than the Black Wasteland, Smith and the others cannot think of any other place where Zhao Hai could have acquired his current strength. Chapter 452. Homely. Dylan played around with the ghost staff for a while. When he finally got tired of it, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, didn't you say that no matter where this magic staff is, it will always return to your hand? Go try and let me take a look." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. When he saw Dylan gripping the staff tightly, he faintly smiled, and with an intention Dylan's hand suddenly felt light. Then the staff disappeared from Dylan's hand as it appeared on Zhao Hai's. Smith and the other two who were observing couldn't help but stare. They just saw the staff vanish from Dylan's hand and then suddenly appearing on Zhao Hai. They had seen a lot of things, but this was something that they had seen for the first time. After some time, Smith and the others recovered and looked at one another. Then with a surprised expression, they turned to Zhao Hai. Seeing their faces, Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "How this thing happens is a mystery. Even I don't know what's going on. I still haven't seen the full capability of this staff, but I'm slowly exploring it." Smith nodded and said, "So this is it. No wonder your strength rose in such a small period of time. It was actually because of this magic staff." Zhao Hai nodded. Mike, who sat next to him, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what level of strength have you reached right now?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I should be 8th rank. I can cast 8th rank magic spells." Smith and the others' eyes went bright. An 8th rank expert can already do whatever they want in the continent. Smith was amused even more. "No wonder the third prince is very polite to you. So it was this." Zhao Hai nodded. "The third prince knows my strength. That is why he wanted to win me over. Although I agreed, I am actually not his subordinate. What he have is a simple partnership. He helps me, I help him. You could say that I'm more like his advisor than anything else." Advisors were also quite common among noble clans. These people were like foreign elders, but they are more free. They and the host noble would only have an employment relationship. If a disagreement occurs, the two could just go on their own separate ways. Advisors in the continent were typically well-known people. Not only do they need to be strong, they should also be quite talented enough to give ideas and advice to the nobles. Advisors receive very high respects inside a noble clan. Smith nodded. "Right. It's good that Little Hai chose to not sell himself off to the third prince, otherwise, matters would get troublesome." "All right, no need to talk about this anymore. Let's go have some drinks." Then the group headed to the dining room. When they arrived, Smith invited them to sit down. The Madam and Megan actually drew back, leaving the dining room to the men. After the servants provided the food and wine, Smith, who sat in the seat of honor, smiled and held his wine glass. God's grace day is near. We brothers rarely have the time to eat a meal together. I actually invited fifth brother, but he has a grudge with little Hai, so he refused. I cannot do anything about that. My invitation this time doesn't have any other purpose. I just want you to meet little Hai and also introduce you to him. This way, we might avoid offending each other in the future. Zhao Hai also held his wine glass up. He looked awkwardly at the other people. When Peter and the others looked at Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Although they struggle with each other for the seat of patriarch, they were smart people and knew that they cannot harm the Kelsey family. Unlike Juan, this was also the reason why Juan was quite distant with his brothers. Juan rarely came to gatherings with his other brothers. Mike looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Even if I only met little Hai today, I've already heard a thing or two about him. I'm very sure that if younger brother didn't provoke little Hai before, then there would be no conflict that would happen. And if third uncle didn't send those ships off to little Hai, then the family wouldn't have lost all those ships. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said to Mike, "Fourth uncle overpraises me. This one is just an inexperienced junior. I don't deserve your praise." Mike smiled faintly. "Little Hai, no need to be too polite. You're quite commendable. Otherwise the Buddha clan wouldn't have reached its height in such a short time, and even if you don't use your strength, oh well, no need to talk about that. Come, let's drink." Smith and the others held their wine glasses and drank the wine. It was good wine since what they were drinking was Zhao Hai's milk wine. This milk wine was roughly manufactured, so it wasn't that strong. Therefore they can down an entire glass in one go. Peter and the others didn't discuss the matters of the clan too much. They just idly talked about their daily lives, like how brothers did. This made Zhao Hai confused. He didn't understand the purpose of this gathering. Are they just here to discuss their feelings? Only after a while of talking about their daily activities did Zhao Hai slowly understand. Even if these brothers were very polite to each other, in the end, they were still fighting with each other for the seat of patriarch. So naturally, they wouldn't go deep into their matters and risk giving the others a chance to get ahead. This would affect their relationship. So this shallow conversation was the best thing that they could do. While sitting there, Zhao Hai looked at the Smith and the other who were calmly chatting away. He couldn't help but sigh. These people acted very kind to each other right now, but he knew that when this ends, they would go back to contesting with each other. This made Zhao Hai think of hypocrisy. After having eaten their meal, Zhao Hai and Smith lead the three others to the exit, after which they returned to the living room along with Kristen and the others. When the group sat down, Smith looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "From what I've seen, it's been very good. Everyone fights with each other, but it must be based of ability other than outside intervention. This is the essence of healthy competition. I think this is very good. Only with such talents can the Kelsey family become better in the future." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "You've observed well, little Hai. Actually, in addition to the family's elders, there is also the family's law enforcement group. This group is directly controlled by the family's 9th ranks. The patriarch held no power over them. Because of this, even if the core of the family's functions are in a fight over the seat, they couldn't go far in the face of the law enforcement group. Little Hai, your Buddha clan is still struggling despite its strength. Emerging clans perish in the continent every day. You have a lot to learn in our Kelsey family. This way, in the future, you won't be going blind when going forward. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I understand, uncle. Rest assured I will study hard." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Your Buddha clan is connected to the Ixu Empire in the past. If you continue on this way, your clan won't become great. But because of your disaster this time, an opportunity to cut your ties with the wuxia Empire has arrived. Then your family can survive for 1,000 years. Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't think about this. He also felt that he lacked confidence. He was only a nerd. Now someone told him to build a 1,000-year great clan. Although he had the space, he still wasn't convinced. Smith saw Zhao Hai's hesitation and said seriously, "Little Hai, don't blame me if I lecture you too much. You're very talented, a capable leader, competent, and also a good-natured person. The only problem with you is that you don't have a lot of confidence. You always make the worst moves and just fix the consequences afterwards. Although you can fix them later, you will still lose opportunities, and that is not right." Zhao Hai looked at Smith and forced a smile. "I know that, but I have no other choice. That's just my character. You may not know this, but the Buddha clan doesn't really have much right now. We don't have that much people to farm. Outside the 100 human slaves that we bought and the 1,000 giant horned bulls we got from the cow-headed race, we really have too few people in the clan. Moreover, these few people cannot walk the continent openly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be running around right now." Smith nodded, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your assembly line method is very good. Father is preparing to use it in the family. Your factory should be using them." "Yes." Zhao Hai smiled. "I won't hold anything from you." Although the assembly line method gives efficiency in production, the products made are all of standard quality. There are some things that doesn't need assembly line production, and are much better produced the old way. Although they are produced slowly, the quality is better and are generally more durable, giving you the leverage to charge a higher price for them. People may not feel it, but they will slowly understand. They might even prefer those produced in the old method. It was only because I have no other choice that I had to resort to the assembly line method. Smith smiled. "That's quite a good method. But you're right. There's no way for our Kelsey family to produce high-quality goods like you because of the numerous products we make." This made it even more applicable to use the assembly line method for our factories. Zhao Hai nodded. "It's because of that point why our Buddha clan cannot have the same arrangement as you have right here. I can say that the advantage of our Buddha clan is that point. Thus I don't dare take any risks." Smith nodded. "What you said is also right. Don't worry, you can work on it slowly. After all, you're now 8th rank. You still have a lot of years left in you. As long as you make the right moves, the Buddha clan would do well." Zhao Hai nodded, but he sighed. "I really didn't dare think of these things before. I don't know for how long I can live with the water of nothingness. Now that the toxin has been cured, I can now feel relief." Smith naturally knew how fierce the water of nothingness was, how its effects trickle down even to your descendants. Thus he didn't feel any wrongs from Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai then shook his head and said, "Uncle, after celebrating the New Year's, I'm preparing to head back to sea and get some more products for Charlie. After that, I'll be heading to the prairie. I still have a lot to do there." Smith nodded and then said, "I don't mind, but if you have any good business, you shouldn't forget about Skywater City." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, we were thinking about opening a shop at the city after the New Year's as well. I'll have Megan handle this matter. I'll make her discuss it with you later." When he heard Zhao Hai, Smith couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really want Megan to handle your shop in Skywater City?" She has no prior experience in this matter. Kristen and Dia were also giving Zhao Hai a surprised expression. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to give any responsibilities to Megan. In the past, Megan was a tender young lady. The family just let her go eat, play and wander around. But now, Zhao Hai actually wanted to have her handle a business. "Is this okay?" Zhao Hai looked at the surprised faces and smiled. "It's fine. I've already talked about this with Megan. She had grown up in Skywater City since childhood. She was the most familiar with the place. Therefore I decided to let her handle the business. Moreover, I think she would love doing it. Smith smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Megan to develop such a personality. Her tender young lady who only knew how to look good was now going to handle such a heavy responsibility. Zhao Hai looked at the time and turned to Smith. "Uncle, it's already quite late. I must go back." Smith nodded. Then Zhao Hai gave him a bow before leaving. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Kristen looked at Smith and said, "Father, Zhao Hai didn't seem to trust us." "Why didn't he tell us their location?" Smiled bitterly. "Just like what he said, the Buddha clan is still relatively weak. Because of this, he just can't take any risks, otherwise their location would be compromised, resulting in their end. However, I think their location shouldn't be very far from the prairie, otherwise he wouldn't just run to the prairie by coincidence and acquire a lot of beastmen slaves." Kristen nodded. Zhao Hai offended the Radiant Church before, one of the most powerful forces in the continent. There are no other places to relocate his family other than somewhere close to the Beastman Prairie. Smith nodded and said, "You pay attention to the noble banquets happening in the capital. Find one where we have a good relationship with." Little Hai needs to attend a lot of banquets in order to establish himself. No matter what, Little Hai is now engaged to Megan. For the good of Megan, we must help the Buddha clan prosper. If the Buddha clan is doing well, Megan would get to live a happy life. The two nodded, then turned around to leave. Chapter 453, Side Dishes. After returning to his courtyard, Zhao Hai sat down and let out a long breath. When Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately gave him a cup of hot tea and said, "Brother Hai, what happened? You seem very tired. What did you talk with Smith about?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "He didn't say anything wrong. He was very polite. But being with him is very tiring. I feel even more tired than I did while fighting." When she heard Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but smile. Of course it's more tiring than being in a battle. When fighting, you just stay behind and command the troops. It's really not that exhausting. Zhao Hai gave Laura a look which caused him to laugh. At this moment, Megan also came in. When she saw Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, it seems like they are very impressed by you. It'll be great if my uncles support you. This way, we won't be facing any obstacles in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not really that good. When I had dinner with your uncles earlier, they didn't discuss any matters of the family and just did small talks. This meant that they are still on guard with each other. If we get into such great trouble, I don't think that they will be supporting us that much." Megan sighed when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She knew that Zhao Hai's words were real. She knew that even if his uncles are now friendly with each other, when it comes to the battle for the seat of the patriarch, they would surely be impolite. When he saw Megan's expression, Zhao Hai comforted her and said, "Well, it's all right. You don't need to think too much into it. I know that all your uncles still place the Kelsey family first. Uncle Smith also told me about the arrangements of the family. You don't have to worry too much." Megan nodded, but one could still see that she was quite unhappy. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about this family struggle. This kind of scenario happens in almost all families. Zhao Hai thought about shifting the topic as he said, "We'll send Grandpa again some seafood later. God's Grace Day is in 2 days, so I'm thinking we should take a stroll around the capital and play around." This period of time, various products should be converging inside the city because of the holidays. "We must go around and find some good things to bring back." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "All right, let's go to the city tomorrow and have a good look." "What does Big Brother Hai want to buy?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "At this point I don't know, but I still want to take a look. Maybe I'll find some things I like." "Let's also go to the slave market tomorrow. I think we still need quite a few more slaves back at the territory. Megan nodded and said, all right, but Brother Hai, do we really need to buy more slaves? Don't we have 100,000 slaves coming from the prairie? Zhao Hai smiled and said, rest assured, I didn't forget about that. But those beastmen slaves cannot farm. We need to buy some human slaves and have them teach the beastmen the basics of farming. Moreover, humans can make simple houses, while the beastmen cannot. They are already quite used to living in tents. It's a matter of habit. Because of this, I thought that it would be better to get more human slaves. Megan nodded. Right, but the slave market isn't inside the city, it's outside. I think the slave market would be more busy after the holidays and also have more slaves. It would be a good idea to head there at that time. Zhao Hai replied, why would it be busy at that time? And if it would be busy by then, won't we be unable to select the good ones? Megan smiled and said, during the holidays, great nobles would be too busy to go buy some decent slaves. After the holidays, they would go find some slaves to help them manage their matters. If those slaves do well, then they would be living a good life. Moreover, they also lost a lot of slaves because of exhaustion and sickness, so the nobles would also look for new ones by then. But Brother Hai doesn't need to worry, there are a lot of slaves in the market, it would be impossible for us to not find some good ones. Zhao Hai frowned and said, where did these slaves come from? Why are there too many? Laura smiled and answered, Brother Hai doesn't know, but those slaves are commoners who are unable to pay their taxes. Some are also those who borrowed money and wasn't able to pay it back. Some are generational slaves, children of other slaves. There are also some elderly slaves who are not needed anymore. Because of this, there has never been a shortage of slaves in the continent. Zhao Hai sighed. He cannot say anything. He knew that with his present ability, he has no way of changing this custom of the continent. He could just do his best in order to help those he can. Megan also knew about Zhao Hai's thoughts. When she first heard about Zhao Hai releasing slaves and restoring the commoner status, she was startled. But she was also a good person. When Meg explained to her about Zhao Hai's intent, she immediately approved of Zhao Hai's methods. Now that she saw Zhao Hai looking quite unhappy, she shifted the topic to something else. Big Brother Hai, how about you give Grandpa Gan the seafood right now? This will also give him more time to prepare them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up. Laura stood up as well and said, we'll go explore Dark Soldier Fortress in the meantime. I want to see what makes it different from Iron Mountain Fort. Megan smiled and said, all right. But Dark Soldier Fortress has some areas that are forbidden. Only some places are allowed to be explored. I'll go lead you there. Then she went with Laura outside. Zhao Hai smiled helplessly as he followed right behind them. When they left the courtyard, they were immediately greeted by some servants. Megan asked one of them to lead them to Gansu. Gansu held special status in the family. Even Randolph held some sort of respect to him. Gansu is someone who never limits the things coming out of his mouth and was generally quite impolite. But although he had an explosive temperament, he was actually quite kind to the servants. Because of this, the servants in the family gave him very high respect. If they made any mistakes, Gansu would just scold them a bit and then forget about it later. Zhao Hai quickly found Gansu, who at this time was in the kitchen. Since God's Grace Day is approaching, there was a massive need to prepare some food, especially in a place like Dark Soldier Fort. Since banquets were happening, it won't be good for the family's face if they were to run out of food. At this time of the year, Gansu was in charge of keeping everything in check inside the warehouse of the kitchen. Gansu didn't have any impatient expressions. He carefully inspected everything. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he entered at the warehouse. The things inside were simply numerous. There were even some ingredients that he had never seen before. All of them were neatly placed inside the warehouse according to their classifications. At this moment, the servant arrived at Gansu's side and whispered a few words. Gansu stared for a moment before he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Gansu's impression of Zhao Hai was very good, so he immediately stepped forward and laughed. "Little Hai, little Megan, why did you come here? You want to have some delicious stuff? Don't worry. If some arrive I definitely won't forget you." Megan ran up to Gansu's side and held his arm. "Grandpa Gan, Big Brother Hai came here to deliver some stuff. You better receive them or else you will certainly regret it." Gansu stared, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you have some good things? What are they? Can I see them?" Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand, making a big pile of products appear on the floor. One could see some swordfishes and crabs among other things. Moreover, their sizes aren't very small. These are the things that Zhao Hai asked care to cultivate. With how large they look, they would certainly be eye-catching. Gansu looked at the products and couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes turned bright when he saw the swordfishes as well as the crabs. These are very rare in the continent. Even if one saw them, they were very hard to catch. If these are made into dishes and shown to others, their banquet would surely have high attendance. These past few years, there were no new dishes that were served in these banquets. Everyone just ate the same things. There was nothing new. But with these things present, the Kelsey family's banquet would surely be very good. The things that Zhao Hai took out were all dead and frozen, but it still baffled Gansu. They would generally cool the products inside cold storage areas filled with magic arrays. This way, they would last a long time, and may even allow them to be consumed in the summer. Gansu stared at the pile for quite some time before he turned to Zhao Hai. "Good boy, you really have good things. With these seafood, we could make the Buddha clan shine this year." "Good job." When she saw Gansu's reaction, Megan smiled. "See, Grandpa Gan, I said that Big Brother Hai has some good stuff. Go get some people to take them away quickly, or else they would melt." "Alright, we'll be going now. I'll go lead Sister Laura and the others to explore the fort." Gansu didn't stop them. He nodded and said, "Go, go." "Little Hai, since you won't be joining the ladies, come with me. Let's have a drink between grandfather and grandson." Zhao silently nodded and stayed. Megan and the others chuckled as they went away. Gansu wasn't polite with Zhao Hai as he directly brought him to the kitchen. He had the cook make some side dishes for them as he took out a pot of wine and sat with Zhao Hai to drink. In the past, Zhao Hai would drink some wine with his old friends. He wouldn't drink too much and would just enjoy the chat and the company. It felt great. But when he arrived in the Ark continent, he wasn't able to experience such opportunity. And now, Gansu made him remember the old times. This gave Zhao Hai a warm feeling. Gansu and Zhao Hai leisurely drank wine and ate some of the side dishes. They had a very good time. Even if it was the holidays, and everyone in the fort were quite busy, Gansu was an exception. He would just delegate the tasks to his subordinates and would just check their progress from time to time. Because of this, he wasn't that busy. Moreover, the servants that were under him were the children of the slaves. They didn't have much negative feelings towards him, making Gansu's life quite at ease. Chapter 454, Two Types of Liquor. Gansu initially thought that since Zhao Hai was a child born of a noble family, he would be unfamiliar with this setup of drinking and eating side dishes, and would be uncomfortable while being with him. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually have a very happy expression. He chatted with him, drank some wine while munching on some food. Seeing how Zhao Hai was more comfortable than he was, Gansu's impression of Zhao Hai cannot help but raise 2 points. After drinking a glass of wine, Gansu said, "Little Hai, I can see that you're a good kid, but I want to tell you that I've watched little Megan grew up. Although this little girl is noble born, she is good-natured, she's pure as water. If you dare not treat Megan well, then even at the cost of my life, I will teach you a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Gan, you're thinking too much. I have a very good relationship with Megan. It would be impossible for me to not treat her well." "Rest assured, Zhao Hai isn't that bad of a person." After hearing Zhao Hai, Gansu nodded and said, "If something happens in the future, go have someone send me a letter. There are a few people in the Kelsey family that I can't handle. There are also a few people in Rosen Empire that would dare not give me face. Those fellows in the family, you don't need to care about them. If they give you trouble, I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Although he didn't fear the Kelsey family, he still didn't want to fall out with them because of his relationship with Megan. Because of this, he was happy with what Gansu said. Gansu looked at Zhao Hai and seemed more satisfied. He smiled and said, "Little Hai, you're a talented fellow. Your future won't be small. But do remember to not forget about your grandfather when you get some good stuff. Your grandpa Gan doesn't have any other hobby other than drinking. Your milk wine is very good. If you have any other nice liquors, do remember to give some to me." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Gansu to ask for nothing else other than some nice wines. This surprised him. He admired this old man in front of him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and with a wave of his hand, 2 bottles of liquor appeared. One bottle was black beer, while the other was good rice wine. These 2 bottles weren't fermented by Zhao Hai's group, but were instead produced by the multi-purpose processing machine. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't plan to produce his liquor through the processing machine. He only had the machine produce the liquor so that the people researching them could have a reference. After countless experiments and finally producing the liquor, these 2 bottles were the only ones that remained. Gansu looked at Zhao Hai's 2 bottles. The bottles were transparent, so he can see the color of its contents. One of them was transparent while the other was black, which made him very confused. Zhao Hai opened the black bottle first. Naturally, this black liquid was black beer. The beer's foam was very rich. Zhao Hai intentionally got a big glass, filling half of it with beer while the other half was filled with foam. Zhao Hai raised the glass to Gansu and smiled. "Grandpa Gan, have a taste. This is a new liquor that I've been researching, but this one doesn't have any means of mass production right now. This bottle is from the most successful batch." Gansu looked at the half-filled glass. He smelled it and got a mild smell from it, but despite this, he couldn't help but be more curious. He took a small sip and tried to taste it, only to find out that he only drank the foam. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Grandpa Gan, this liquor isn't too strong. Just drink the entire glass so that you can taste it." Gansu didn't blame Zhao Hai. Instead he followed his instruction and downed the glass in one go. He couldn't help but stare before his eyes lit up. Good liquor. Fantastic. The taste of this liquor isn't very strong. It has a different kind of taste, but it isn't something I'm used to. Zhao Hai looked at Gansu. He knew that the old man liked strong liquor. He didn't say anything and just handed Ganus a cup of rice wine. Rice wine was divided into many types. Rice wine produced by peasants were generally not distilled. Because of this, the liquor wasn't very strong. Even children can take 1 or 2 cups of it. But those produced by most farmers have been distilled, giving the liquor quite the strength. Although it was slightly sweet and does not go to one's head, it was still strong. What Zhao Hai took out was the latter type, a fierce rice wine, which was also something that a northerner like Zhao Hai liked. Because the weather in northern parts of China were generally cold, people like to drink strong liquor. Because commercial rice wine aren't very strong, families in the north decided to brew their own liquors in their backyards. They didn't like drinking those weak liquor, Even drinking a gin of it would still make them unhappy. Northerners want to drink strong liquor, something over 40 degrees and along the lines of 60. Let alone one gin. An average person would get drunk in just half a glass. Even if you're quite an experienced drinker, you would still feel tipsy. The rice wine that Zhao Hai took out was over 40 degrees. For those in the north, it was still considered to be on the low side. Adding on to its sweet taste, people who drink it wouldn't get hit that hard by its intensity. Gansu looked at the cup. He lifted it up and smelled it. This wasn't milk wine. It didn't have that milky fragrance. Instead, this rice wine had the smell of regular wine. After smelling the liquor, Gansu tasted it. Then his eyes turned bright. He immediately downed the entire cup and swirled the liquid inside his mouth. He wrinkled his brows. The strength of this wine was higher than milk wine, a liquor known for how strong it was. After savoring the alcohol, Gansu left and said, "Nice wine. This is really nice wine, Little Hai. If you have any more of this liquor, you must leave some here for me." Zhao Hai gave a forced smile and said, "We still didn't have any way to mass-produce this liquor right now. We only have this bottle left. I'll leave this bottle to you. When we find a way to make a lot of them, I'll go and send you a batch." When Gansu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Good. I'll wait for your delivery." Come, this bottle still has some left in it. Today we drink." Seeing how the other person was very enthusiastic, Zhao Hai didn't decline. He and Gansu continued to eat some side dishes while drinking liquor. Before long, the bottom of the bottle can be seen. With Zhao Hai's current capacity, he was now feeling dizzy. He stopped drinking and said his goodbyes before returning to Rustling Tree Courtyard. Zhao Hai immediately drank some spatial water upon arriving at the courtyard. To be honest, even if the liquor that he drank was very simple, it was the most enjoyable drink that he had in a long time. Blockhead and Rockhead were present. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Tomorrow we'll go to the city and buy some things and have them delivered to Iron Mountain Fort. No matter what, we have over 1,000 people in the fort. This God's Grace Day, we need to help them celebrate." Blockhead and Rockhead nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "When you go back to the fort tomorrow, you don't need to return here. The place should be very busy. You two can go help Grandpa Green and the others." Although the Beastmen doesn't celebrate God's Grace Day, they are still in human territory. Let's make them experience our festivities. Blockhead and Rockhead nodded again. These more than 1,000 people can be considered to be part of the Buddha clan. Naturally, they would treat them properly. After some time, Megan and the others came back. When she saw Zhao Hai, Megan cannot help but smile and said, "Big brother Hai, I didn't you were very strong. I just saw Grandpa Gan earlier with a reddened face. There is no way that his capacity for liquor is that low. What type of wine did you drink with him?" Zhao Hai smiled. "No need to tell me that. Your Grandpa Gan's alcohol capacity isn't a joke. I almost couldn't head back here. I only managed to feel well after drinking some spatial water." Megan also knew that the spatial water can sober one up. When she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he looked at the skies and said, "The sky has already turned black. I've been drinking with Grandpa Gan all this time. Wouldn't your family be looking for us?" "I didn't do anything else today other than eat." Megan and Laura smiled. Then Megan replied, "It's alright. I already had Grandpa tell Mother and Father to not prepare any meals today." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "That's great. I'm quite tired as well. I'll go back to the space and rest for a while. You go play outside and when you're done, you can just talk to Kair if you want to go to the space." Then his body flashed and entered the space. Laura turned her head to Megan and smiled. "It looks like Brother Hai is really very exhausted." "Megan, we'll go to the city tomorrow to buy stuff. Iron Mountain Fort will also be celebrating the new year. We must prepare something for them." Blockhead smiled. Miss Laura can feel relieved. The young master already told us that we'll buy some items for the fort tomorrow. Then I will go back there to help along with Rockhead. Laura nodded. It looks like Elder Brother Hai already thought of this. Right now, Iron Mountain Fort doesn't need to worry about food and water. I think it would be good if we get some things that aren't produced there. Megan nodded. Right. We'll go to the Eastern Market tomorrow. The Eastern Market sells rare goods. We can go there and take a look at the various goods used in the continent. I'm thinking of buying some things for the people of Iron Mountain Fort. This is the first year that our Buddha clan reappeared on the continent. We must make this celebration lively. Laura looked at Megan and smiled. Little Megan is quite good. Now starting to say our Buddha clan. It seems like she is very impatient to marry Brother Hai. When Megan heard Laura, her face couldn't help but redden. She turned to Laura and said, "Why are you saying that to me? You've been with Big Brother Hai for longer. Aren't you more impatient than me?" Laura's face also turned red. She turned to the sneering Meg and couldn't help but tease. "I can't compare to Sister Meg. She has been following Brother Hai since they were children. She must be the most impatient among us." Then Meg's face turned red. She looked at the other two and said, "HMPH. I've been with the young master since I was a child. I've already become quite used to waiting." "Right. How about I tell grandfather and grandmother to delay the wedding by 2 years?" Laura and Megan immediately threw themselves to her, playfully beating her while saying, "You dare." The group became jolly as Rockhead and Blocked slowly retreated with a smile on their faces. Chapter 455, Killing Intent. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others sat inside their carriage and progressed towards Carson City's Eastern Market. The Eastern Market was Carson City's largest bazaar. It was a market purposely built for selling goods. The city made this for retail, sporting a lot of cheap products sold by small businesses. Because of this, the place was the commoners' most visited area in the city. When Zhao Hai's carriage arrived at the Eastern Market's vicinity, it couldn't progress any further. Zhao Hai looked at the amount of people present and shook his head. He suddenly thought about the time when he attended a temple fair back on Earth. Looking at the volume of people here, Zhao Hai thought that the two were the same. Zhao Hai turned to the group and said, "Let's walk." The carriage definitely couldn't progress any further. "Shu, you look after the carriage here." Shu nodded. Then Zhao Hai and the others got off the vehicle and slowly walked towards the market. The people gathered all looked at Zhao Hai's group with curious eyes. Zhao Hai looked around and noticed the problem. There were indeed a lot of people on the streets, but none of them wore any noble clothing. Most of them wore civilian ones. Even servants didn't dress up. Zhao Hai turned to Megan and said, "Megan, why am I unable to see any nobles? Look at those people looking at us." Megan smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, you don't know, but nobles in the continent don't buy things personally. They have some people specifically tasked to buy things in this market. The nobles would just tell them what to buy. They don't need to buy it themselves." Zhao Hai nodded, then no longer cared and walked towards the Eastern Market. It was currently still winter. Even if the Rosen Empire was warmer than the prairie, the 4 seasons were still quite distinct here. On the doors of shops were piles of goods waiting to be sold. People on the shops were coming and going. The place was very lively. Before long, Zhao Hai's group stopped following the crowd and started looking around the shops. Blockhead and Rockhead were on their sides with Shun leading in front. When commoners see them from afar, they couldn't help but get out of the way. While walking, Zhao Hai was suddenly attracted to a shop. The shops in Eastern Market were very beautiful. They also have some sort of uniformity between them, and were 2 stories. The shop that Zhao Hai saw was a bit different. It was 3 stories, and most importantly, this shop was quite alone. No other buildings were nearby. Moreover, there were no people coming and going to this shop. Zhao Hai looked at the scene and couldn't help but get curious. He turned to Megan and said, "Megan, which family owns that shop? How come nobody went there?" Megan looked at the shop and smiled. "This is the shop of the Robert family. Their family is the largest seller of general merchandise in Rosen Empire. They don't handle retail and everyone knows it. That's why commoners rarely go to this shop." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go there and take a look. I want to see what things this shop has to offer." Megan smiled and said, "I'd also like to come to this shop. They have the most complete set of products among all shops in the Rosen Empire." While they were talking, they entered the shop. Just as they arrived inside the store, one of the servants inside greeted them. The guy loudly gave his respects and said, "Sir, Miss, please come inside." The servant can see that Megan and the others were still unmarried judging by the clothes they wore, so he decided to just call them Miss. Zhao Hai nodded and continued on to enter the store. When they are inside, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. The furnishings inside were similar to what Zhao Hai saw in the cities in his previous life. On the shelves were samples of the products along with their description and price. Zhao Hai looked at the products and saw that they were cheaper than those sold outside. One could see a counter upon entering the door. An old attendant was behind it. When the attendant saw Zhao Hai, he didn't care too much. But when he noticed Megan, he couldn't help but open his eyes and immediately left the counter and went forward. "It's actually Miss Megan. Forgive me for being slow and neglecting you." Little 5, go lead Miss Megan's group to the resting area and send them the best tea in the shop. The servant immediately led Zhao Hai's group along and directed them towards the back of the shop. The attendant whispered a few words to another servant as they followed Zhao Hai to a small room. This was the first time that Zhao Hai came across this kind of business. These small rooms in the store aren't like hotel rooms. There aren't any tables inside, but instead there was an ornamental sand pool in the middle of the room. There were also flowers suspended on the walls as well as beautiful oil paintings. The room looked very elegant. When Zhao Hai and the others sat down, the servant immediately came and served them hot tea. Then the store attendant gave a bow and said, "This one is very glad to see Miss Megan." Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Can I know who this gentleman is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This one is Zhao Hai. Megan told me that this shop has the most complete inventory of goods in the entire market. Today, I happen to need some things, so I came here to take a look." When the attendant heard Zhao Hai's introduction, he immediately understood who he was. Zhao Hai's identity wasn't a secret in Rosen Empire. All of the great clans knew about him. The attendant immediately answered, "Ms. Megan really praises us, but we indeed have the most complete inventory of products here. May I know what items Mr. Zhao Hai needs?" Zhao Hai smiled and pulled out a list and said, "These are the things I want. I've also listed the quantity. I want to know how long it will take you to prepare them." The attendant received Zhao Hai's list respectfully and gave it a quick scan. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We have all of the things that Mr. needed. If Mr. wants it today, we can have them ready in 3 hours." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please prepare them. In 3 hours I will come back and take them." The attendant nodded as he turned around to leave. Seeing the attendant leaving, Zhao Hai turned to Megan and said, "Megan, the attendant seemed to be quite familiar with you. Do you know them?" Megan smiled and said, "We do. The friendship between the Robert family and the Kelsey family spanned for generations. I used to visit them in the past, so their people should know me. I just don't know much about them. Just like how I don't recognize that attendant." Zhao Hai nodded, then drank his tea before saying, "Since they need to prepare the good for 3 hours, we cannot just wait in here the entire time. How about we head to the West Market and have a look?" Megan agreed. "Right, there are a lot of delicious things in the West Market. That's the gourmet area of the capital. There are dishes there that are unique only to Carson City. No other place served them. We might as well have a try." Zhao Hai nodded, Then the group went out of the shop after bidding the attendant goodbye. Then they left the East Bazaar and headed to the West Market. The West Market wasn't very far from the East. It was only quite a ways away from the main road. Because of this main road, the city was divided into East City and West City, which also gave the two markets their current names of East Market and West Market. Since the East Market held priority to selling goods, there weren't a lot of restaurants present in the area. There weren't a lot of choices for those who wanted to eat a meal here. On the other hand, the West Market gave priority to the food sector. The place was divided into the snack street, the food street, and the kitchenware street. There was needless to say that the food street would have almost all of the ingredients on the entire continent. They even had some seafood, but compared to those that Zhao supplied, their quality was naturally much worse. Aside from kitchen-related products, the kitchenware street also sold some goods. However, their selection wasn't as diverse as those found in the East Market. Additionally, one could see that those sold here were much more expensive. In fact, many of those goods sold here were just bought from the East Market and resold here for a higher price. Zhao Hai's group weren't interested in kitchenware. They first went to the food street and bought some ingredients that weren't present in Zhao Hai's space. Of course, Zhao Hai bought some living creatures, for example some magic beasts that he still didn't have. But after those things were transferred, Zhao Hai became disappointed since they didn't manage to nudge the space's upgrade requirement. The food street wasn't short. From beginning to end, one needed to walk 1 hour to completely walk along it. Zhao Hai and the others bought no less than 100 beasts, but all of them didn't manage to upgrade the space, further disappointing Zhao Hai. After finishing their trek along the food street, they immediately went to the snack street, where their initial purpose was. The food in Carson City were all very famous, and all of them were concentrated on this snack street. With all of these foods present, naturally, Zhao Hai and the others decided to give some of them a taste. There were a few people walking the streets bringing along some snacks with them, but in this area, the sight was very common. Therefore, the group didn't seem so strange. Zhao Hai not only ate some food, he also bought a lot to save them for later. These things are only available here, not anywhere else. After that, they strolled around for another hour before taking their carriage and returned to the East Market. Zhao Hai's carriage stopped in front of the Robert family's shop. At this moment a young man stepped out of the store. He didn't seem to see the others as he headed straight for Megan. "Megan, you came. Why didn't you tell me? When did you come back?" Megan looked at the young man and smiled. "Big brother Terry, I just came back yesterday. I accompanied Big Brother Hai today to buy some things," she said as she slightly leaned her body towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared and looked at Megan. Currently, even though Megan had a smiling face, the smile seemed to be quite distant. If one looked closely, they could even see a disgusted mood on her eyes. It was obvious that she wasn't very glad to see the young man. Zhao Hai understood what happened. Then he turned his head to the young man and smiled. "Hello, this one is Zhao Hai." The young man looked at Zhao Hai, still wearing that smile on his face. Although he looked quite charming, his eyes flashed a small killing intent, something that Zhao Hai was very keen on noticing. Since Zhao Hai had fought a lot of battles, he was very sensitive to any hostility towards him. He can immediately feel from Terry the sense of not only opposition, but also a murderous aura. Zhao Hai's mood couldn't help but sink. He understood what the other party was thinking, but he didn't express his discontent with the situation. Terry also didn't feel a change in Zhao Hai's mood. He continued to smile to Zhao Hai as he said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Hai. Your name surely is a thunder to the ears. Sir is very young and is already very promising. Even I have heard about my uncles talking about you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Overpraises, this Zhao Hai is still a very small character. How could I compare to the enormity of the Robert family's assets? This one is ashamed." Terry smiled and answered, "Mr. is too modest." "Right. Let's not talk outside, let's head to the rooms and continue there." Then he sized up Laura and Meg. He only glanced at them and didn't say anything. Seeing his expression, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not understand what was going on. It seems like Terry likes Megan, and seeing Megan happy being with Zhao Hai made him express a murderous aura. After the group entered a private room, a servant served them tea as per usual. Terry didn't touch his cup. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. spending the holidays in Carson City? I heard that the Kelsey family's banquets are very lively every year." His words didn't sound strange at first, but it seems to be not that simple. Zhao Hai himself was a patriarch of a clan. This time, he went to the Kelsey family for God's Grace Day in order to accompany Megan, as well as see Charlie, and also form some connections with the nobility of the Rosen Empire. However, by the tone of Terry's words, he made it sound like Zhao Hai specifically went to the Kelsey family to smooch off of their food and drinks. It was necessary to know that the Kelsey family doesn't have a lot of relatives, but they still have some distant relatives that would come during God's Grace Day and present some small gifts, and in return, the family would give them some food and wine to consume. Terry seemed to group Zhao Hai along with these people. Laura and Meg's expression couldn't help but change. Megan's face wasn't any better either. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't hear any of it as he smiled and said, "The Kelsey family had a lot of people, so it was natural that their banquets would be very lively. But this time, I mainly came to the family in order to discuss with Grandpa Randolph about the matters of me marrying Megan by next year." With Zhao Hai's words, it was Terry's turn to change his expression, but he quickly recovered as he still wore a smile on his face and told Zhao Hai, "That's great, I will certainly offer you a toast of celebration when that time comes." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "That will be very welcome. Seeing that Megan doesn't treat you as an outsider, Mr. Terry should arrive early." Terry's face couldn't help but twitch, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. He then laughed and said, "All right, I will prepare a big gift." Zhao Hai smiled, "Then we will wait for Mr.'s big gift." "Right, Mr. Terry. It looks like it's already late. May I inquire if the things that we ordered have already been prepared?" Terry immediately responded and smiled, "They're already prepared. Mr. can come and take a look." Then he stood up and invited Zhao Hai over with a hand gesture. Chapter 456, Family Banquet. First part. Zhao Hai sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. His face didn't express happiness nor sadness. He just held a calm expression. However, his heart wasn't very tranquil. Megan was looking at Zhao Hai with a somewhat uneasy feeling. Zhao Hai had been like this ever since they went out of the Robert family's shop. Seeing Zhao Hai closing his eyes made her restless. Megan was not afraid of anything else but Zhao Hai misunderstanding her relationship with Terry. In fact, she and Terry were childhood friends, but when she transferred to Skywater City, their interactions became minimal. After seeing him after some years, she saw that something changed with Terry. Smith also opposed to her meeting up with him. Since Megan didn't have any particular feelings towards Terry, she also slowly drifted away from him. Later on, with the exception of relatives and those belonging to great powers, all men who came in contact with Megan had suffered bad luck. Moreover, she also heard that these seemed to be caused by Terry. Megan wasn't worrying about Zhao Hai's safety, but seeing how calm Terry was today made her very nervous. She was afraid that Zhao Hai might misunderstand, so she just sat there soundlessly, becoming more nervous as time passed by. Laura naturally noticed Megan's expression. She was a perceptive woman, so she immediately understood what Megan was thinking. However, She thought that Megan's worries were all useless. She believed that Zhao Hai's thoughts weren't on those matters. In order to not make Megan worry, Laura asked Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the group before saying, "This dairy isn't very simple. I can see that this guy looks very enthusiastic when meeting Megan, but when his gaze wanders to me, he would reveal a small killing intent, and manages to hide it quite well, and the fact that he didn't make any moves while doing business with us made me think that he isn't a good person to deal with. I think he would use underhanded methods to take a shot at me." When she heard Zhao Hai, Megan relaxed. It seems like Zhao Hai didn't suspect her relationship with Terry. Megan let out a long sigh and said, "Big brother Hai, it's alright. There's no need to fear Terry." Although Terry is the first-in-line successor for the Robert family, he wasn't someone who can cover the skies with one hand. Those in higher positions in their family are also keeping a keen eye on him. The Robert family isn't like mine. The heirs of the family all came from the grandsons, making their status quite high. Even if Terry is indeed a grandson of the current patriarch of the family, there were a lot of grandsons who held the same right to succession like him. Once he does something wrong, the family wouldn't hesitate to abolish his status as first in line and would just give it to another one. But their family doesn't have a testing phase like ours. The family's heir immediately becomes very powerful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally, I don't fear him, but I really don't want to reveal my strength. Because of this, Terry's actions might give us a bit of trouble. Don't forget, even if I'm engaged to you, in the eyes of the Rosen Empire, I am an outsider. If I do reveal my hand just to deal with Terry, those nobles might join up to deal with me. When that time comes, I'm afraid that even Kelsey family wouldn't be able to help me." Megan didn't oppose. Instead she agreed. Now that she had more contact with this aspect of the world, she naturally understood the power of the nobles. If those nobles did ally up to deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's troubles certainly wouldn't be small. Let alone the Kelsey family, even the Rosen imperial clan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Laura also nodded, then said, "Right. Brother Hai is right to be worried. But I'm afraid Terry knows about this too, so if he decides to begin to move, it would certainly be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This person is very sinister and manipulative. We should take care and pay more attention to his future actions." Megan nodded. "Big brother Hai, I will say this matter to Grandpa, making him take note of this as well. If Terry dares make a move on you, then we wouldn't spare him." Zhao Hai looks at Megan and smiled. "What happened?" "I thought that you have a good impression with that fellow." "Did he offend you?" Megan shook her head and said, "He didn't, but I heard about how sinister he was, not just from what I heard from Brother Hai. Father told me that since our families are close friends, the two of us grew up together. In the past, our relationship has been good. And after I moved to Skywater City, communications have been cut short. But we still see each other every time I go to the capital." Afterwards, Father told me that he is too sinister, and to not make contact with him. Because of that, I slowly drifted away from him. Zhao Hai nodded. "Uncle Smith must have known something. We must seriously be careful with Terry. This person hides too much." While they were talking, the bull-pulled carriage arrived at the foot of Dark Mountain. Megan thought for a moment and said, "Brother Hai, I think there would be a lot of banquets in the city. Terry will definitely participate in them. You must be careful whenever you attend one." Zhao Hai nodded. "Be relieved. If worse comes to worst, I can just exterminate his Robert family. HMPH." Megan didn't think that Zhao Hai was lying. If Terry really does provoke Zhao Hai too far, the Robert family surely wouldn't fare very well. Not only the Robert family, even the entire Rosen Empire can be turned upside down by Zhao Hai. Before long, Their carriage stopped on front of Dark Soldier Fort. After the group changed vehicles, they entered the fort and proceeded to Rustling Tree Courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, a servant immediately greeted them. "Young master, young lady," the patriarch conveyed a message. "Tonight, our Kelsey family would be doing its family banquet. Everybody must participate." Megan nodded and said, "All right, you can head back." The servant nodded and then turned away. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm going to say it. This feast wouldn't be better than eating at home." Megan smiled. "This family banquet isn't much different than normal banquets. This feast is done by the family every year. Even servants participate. When the event comes, people would go to the main square and loosen all tensions regarding their status. Everyone will sit and drink with each other. It is the Kelsey family's most popular party." When Zhao Hai heard Megan, his eyes turned bright as he said, "That's good. I must prepare well." "Right. We bought a lot of snacks today. We should contribute those to the banquet. Let's go tell Grandpa Yan." Megan nodded and smiled. "All right, let's go see Grandpa Yan. While we're at it, we should also give Grandpa Green the goods that we bought earlier. Iron Mountain Fort will also have their festivities. It would be great if Grandpa Green receives those much earlier." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked around and said, "Right, Blockhead, Rockhead, you two also head back to Iron Mountain Fort and help Grandpa Green and the others." The two nodded. Then Zhao Hai led his group as they vanished into the space and headed back to Iron Mountain Fort. Iron Mountain Fort will also be celebrating God's Grace Day. Although the things here were still very crude, Zhao Hai still felt the warmth coming from this place. The people in the fort stopped their work and went busy on cleaning up and getting new clothes for themselves and their families. While they were getting ready to eat, everyone's face were full of smiles. This was no mystery. Because they were slaves, they weren't able to experience God's Grace Day. Although they knew when the day was, their master told them that God's graciousness doesn't reach to lowly slaves. Because of this, for them, God's Grace Day was just any ordinary day. Zhao Hai looked at the people and became very happy. He found Green and handed the things he bought over. He also left Green a lot of seafood, even a blade-scale whale. This thing was huge. Zhao Hai wanted Green and the others to eat this fish and have a very nice evening. After leaving the things behind, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Rustling Tree Courtyard. No matter what, they were living inside the Kelsey family right now. Leaving this place for too long won't be ideal. After returning to the courtyard's living room and sitting down, Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you plan on returning to Iron Mountain Fort on God's Grace Day?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "I think I must go back, but I'm afraid that there would be a lot of things happening." "Right. What do you usually do during God's Grace Day?" Megan replied, "Actually, God's Grace Day is the most boring day. Grandpa and Father would be going to the Imperial Palace to attend a banquet, and they would come back very late. At the same time, we would be having a delicious meal, and then after lighting some incense, we were free to do what we want." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. "I didn't think that it would be that free. Then after we eat our meal and lighting some incense, we can just return to Iron Mountain Fort. What do you think?" Laura nodded and said, "That's also good, but Megan seems to have a lot to take care of during that time. Can you spare some?" Megan nodded and said, "Rest assured, I also want to go to Iron Mountain Fort and celebrate God's Grace Day with Big Brother Hai. I want to look at how they will celebrate." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I would also like to see how they'd do it." Among those people, aside from Grandpa Green's group, it would be everybody's first time to experience God's Grace Day. "I'm looking forward to it." Laura and the others chuckled. Besides Green's group, There were only human and beastmen slaves in the fort. Beastmen celebrate their 10,000 Beast Festival while the human slaves only experience God's Grace Day as any ordinary day. Both of them weren't able to celebrate it before. Chapter 457, Family Banquet. Last part. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Hai and the others came out of Rustling Tree Courtyard. They wanted to look for Gansu in order to hand the delicious snacks over and have them served during this evening's feast. Gansu was busy in the kitchen. He was truly busy today because he handled the preparation for tonight's banquet. All the people in Dark Soldier Fort would be participating. The servants will be participating in the eating and drinking. Therefore, there were a lot of food that were needed to be prepared ahead of time. Zhao Hai looked at Gansu, who was about to drink something, and then said, "Grandpa Gan, you're looking quite busy." When Gansu heard Zhao Hai's voice, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled. "Boy, why are you here? Want to ask me to drink? Today's no good. I have a lot to do. Let's do it another day." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Gan, do you really see me as a drunkard, wanting to drink every day? I am here to do you a favor. You don't need to prepare a lot of food." When we went out earlier, Megan led us to Snack Street to have some food. I bought a lot of Carson City's unique snacks. We can add those to this evening's feast. Then he waved his hand as a pile of snacks appeared. Gansu's eyes turned bright when he saw the snacks. One should know that the snacks of Carson City aren't considered to be commoner food. These things are widely famous in the continent. Even Gansu liked them. They were a very good pair to liquor. While thinking of that, Gansu immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Good. But you don't need to take them out right now. These snacks aren't proper meals. You can take them away and then serve them yourself in the evening." Zhao Hai listened to Gansu's advice and didn't disagree. He nodded and received the snacks. Then he led Megan and the others to head back. Time quickly passed as evening came. Smith had someone call Zhao Hai over and then the group headed to the main square. Usually when a large group of people live together, one couldn't really fathom the amount of people present. All the people inside Dark Soldier Fort numbered towards several thousand people. This wasn't a small number. As soon as Smith's entourage arrived, the servants and guards present immediately came to greet him. Some gave a salute while some gave a bow. Smith was also very polite to these people. He gave well wishes to these people and also chatted with them for a bit. This made Zhao Hai surprised. For Smith to remember the names of these people was something worthy of admiration. Zhao Hai then knew that something as small as remembering one's name can make people have a favorable impression towards you, especially someone with a position like Smith. For a master to remember the name of a servant would surely give him a high evaluation among the servants, making him occupy a special place in their hearts. Zhao Hai, Kristen and Dia followed beside Smith. However, Megan and the others followed the madam to go greet the women on the other side. Inside the fort, there were a lot of people who hadn't seen Zhao Hai. Now that they did, they were somewhat disappointed. Zhao Hai looked very ordinary. In their opinion, Zhao Hai seemed to be unworthy of marrying Megan. Megan wasn't only liked by Smith and the other members of the Kelsey family. Even the servant in the fort had a very good impression of her because of her good nature. She never treats the servants wrongly and was very kind to others. The servants in the castle liked Megan very much. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they thought about him. When Smith introduced him to the servants, he greeted them with a smile along with a salute. Seeing Zhao Hai give them a salute, the servants immediately returned the gesture. Their impression of Zhao Hai also went a bit better. These people are simple. If you respect them, then they'll respect you. Naturally, to get their respect, you must understand how to respect them. In addition, Zhao Hai was something like a half-master to them. Even though they didn't exchange some words, the servants were still touched by his gesture. Before long, The people from the other parts of the fort also arrived. The people in the square became more and more. At this moment, there were already several bonfires made in the square, giving it proper illumination. The normally cold square was given warmth by the fires. There were large tables placed right by the bonfires. Each table can sit several people. Gansu was also present arranging the seats for the guests. Almost everyone didn't need to be led to their seats. After all, the family banquet was an occasion that happens every year. It was one of the most important events for the family. Everyone already knew where they would be sitting. After having everyone sit down, Gansu immediately had the servants serve the dishes. After the servants have served the food, they immediately looked for their table and sat down. Then it was time for Randolph to speak. This was also part of the event's proceedings. After having all the dishes served, Randolph stood up and scanned the people in the square. Then he said loudly, "This year has brought abundant harvests to our Kelsey family. We have gained new stable income sources as well as the most important event where we made those radiant church people suffer a loss under our hand." Our Kelsey family had finally expelled some foul air. After this section of the speech, the square was filled with thunderous applause. These servants were the descendants of the previous servants of the Kelsey family. Their honor and disgrace were closely linked with the family. In the past, when the family was overly suppressed by the Radiant Church, they found it hard to stay calm. When the family finally managed to turn the tides of battle over, causing the church's influence in the Rosen Empire to be erased, it was natural for these servants to feel excitement. When the applause subsided, Randolph then said, "This year, our Kelsey family's little princess Megan has also been engaged to the Buddha clan's patriarch Zhao Hai. Our little princess has grown up. It is finally time for her to get married." After he said that, the square became lively. Many people loudly cried as well. Regarding the Kelsey family's rules, the servants need not follow them this time. Therefore, these people dared to be quite rowdy. Megan didn't think that Randolph would actually address her engagement at the family banquet. Her face couldn't help but redden, but she still stood up. Seeing Megan stand up, Zhao Hai stood up as well. After giving the people in the square a bow, the two of them sat down. The performance of Zhao Hai satisfied Randolph. He nodded and continued. "In short, it has been a very good year for our Kelsey family." "Right, no need for more words. Everyone, let's eat." Then he sat down. Seeing the people starting to eat, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and carried a wine glass towards Randolph's table. Along with Randolph, the table contained the people with the highest status in the Kelsey family. Smith was also in that table. In the table that Zhao Hai sat in were the people from Smith's side. While carrying a glass of wine to Randolph's table, Zhao Hai bowed and then said, "Grandpa Randolph, elders, this is the first family banquet that I attended, so I came unprepared. When I went out earlier, I managed to buy some snacks with Megan in Snack Street. I initially wanted to give them to Grandpa again earlier, but he told me to give it to the people myself, so that I can get more acquainted with them. I came here to offer them to your table first and then proceed to the others. I just don't know if Grandpa Randolph agrees." Randolph laughs and said, "Who wouldn't want Carson City's snacks? It is very famous in the continent. I've always wanted to eat them for quite a long time." "Good. Leave some here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand as 2 trays of snacks appeared, carrying several types of snacks. The quantity aren't that many, but the variety was quite a lot. Zhao Hai placed the trays on the table and then bowed to them and said, "Grandpa Randolph, please enjoy the snacks. I'll be heading to the other tables to deliver them." Randolph nodded and said, "You go, give some to the people." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned around to leave. Zhao Hai proceeded to send snacks to each table. Although there weren't a lot, it still held some meaning, especially to the servants. Zhao Hai also chatted with them, gaining the servants' good graces. Currently, Zhao Hai became even more pleasing to their eyes. 1. Upon finishing to deliver the snacks, Zhao Hai already knew most of the servants' names. He also came to know the names of the Kelsey family members. Even if Zhao Hai's memory was much worse than Smith, he has the space. If Zhao Hai cannot remember, the space's recording function can certainly remind him. The space can even record the entire continent, much less names of people. Zhao Hai got this move from Smith. After all, Zhao Hai was a nerd. His social skills couldn't compare to someone who had noble education since childhood. Zhao Hai gave his best to learn about his deficiencies. After delivering the snacks, Zhao Hai returned to his own table. The madam looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai, you really are quite sensible, right? Go sit down and quickly eat something. You seem to be the busiest one this evening." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be great to offer some snacks? I just want the family to be more lively." Haha. "Alright, let's eat." Because the people on the table were all considered to be family members, everyone wasn't polite with each other. They chatted while eating and drinking. The night's events became livelier and livelier. The family banquet continued on until midnight. People enjoyed themselves fully. There were a lot of drunk people by the end. Because of this, the square wasn't cleaned up. They needed to wait until tomorrow to do so. This was also something of custom that the Kelsey family practiced. Zhao Hai and the others didn't drink a small amount either. Zhao Hai didn't expect for the servants to come over and offer him some liquor. It was not only him, even Randolph was approached for some drinks. On this event, Zhao Hai managed to cement his foundation inside the family as he ate and drank with everybody. Also, because of the liquor offerings, Randolph was the first to get drunk. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that Randolph wasn't just pretending to be drunk, he was truly intoxicated. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Under normal circumstances, old foxes like Randolph would pretend to be drunk so that he wouldn't be offered more drinks. But at this time, he actually let go of himself and got drunk with the servants. This gave Zhao Hai insight as to how the family treated its subordinates. 1. Do the math, ladies and gentlemen. How TF can Zhao Hai deliver snacks to several thousand people? Countdown timer sound starts. Chapter 458. Same camp. Although it just seems like a normal family banquet, Zhao Hai had learned a lot from the event. Although he was well read, there were still some things that he needed to learn about management. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the space. When he went out to the courtyard, he saw Smith. Seeing Zhao Hai, Smith smiled and said, "Just got up? Didn't you drink a lot yesterday? Hangover?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Fortunately, I've had some soup to sober up yesterday evening, so I'm still fine." "How about uncle? Are you fine?" Smith smiled bitterly. "On this day of the year, it's perfectly fine to go all out." "Right, let's eat a meal together." After breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others prepared to head out and see the situation at Carson City. Suddenly, a servant came outside the door carrying a card. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, a letter came from Prince Charlie." It was sent over by his servant. Zhao Hai nodded and then received the card to take a look. It was an invitation to a banquet that Charlie was hosting tonight, addressed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slightly frowned. He nodded then said, "All right, tell the servant that I'll be coming." The servant gave a nod and turned away. Zhao Hai stared at the invitation. He wasn't afraid of meeting anyone. He just didn't like attending banquets. But on the other hand, he also knew that he cannot dodge them because of his current status. He sighed and stored the invitation. At this moment, Laura and the others came in chatting and laughing. They just came back from a small expedition to Rustling Tree Courtyard's garden. The group of women came to see that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't good. Laura can't help but be curious, so she asked, "Brother Hai, did something happen?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled as he handed the invitation over to Laura. When she received the card, she smiled and said, This is great. It seems like Charlie wants to introduce you over to his subordinates. Moreover, this is a formal invitation. This meant that a lot of people will be coming tonight. You might see a lot of people from great noble families. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I already knew about the possibility of me meeting great nobles. Charlie wanted to brand me as someone from his side, letting people know that we're on the same camp. Megan, you shouldn't go this evening. I'm afraid this might have an impact on the Kelsey family. Megan shook her head and said, No, I'm going. Brother Hai, with you. Everything will be fine. Besides, even if they suspect the Kelsey family to be supporting Charlie, what can they do about it? If the prince manages to lose the battle, then with you supporting him from the back, nobody would dare go too far in dealing with him. Also, with you on his side, I think Charlie has the greatest chance of obtaining the imperial throne. Zhao Hai looked at Megan. Then he smiled and said, All right, then everyone will go. Right, we should buy some clothes. We cannot shame the Buddha clan. Megan smiled and said, No need. I can just ask the family to get Big Brother Hai some new garments. Then she turned around to tell a servant to find someone from the clothes storeroom. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, it is certain that Derry would be attending this banquet. He may find some opportunities to smear your face. We should be careful this time. That Derry person is sinister. He may not act, but he might have some subordinates doing the deeds for him. After asking Megan, it seems like the Robert family doesn't have a low status in Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know, rest assured nothing will happen. Right, let's go prepare. Laura nodded. Before long, a person from the clothes room came and took Zhao Hai's measurements. An evening black suit was then sent over immediately. The suit was a very traditional noble clothing. It had very fine workmanship. It even had the Buddha clan's crest embroidered over it. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Kelsey family's people to be so fast. With this point, Zhao Hai can see the difference between new and old noble families. Zhao Hai's group tried on their clothes and saw that they were perfect. Because of the small notice, Zhao Hai went to tell Smith about this matter, but he didn't think that Smith would already know about it. Turns out, the Kelsey family also received an invitation. The skies slowly turned dark. Zhao Hai's group rode his bull-pulled carriage and headed towards Carson City. Since it was God's grace day season, the gates of the capital weren't closed during the evening, but the passage in and out of the city were instead heavily monitored. Shun already knew the way to Charlie's mansion, so he didn't need anyone's guidance. He directly drove the carriage towards the third prince's palace. While on the way, Zhao Hai and the others could see the amount of carriages present. When the carriages passed by unnoticed Zhao Hai's bull-pulled carriage, some of them stopped and offered Zhao Hai their greetings. Zhao Hai took note of these people. They may be Charlie's people. Before long, Zhao Hai's carriage stopped in front of Charlie's front door. The servants in charge of welcoming the guests immediately greeted him when they saw his carriage. One of them came forwards and bowed. Mr. Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai opened his door and looked at the servant. I am Zhao Hai. The servant immediately said, Sir, let me lead you to the backyard. His Highness ordered me to inform Mr. that you shall enter the mansion's back door. Whenever Mr. comes here next time, he can immediately head over there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Lead the way. The servant nodded and then walked alongside the carriage as it was led towards the back door. The back door of this mansion wasn't a place that people can just pass through. Generally, except the direct family, no other person can come here. This was because this door has direct access to the main courtyard, the center of the mansion. After entering the back using the back door, the servant immediately led Zhao Hai's group towards the living room. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai saw Charlie standing in front of the room's door along with several people. These people also wore formal clothing, along with their emblems. Looking at them, Zhao Hai found out that their titles aren't high, They didn't have the bearing of someone coming from a great noble family. Zhao Hai, along with Laura, Megan and Near, came forwards and gave Charlie their greetings. Charlie smiled and said, "Little Hai, you came. I actually had somebody send over a carriage as a substitute to your bull-pulled carriage. Don't you think that your carriage is a bit too slow?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, in all honesty, I really prefer my bull-pulled carriage. I think I won't be comfortable with His Highness' carriage. It is too fast and less stable. I'm just not used to it." Charlie smiled and said, "That's fine as well. Come, let's go to the living room. I have some people I need to introduce you to." Zhao Hai entered the room with Charlie. At the same time, Laura and the others were led by a servant towards the side halls. There, people of the other nobles were staying. Some were like Zhao Hai, bringing along several women to attend the banquet. After entering the room, Charlie introduced some people to Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai was already familiar with some of them. When Zhao Hai opened his shop in Jade Water City, these people came over and expressed their well wishes. Therefore, Zhao Hai were aware of their appearances. When their greetings came to an end, they sat down. Charlie looked at the people present and said, "I welcome all of you today, and I also express my gratitude in accepting my invitation. I will not beat around the bush and directly tell all of you that everyone present here are all the people that I have placed my full trust in. We're all on the same side, so I hope that all of you can be more acquainted in the future." Zhao Hai nodded as he smiled and said, "Certainly, Your Highness can feel relieved. We're on your side. If something goes wrong, we surely won't be bringing the trouble to you." A tall person sitting by Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Zhao Hai is right. Your Highness can rest assured." This person was from the Yinmi family. The family can be regarded as an emerging clan. Their family was 100 years old and held the title of Count. Even if they only had the status of a Count, they were actually a military family, a family of generals. Their troops were also very good. But since the Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful nation, there weren't a lot of people who dared to provoke them, making wars quite scarce. Because of this, the family had no chance of displaying their might, making it impossible for their title to be promoted. This person was called Zhang Yinmi, a typical martial artist with a frank temperament. But because of his disposition, the Yinmi family had been having some bad years lately. John was not good at business, and the income from their territory wasn't that great. But Zhao Hai actually took a liking to this person. There were only a few nobles with tempers that are straight, just like John. This was because such attribute is very disadvantageous for a noble to have. The people present also agreed to what Zhao Hai and John just said. Charlie nodded and then said, "Father is still in his prime, but even if he tolerates us having our own groups, he doesn't like to see us flaunting our influence. Your families don't belong to the core of Rosen Empire's power, so I hope you don't attract too much attention to yourselves. At the same time, I hope you also pay attention to others, but be careful with your actions." Several people nodded. Charlie continued, "Mr. Zhao Hai joining my side certainly brought a huge effect on my standing. My brothers doesn't have any 9th rank experts. They didn't even have the capacity to invite one. Thus, Mr.'s help was truly big. But this also drew jealousy from my brothers. Even father may start paying attention to me. So I hope that all of us can stay low-key, do not make any moves that can attract attention." When Zhao Hai heard Charlie, he couldn't help but be apologetic. "I have given His Highness some troubles. Zhao Hai has been inconsiderate." Charlie waved his hand and smiled. "No, Mr. is just showing his own strength. Although it brought me small trouble, its effects aren't really that big, so Mr. doesn't have to worry. On the contrary, with Mr.'s strength, people who wanted to make a move on us would have to think twice. This is already a huge help." Those present also nodded. They agreed with Charlie's words. Among the princes, The crown prince in the capital city can be said to have the biggest influence. The second prince has also been exhibiting his talents these past few years. Charlie handles his affairs quite low-key, to the point that he seemed unremarkable. This made people who wanted to hire themselves to him think that Charlie's strength wasn't that big. However, Zhao Hai joining made thing a whole lot different. Zhao Hai managed to invite a 9th-rank expert. Moreover, his undead also held formidable fighting strength. Most importantly, he was also the Kelsey family's son-in-law. With this status, now many people in the continent dared to underestimate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coming to Charlie's side made people think twice about their evaluation of the third prince. Some small nobles who were waiting at the sides already threw themselves towards Charlie's door. Now, Charlie's people had already reached quite a substantial number. But Charlie understood that even if his numbers increased, those who were truly loyal to him were only few. The majority of them were just like tall grass. Although their numbers looked menacing, when it came to use, only a few were qualified. Because of this, Charlie maintained his policy of acting low-key. Zhao Hai admired him for this. Zhao Hai also knew about Charlie's recent momentum. He was actually afraid that the third prince would be swallowed up by this increase of power. It seems that Charlie put much thought into it. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. "Your Highness, I know that you're just saying that to lift my spirit, but if there really is anything that I can do to help in the future, please don't hesitate to send a word to me. We are all in the same camp, we ought to help each other, right, Brother John? Since we still have to wait until God's Grace Day, how about we discuss about a partnership? I have a lot of good products on hand, maybe Brother John is interested in them." When John heard Zhao Hai, he didn't understand what was going on at first. However, he was very clear about Zhao Hai's Haven rice. This product has received minor fame inside Rosen Empire. No matter who received the rights to sell those Haven products, they would surely gain good profit. Zhao Hai was clearly doing this to help him. John was filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhao Hai. "I thank Brother Zhao Hai. I will not lie to Brother. His Highness has been keeping my family up these past few years. I'm afraid that I've already incurred a huge debt. Brother's help is surely heaven sent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My grain business isn't something that His Highness wanted to sell, so I don't have a good distribution point inside Rosen Empire. Since I'm looking for a person to partner with, might as well have someone from my own side, so that good fortune won't flow towards another person's yard." Charlie laughed and said, "Good. What little I said was really good. Not making fortune flow into another person's yard. I was going to say something along the lines of that. Remember, we are all family. If we succeed in the future, then I, Charlie, will vow that I will never forget to treat everybody well." The people present immediately gave their thanks to Charlie. People on the continent rarely make any vows. Charlie doing this convinced them that he really valued them very much. After Charlie asked them to sit down, another person, the head of the Heller family, Tal, said, "If His Highness want to let others shift their attention away from us, there is a way. We can fake an internal dispute." What does His Highness think? Chapter 459, Crown Prince arrives. Charlie shook his head and said, "No, acting might not deceive those people. It might even draw away those who are determined to join my side. The gains might not justify the losses. What we need to do right now is to be united, and be low-key as well, just like how Little Hai handles his strength. No matter who needs any help, we must help." The group nodded. Charlie turned to look at the sky and said, "All right, let's head out. Those who ought to come should have arrived." Just as Charlie set out, footsteps were suddenly heard. The footsteps were urgent, but they weren't heavy. Charlie's complexion couldn't help but sink. He already told the servant to not allow anyone disturb them. Moreover, The servants outside were his trusted aides. He was very familiar with the footsteps of those people. Charlie knew that the one who came was surely not one of his people. Seeing Charlie's expression, Zhao Hai knew that there was something wrong. He immediately stood up and took out his magic staff. When the group saw Zhao Hai's action as well as Charlie's complexion, they understood and also got ready to move. Then, a voice came from outside. Third brother, Yuan, the guests have arrived. Why did you suddenly disappear? Come out quickly. Hearing this sound, Charlie forced a smile and said to the group, well, no need to be anxious. It's just my ninth sister. When Charlie said this, John couldn't help but ask, ninth sister, is your highness talking about Princess Lizzie? Charlie nodded. Then he smiled bitterly as he answered his sister, come in, sister. As soon as they heard Charlie, Zhao Hai and the others relaxed. Then the doors was swung open as the Hem Prince's skirt appeared. After he saw the princess, Zhao Hai's first idea was that her posture was very good. This Princess Lizzie's figure was fantastic. She was about 1.7 meters in height, but her poise can only be described as fiery. Zhao Hai can confidently say that Princess Lizzie has the best figure of a woman that he's ever seen. At the sight of Lizzie's face, Zhao Hai couldn't help but blink. She had big eyes, a thin and exquisite nose, not too thick, but still very sexy lips. She had wheat-colored skin, smooth as though it has been oiled. Light brown and shallow eyebrows decorated her green eyes. However, Zhao Hai's staring wasn't because of these, it was because this Princess Lizzie looked a bit like a person Zhao Hai wasn't familiar with, but can still recognize. Keely Hazel, a British model and actress, a woman who was both sexy and elegant, one of the world's most recognizable women. Even Angelina wasn't able to enter the top 100 sexiest women in the world. Goes to show how gorgeous Keely was. 2. Charlie's younger sister was actually called Lizzie. Lizzie. Good. Although there was some difference in the name, her appearance wasn't any different. This surprised him. Zhao Hai more and more thought about how our continent is related to Earth. Otherwise, how did the same beautiful women on Earth appear here? Lizzie didn't expect the room to have these much people. She stared. Zhao Hai and the others immediately bowed and said, we've seen Princess Lizzie. Lizzie recovered. She immediately exhibited her princess-like manners as she bends down slightly and then said, at ease. Then the group stood straight. Charlie looked at Lizzie and said, younger sister, why didn't you wait for me in the hall? What made you come here? Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and the others' eyes and then pretended to have a desolate expression as she said, the guests have already arrived, but you still haven't shown yourself, so I came to take a look. Charlie nodded and then said, all right, we'll be heading out. Little Hai, let's go out and see. Charlie calling Zhao Hai didn't evoke any envy. First, Zhao Hai's had overwhelming strength among those present. If they had Zhao Hai's strength, then Charlie would appeal to them as well, but unfortunately they did not. Second, Zhao Hai had a lot of good things on hand. Some of these goods might be useless to Charlie, but for those middle to low-ranked nobles, they were a once-in-a-lifetime road to huge profit. They need something from Zhao Hai. So how could they be offended by this kind of thing? It can be said that in Charlie's inner circle, aside from the third prince, Zhao Hai held the highest status. Hearing Charlie specially addressing Zhao Hai, Lizzie couldn't help but look at him. Zhao Hai's name wasn't new to Lizzie. She has also heard about what happened back at Persal Duchy. She also knew about Meghan's engagement. It can be said that she and Meghan were called the twin flowers of the imperial capital. Now, one of the flowers has gotten herself a man. Also, Lizzie was clear, whether it be Charlie or Meghan, those two had eyes as tall as their status. Ordinary people simply wouldn't enter their sights. But for this ordinary-looking, average guy to receive the appreciation of the two meant that he wasn't a simple person. Lizzie didn't stare at Zhao Hai for too long. She was a princess, She has seen a lot of magnificent scenes. To her, she only held curiosity towards Zhao Hai. 3. Charlie led the group to leave the room. At this time, Laura and the others were already waiting for them outside. Charlie took this chance to introduce Lizzie to Laura and others. Then Lizzie went to join Megan as Laura offered a gift. Charlie didn't manage them as he led Zhao Hai and the others to walk towards the front courtyard. They proceeded forward until they reached a very big hall. This was mainly used as a place to receive various guests, but with a few changes here and there, it has been transformed into a grand hall. As soon as Charlie and the others arrived outside the door, a servant in front immediately announced his arrival. Prince Charlie has arrived. Along with the echo of the voice, Charlie entered the hall. Inside the hall were more than 100 guests. Fortunately, this hall was big enough. If not, this hall might not have survived to this day. The servants decorated the hall with water fountains that looked like a butterfly exhibition. In the middle of the hall were long rows of tables containing a variety of foods. There were also clean plates and utensils present. Those who wanted to eat can just easily go and pick out something to eat. There were also chairs on the sides of the hall for those who were too tired of standing. In the innermost area of the hall, an orchestra was continually playing gentle music. When the people inside the hall saw Charlie came in, they immediately gave him a bow. Charlie also returned to courtesy as he greeted everyone inside. Zhao Hai wasn't far away from him. He had the space record each name and appearance of the people inside. At this time, Laura and the others were dragged along by Lizzie towards the other ladies. The other women were talking with each other about clothes, jewelry, as well as some gossip. Laura used to talk to people, so she was quite familiar with this scenario and naturally knew how to approach it. Meg was also quite experienced. She grew up in the Buddha clan since childhood. In the past, the clan also held frequent banquets. Therefore, Meg also knew how to deal with these women. There was nothing to say about Megan. She lived her whole life along these types of ladies. How could she not possibly know how to interact with them? Zhao Hai paid attention to Charlie's banquet. Charlie invited the nobleman, but it seems like he didn't do the same for the other princes. The only person from the royal clan aside from Charlie was Lizzie. From this point, one could see that Charlie's relationship with his brothers aren't that great. At this time, the sound of a servant can be heard from the front door. His Highness Crown Prince, young Master Terry Robert, and young Master Jason Crook has arrived. 4. When these three names were called out, the room seemed to come into a halt. Almost everyone here knew that the relationship between the Crown Prince and the third prince wasn't very good. Because of the succession battle, it was impossible for Charlie to invite the Crown Prince in this banquet. This made things very strange. But what made it even more strange was the fact that Terry and Jason also came along with the Crown Prince. Terry was the Robert family's successor. The Robert family wasn't less than the Kelsey family in terms of status. This was something everybody knew. Jason Crook wasn't a simple character either. The Crook family was very famous in the continent, although they aren't on the same status as the Kelsey and Robert families. They still had a huge influence inside Rosen Empire. For these two people to suddenly appear along with the Crown Prince to Charlie's banquet, what did this mean? Does this mean that the Robert family and the Crook family has thrown their lot with the Crown Prince? The servants' announcement of their arrival was still ringing on the minds of those present. Zhao Hai slowly headed at Charlie's side. Charlie was staring blankly right now. Zhao Hai arrived at Charlie's side and whispered, "Your Highness." Charlie recovered. He turned to Zhao Hai and saw him nodding towards the door. Charlie immediately understood Zhao Hai. He gave Zhao Hai a grateful nod as he restored his calm state and walked towards the hall's entrance with a face full of smiles. Zhao Hai didn't follow Charlie and just stood there. It took a short while before Charlie arrived at the front door to see three people walking in. In the front of the trio was a 40-year-old middle-aged man. He looked very much like Charlie, but he had a small beard that was handled very neatly. This made him look very imposing. One couldn't help but admire how this man carried himself. Behind him was Terry. There was another person beside him. He was very handsome and wore a decent noble's clothing. His figure wasn't very tall, but he carried himself with prestige. Although he couldn't steal spotlight away from the crown prince, people still took notice of him. Chapter 460, Foul-mouthed Jason. When Charlie was near the three newcomers, he laughed and gave a salute. "Big brother, welcome. I didn't expect brother to came to this one's small banquet, so I didn't bother sending an invite. But for big brother to actually come here, it's a great honor." The crown prince looked at Charlie and faintly smiled. "I also heard that younger brother has held a banquet, so I decided to stop by. On the way, I met Terry and Jason, so I decided to take them with me as well. I hope I didn't trouble third brother for bringing additional guests." Charlie smiled and said, "No problem. Brother visiting has given me quite an honor. So how can big brother possibly bring me trouble?" "Big brother, Terry, Jason, come in. Don't be polite." Terry and Jason gave Charlie a small salute before heading towards the hall. The other people inside also gave a salute to the crown prince. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't an exception. But Zhao Hai was surprised when the crown prince headed towards him after their eyes met. The crown prince smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't think that the crown prince would know of my name. This is really surprising." The crown prince laughed and said, "Mr. is too modest. There isn't anyone in the continent who doesn't know how fierce Mr. is. May I ask Mr. to pay a visit to my mansion?" Zhao Hai smiled. "If I have time, then I will certainly come visit." The crown prince smiled and said, "Then I'll be waiting for Mr. By the way, I heard that Mr. has a lot of businesses in hand. Is there a chance for the two of us to cooperate?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled at the question. "I certainly have some businesses on hand, but for cooperation, this is something I cannot say. Currently, I'm in a partnership with the Third Highness. Moreover, we've already signed a long-term contract regarding our cooperation. If His Highness the Crown Prince wants to cooperate, then I'm afraid you will need to discuss it with the Third Highness." The Crown Prince placed a small play on his words. The reason he asked Zhao Hai about the possibility of cooperation was to assess whether there was a chance for Zhao Hai to change sides. But Zhao Hai's reply was very clear. He was now on Charlie's side. It was impossible for the other camps to recruit him at this point. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the people present in the hall. All of them were smart people. It was impossible for them to not understand the exchange. When the crown prince heard Zhao Hai's response, his expression couldn't help but drop, but he still forced a smile and said, "That is regrettable." Then he turned around and left. As soon as he heard the crown prince's regretful voice, Charlie's face changed. It was now quite red. Naturally, Zhao Hai's answer gave him this much happiness. Zhao Hai also knew that he had already lost the opportunity to get closer with the crown prince. However, he didn't find it regrettable. One couldn't always be half-hearted, or else they won't be getting good results. At this time, Terry and Jason arrived at Zhao Hai's location. Terry then smiled to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, I didn't expect you to come. If I knew, I would have arrived earlier." When Zhao Hai heard how he was called, he couldn't help but stare. The age gap between the two of them aren't so large to merit such calling. Terry was obviously doing this to make their relationship closer. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax because of this. He became even more vigilant instead. From what he heard from Megan, Terry was a sinister person. Moreover, He also knew that Terry was his love rival. For Terry to be warmer to him meant that he was already planning about how to deal with Zhao Hai. Although he was thinking about this, he didn't show it on his face. Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Big brother Terry is too polite. Brother should know about my relationship with His Highness Third Prince. So how can I not attend such occasion?" Terry wants to bring their relationship closer. While Zhao Hai attempted to back away politely, he also addresses Terry that way in order to throw the other party into confusion. Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard against Terry. When Terry heard Zhao Hai, he looked delighted as he smiled and said, "I knew that you have a very good relationship with the third prince, but since God's Grace Day is approaching, I expected you to be helping inside Dark Soldier Fort, so I didn't think that you would come." Zhao Hai replied with a smile, "Megan told me to come, so how could I not?" He. Megan is also quite close with the ninth princess. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Jason and said, "Is this young Master Jason from the Crook family?" Zhao Hai gives his greetings. "I've heard about the young master's name. I didn't think that I would be meeting you today." Jason looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I've also heard about Mr. Zhao Hai's name, but I cannot help but be disappointed by what I have seen today." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Jason would be this impolite. One must know that in a noble gathering, one would do her best to stay modest. It doesn't matter if the two of you were life and death enemies. If you meet in a gathering such as this, you better show your full smile and act like how a noble should. But Jason was different. This was far from Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Terry. At this moment, Terry's face expressed a wronged expression. This made Zhao Hai curious. Since Terry and Jason came together, aren't they supposed to be in a group? Why did it seem like Terry wasn't expecting Jason to utter such words? Didn't they plan this encounter ahead of time? Thoughts churned inside his brain, but Zhao Hai's face didn't show any of it. He just smiled at Jason and said, "I'm really apologetic for disappointing young Master Jason." Jason slyly looked at Zhao Hai's smiling face. He didn't seem to be fazed. This gave Jason an incentive to push things further. He commended Zhao Hai to keep his grace and honor after such words. While he looked impressed, Jason's mouth opened. "You're really unworthy of Miss Megan." Miss Megan is one of the twin flowers of the imperial capital. It seems quite a waste for her to be marrying a very ordinary-looking person. After Terry heard this, he turned to Jason and said, "Jason, you should hold back on your words." Zhao Hai actually laughed and said, "Young Master Jason is right. I also think that marrying Megan is such a loss. But alas, I actually wanted to be more attractive, but my father didn't make me handsome. This is such a disaster." Hi. Jason and Terry stared at Zhao Hai before they both laughed. Jason patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, I must say, I like the way you speak. Ha ha ha. Good, you're someone worth befriending." Seeing that Jason didn't seem to be faking, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as well. "You really have low standards for making friends. Are you looking for a not-so-handsome guy? I must say, you've found the right one." The three of them laughed. Jason grasped Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "I didn't think that you would actually read my thoughts. You're quite good." Zhao Hai smiled. "Even if I guessed it right, I think there's no reason for you to hold my shoulder this hard. I'm a mage. I might suffer injuries." The conversation between the two made it seem like they were long-time friends. It also seemed like Terry was pushed aside. It made Terry look a bit ridiculous, but he still smiled. But it was a stiff smile. A person like Terry has always been heavily favored since he was a child. He was already quite used to being in the spotlight, no matter where he was. Even if he stood along with the crown prince, he didn't allow himself to be overshadowed. Because he was a successor to a millennium-old family, his status wasn't any lower than a prince. Zhao Hai and Jason chatting away made him feel like an outsider. He felt like the two of them had already forgotten about him. This made him feel unwell. At this time, a servant passed to their side. On the tray that the servant was holding were 2 glasses of wine. Jason immediately took the 2 glasses and gave Zhao Hai one of them. Then he raised his glass to Zhao Hai and said, "I really thought that this would be a very boring party, but I didn't expect to meet an interesting person such as you. Come, let's drink. After this, we will become friends." Zhao Hai didn't expect Jason to actually be so refreshing. Whether his gesture was true or not, Zhao Hai still returned Jason's toast and said, "Right, let's drink this glass. From today on, we're both friends. Cheers." Jason raised his glass and bumped it with Zhao Hai's. "Good, cheers." Then without any courtesy, the both of them downed the wine in one go. This scene was very visible to the other guests. When they saw the two, they couldn't help but stare. There were a lot present that knew about Jason. He wasn't very popular within the circles of nobility because of his frank attitude. He never gave anybody face. Because of this, there weren't a lot of nobles who wanted to mingle with him. But with Jason's status, average people wouldn't dare to not give him any face. Therefore, in common banquets and parties, the hosts would still deliver an invitation to the Crook family. However, even if Jason came, there were only a few people who came to talk to him. People were afraid to be embarrassed by Jason's words. Just as Jason was about to speak to Zhao Hai, the people nearby couldn't help but watch in anticipation. They wanted to see Zhao Hai's embarrassed expression. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually carry on with ridiculing himself. This move of embarrassing himself was out of their expectations. Those who weren't nearby and didn't hear them speak still kept an eye out. This was because they also wanted to see how Jason manages to embarrass Zhao Hai. Even if they couldn't hear anything, they knew from Terry's expression that Jason didn't say anything nice. However, what happened next made them confused. They didn't hear what Zhao Hai said to make the 3 people laugh and even make Jason look amused at Zhao Hai. This was too unexpected. They were very curious to the point that they were on the verge of approaching the 2 just to ask what Zhao Hai said. But unfortunately, there was no way for them to do so. Chapter 461. What does he plan to do? Laura and the others were also paying attention to Zhao Hai. When Megan saw Jason come in along with the crown prince, she immediately told Laura and the others about him. Because of this, Laura was looking at Zhao Hai's direction. They were afraid that Jason would embarrass Zhao Hai. However, what happened next was not what they expected. When they saw Zhao Hai and Jason speaking cheerfully, Laura and Megan couldn't help but look at each other before faintly smiling. They didn't say anything, but they knew that the other party was fully confident in Zhao Hai. At this time, Lizzie arrived by Megan and said, "Megan, did you know what Zhao Hai said? Why did that bastard Jason chat with him? You already know how he doesn't give anyone face." Megan looked at Lizzie and couldn't help but smile. Jason was truly an odd person. Someone who didn't care about other people's face. This seemed to annoy Lizzie, which led to her calling Jason a bastard. Megan shook her head and said, "I also don't know. However, from what I've learned about Jason, he surely didn't utter any words of praise. On the other hand, I'm quite sure that Big Brother Hai didn't care." Haha. Lizzie looked at Megan, confused. Then she said, "Care? In such situation, why wouldn't he care about being embarrassed? Isn't he courageous and upright?" Megan smiled and said, "What's strange about that? Will refraining from being courageous and upright make the emperor mad?" As a person, Jason isn't bad. He just says things that nobody wants to hear. Think about it. What he always says is the most glaring flaw of a person. At this point, there are very few people who would like to listen to the truth. But unfortunately for them, Brother Hai wants to mingle with people who were quite frank. I think that because of this, Jason got along very well with Brother Hai. Lizzie looked strangely at Megan. Then she went forward and whispered, "Megan, Are you really happy with Zhao Hai? I couldn't see anything special about him. Although he isn't ugly, he isn't handsome either. He's very ordinary. There are a lot better guys in the world. You're also sharing your man along with other women. Are you really fine? Megan smiled and said, "What are you asking that? Brother Hai is very exceptional. Outsiders simply cannot understand it." Let's stop talking about this. Let's go eat something. I'm quite hungry. Charlie was similarly paying attention to Zhao Hai. He really cared about Zhao Hai, so it was natural for him to give him more attention. Charlie also knew about Jason, so he was worried about Zhao Hai's reaction. Aside from Charlie, the Crown Prince was keeping an eye as well. Actually, he was telling the truth before. He really met Jason along the way. Terry and him were together, and when they saw Jason, they decided to take him along as well. The Crown Prince wanted Charlie to misunderstand Jason. If Charlie starts offending the Crook family for this matter, the Crown Prince would move in and help the family. Then he could place it as the Crooks owing him a favor. But now it seems that his plans were destroyed by Zhao Hai. The Crown Prince was clear that Jason's mouth wasn't something that a normal person can take. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would only say a few words to deal with Jason. This completely destroyed his plan. Thinking about this, the Crown Prince's eyes couldn't help but show a cold light. He was now somewhat envious of Charlie. Why would such an outstanding person arrive at Charlie's hands? If Zhao Hai becomes the Crown Prince's subordinate, then he would surely have 90% chance of inheriting the throne. But it seems that Zhao Hai cannot be his subordinate anymore, so the only way forward was to exterminate him. He must be eliminated. If Zhao Hai survives, then the threat that he could present would be too great. Seeing Zhao Hai and Jason's expressions, Charlie couldn't help but be surprised. Jason was difficult to get along with, but Zhao Hai actually did it. This was something very unexpected. Zhao Hai and Jason chatted and drank together. They were enjoying themselves too much that they completely disregarded Terry. However, Terry still stuck with Zhao Hai. He was like honey sticking on skin. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what Terry was trying to do, but he knew that the more Terry does this, the more he showed that he had something in his heart. Zhao Hai was now even more certain that Terry wanted to deal with him, probably in this banquet. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown while thinking about this. He really wants to know how Terry plans to deal with him. After all, this is Charlie's mansion. If he wanted to do something to Zhao Hai, it would be very difficult. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed. The banquet was already halfway, but there wasn't any movement. At this moment, there were men and women on the middle of the hall, dancing. Zhao Hai couldn't dance, so he just stayed at the sides with a glass of wine in his hand. Jason sat beside him, as well as Terry. Looking at the dancing men and women, Jason couldn't help but look disdainfully as he said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, I heard that you have 3 fiancés. Moreover, people said that they are quite the beauties. Is Megan, one of the 2 imperial flowers, the most attractive one?" Zhao Hai looked at Jason. To be honest, Zhao Hai really enjoyed chatting with the guy. Jason didn't act like a noble. He was more like Zhao Hai's friends back on Earth. Those types who always give you bad influence. This made Zhao Hai feel interested in him. Upon hearing Jason's question, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What? You're jealous? I tell you, don't rely on your height, nor your face too much. When it comes to female interaction, you are very far from me." Jason scowled at Zhao Hai. "You're too proud. I don't believe that with my character and appearance, I would be worse than you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's the matter? Now that you can't beat me with quality, you battle me in quantity? In that case, you have me beat." However, other nobles already know about you. And since we're talking about character, look at that guy over there. If he heard you just now, he would be laughing so hard that his golden teeth would fall off. Then he pointed to an old noble on the other side of the hall. "In the Ark continent, Having gold teeth was starting to get popular. The man that Zhao Hai pointed to was intently watching the noble women dancing on the hall with an open mouth. Saliva was flowing out, enough amount for 100 people to watch in their entire lives. He looked very dreadful. Jason was drinking when Zhao Hai pointed towards the old noble. When he saw the old man, he couldn't help but spew out the liquid in his mouth. He choked again and again while Zhao Hai laughed at the side. Terry looked at Jason and Zhao Hai's scene and couldn't help but feel disdain. At the same time, he couldn't understand what Megan found in Zhao Hai. To Terry, there was nothing good about this man. After quite some time, Jason recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This fellow, he was just quite an ordinary man before, how can he be?" Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Secretly perverted, right?" When he heard what Zhao Hai said, Jason's eyes went bright as he said, right, secretly perverted, ha ha ha, you really know your stuff. I guess you're quite knowledgeable about yourself." Zhao Hai scowled and said, "Get lost, and take your smelly mouth along with you. I can't bear hearing anything from it anymore." "Right, while waiting for God's grace day, do you have any plans? Will you join the daily banquets in the capital? What do you plan to do? How about going to the sea with me while enjoying the view?" Jason didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a proposal. He stared. At the same time, he felt strange. He only knew Zhao Hai for a bit less than 2 hours, but it felt like he knew him for dozens of years. Jason has never met anyone this rude to him. This made him really surprised. But he immediately replied, "Good, then I'll go with you to the sea. I'll take this chance to see how you do your business so that I can overthrow you in the future." Zhao Hai frowned at him and said, "Go on, if you have the ability then I'd be happy." "Alright, when it's time to go, I'll have someone inform you. At that time, you must not decline." Jason actually knit his brows and he said, "That may be hard to say, you know my status, I'm not as free as you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, but if you have time, do tell me, I'll take you out. If you don't have any, then forget it. I want to find someone to play with. You're quite fortunate that I haven't found one yet." Jason also knew Zhao Hai's situation. He just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed the Crown Prince and Charlie heading towards the backyard, probably to discuss something. Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he ordered care in his mind to pay attention to their situation. Zhao Hai also paid attention to Laura and the others, who were still with Lizzie. They were all beautiful women, so they were very noticeable inside the hall. Many men passed by, asking them to dance, only to be disappointed when they got refused. After a while, a servant came by their side and spoke a few words to Lizzie. Lizzie stood up and said a few words to Laura and the others before leaving. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in Lizzie. He already had 3 fiancées. He was already satisfied. He also thought that Lizzie's status wasn't something that he could handle. At this moment, Zhao Hai was really hating himself for not knowing how to dance. Otherwise, he would have invited Laura and the others. Unfortunately, the past Adam wasn't very good at dancing. Because of this, nobody asked him to dance during parties. And adding on to the fact that he didn't like to practice dancing, this made dancing even more foreign to him. There was nothing else to say about Zhao Hai. Back on Earth, he was just a nerd. At the same time, there was almost nobody who practiced traditional dance. If he went up to people while jumping around, he would certainly get strange looks. Zhao Hai couldn't help but regretfully sigh. He thought that he was a bit unfair to Laura and the others. Girls generally want to attend the dances in a banquet. They liked showing off their graceful side. But it was a pity that Zhao Hai didn't know how to dance, so they can only sit on the sides. Jason noticed Zhao Hai's appearance. He smiled faintly and said, "What's the matter? You want to dance with your fiancés? Then why don't you go over and invite them?" Zhao Hai looked at him with a blank look. You don't need to mind my business. If I don't want to dance, then I won't dance. I quit dancing a long time ago." Jason looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked face. "You won't dance? Or is it that you can't dance? Isn't that the most basic lesson that is taught to all nobles? Why can't you do it?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The one who my family asked to teach me was an old man. I like pretty girls at that time, and wasn't interested in the old man. Because of that, I had the old man chased away. From then on, nobody dared to teach me how to dance." When Jason heard Zhao Hai's response, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother, you're very good. I didn't think of that. It's a great idea, chasing the teacher away. I'll try that next time." Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and shifted his attention towards the men and women who were dancing in the middle. "This Jason really brings you bad influence." At this time, a servant arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mr. His Highness is waiting in the backyard. He has sent for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Jason, "I'll have to go." Then he turned to Terry and said, "Brother Terry, I'll be leaving for a moment." Terry smiled and said, Go, we will wait for you here." Maybe it was just in Zhao Hai's mind, but Terry actually sounded overly enthusiastic. This confused Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also raised his guards up. Zhao Hai walked towards the backyard along with the servant. The servant took 2 turns and 3 more before they arrived at a small room. After Zhao Hai sat down, the servant poured him a cup of tea before saying, "Please wait here, Mr. His Majesty will first escort the Crown Prince away before he will come here." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the servant and said, "The Crown Prince is leaving?" The servant nodded and said, "He is. Since His Highness the Crown Prince is leaving, His Highness the Third Prince is going to escort him. I'll have to ask Mr. to wait a bit." Zhao Hai deeply looked at the servant's eyes. After serving him tea, the servant immediately withdrew from the room. The reason why Zhao Hai stared at the servant was because the servant was lying. Kair just told him that Charlie was still chatting with the Crown Prince. This meant that the Crown Prince was still not leaving. Why did he lie? What does he want to do? Zhao Hai was full of questions in his heart. If it wasn't for the servant being familiar with Charlie's mansion, Zhao Hai would have thought that the man was the Crown Prince's subordinate, but seeing how the servant led him as well as his familiarity with serving the mansion's tea, Zhao Hai was even more confused. At this time, Kair suddenly told Zhao Hai that the servant didn't walk away. Instead, he just hid in the corner of the courtyard, making sure that nobody would notice him. Zhao Hai now understood why the servant didn't close the door. This was in order to see his situation. Zhao Hai was now even more skeptical about the identity of the servant. What was he planning to do? Chapter 462, Hallucinogen. While Zhao Hai was confused, Kair gave another report. She said that the servant looked quite anxious. Moreover, he kept staring at the cup of tea on the table. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the cup on the table. After he arrived at the room, he didn't receive any attacks. There weren't any disturbances, nor are there any other actions. The other party couldn't just call him to the room and just do nothing. There should be something here. The only thing left was the cup of tea. Zhao Hai lifted the cup and took a small sip. He wanted to see whether there was something strange with this cup of tea. He wanted to know if the tea was the method that the enemy has thought to deal with him. When the liquid entered his mouth, a prompt from the space was heard. Relatively strong hallucinogen detected. Can heavily affect a human body, may even cause memory loss afterwards. Extracting poison qualities. Strengthening insecticide. Curing the host's poison. Zhao Hai was shocked. He didn't think that the servant would be giving him a cup of hallucination drugs. Although there was no specific description from the space, he knew quite well that this was a cup also has some hint of aphrodisiac, and it seems like it had a strong potency. Zhao Hai placed the cup down slowly. He really didn't know why the other party would do this. Do they want to smear his image? However, Zhao Hai wanted to see the entire play completely. He wanted to see how the opposite party would deal with him. Therefore, after he drank from the cup, he pretended to have a dizzy appearance. He kept shaking his head and then leaned on the wall after a moment, pretending to have fainted. At this time, the servant appeared. He looked at Zhao Hai and pulled out a short sword from his body. He pointed it towards Zhao Hai's leg, checking to see if Zhao Hai really fainted. However, this servant didn't use any battle chi. Although the clothes that Zhao Hai wore were from the Kelsey family, he also used the armor that Laura gave him underneath. Naturally, ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to pass through, halting the advance of the servant's short sword. Although it had been blocked by the armor, it was still very painful. Even then, Zhao Hai still feigned unconscious. The servant was stunned, but he immediately knew that Zhao Hai must have worn protective clothing. He couldn't help but whisper, "Attending a banquet while wearing protective armor, what a coward." Then he shook Zhao Hai. No matter how much he shook Zhao Hai, the body was still very unconscious. Seeing this, the servant said, "He should be awake right now." Did he overdose? Zhao Hai already knew that the drugs that the other party used wasn't a sleeping pill. However, the dose that was presented was indeed too much. Kair already calculated when he will wake up. She would certainly tell Zhao Hai when the time arrives. While Zhao Hai was waiting, the servant carried Zhao Hai and walked for a while. At this time, Zhao Hai moved slightly and opened his dizzy eyes. He looked very unfocused, just like when someone sleepwalked. Additionally, his breathing was also very heavy while his face was red. Naturally, these conditions were achieved thanks to Kair's help. He wasn't an actor. If he only depended on his own acting, he wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. The servant looked at Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but whisper, "It seems like I put a bit more of the drug. This drug is really powerful. You're lucky you even woke up." Then Zhao Hai reached in front of a room's door, after which he was pushed in. Then the servant closed the door, making the people inside the room unable to see him. Zhao Hai stared, but he knew that the servant must be listening outside. While pretending to still be under the effects of the drug, Zhao Hai quickly scanned the room. It was a very ordinary guest room. At first glance, one could see that this was where Charlie assigned his guests who he didn't deem that important. The room was divided into two parts, the bedroom and the small living room. While standing in the living room, one could see the bedroom. There was only a screen separating the two. Looking at the bedroom, Zhao Hai was certain that there was another person lying inside. The person's breath was very smooth, was probably already asleep. Zhao Hai understood a bit now. The other party wanted to lead him to this room after giving him the hallucinogen, and with the added aphrodisiac, they would wait until Zhao Hai does something to the person in the bedroom before coming in while he was doing the deed. Now he understood why Terry stuck with him the entire time. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would do something out of his calculations. He also understood why Terry seemed happy when he was called over by the servant. It was actually because of this. He can imagine that if he really was affected by the drug, after some time, Terry would bring Megan here to see the situation. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai's anger couldn't help but flare up. The other person really wanted to ruin him. However, he was still curious. He was sure that the other person on the bedroom must have fainted. Otherwise, there was no way for the person to not wake up with how much ruckus he has made. Zhao Hai was now curious about what sort of woman the other party prepared for him. If the woman's quality was poor, then Zhao Hai was sure that Megan and the others would surely know that it has been faked with just a glance. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai staggered towards the edge of the bed and looked into who was in it. The woman in the bed was still wearing her gown, and the bed's blanket was arranged in such a way that only her eyes can be seen. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the person lying on the bed was actually awake. Zhao Hai was startled. He carefully looked at the eyes of the opposite party. Her eyes clearly expressed a panicked expression. Even with that, She still lied there motionless. Zhao Hai was able to confirm that the other party was indeed under medication as well, but the medicine given was different. It should be the paralyzing drug, the type of medicine that makes one's body unable to move while still being conscious. Zhao Hai really wished that he could immediately kill Terry right now, but he knew that this shouldn't only be the idea of Terry alone. The Crown Prince certainly had a hand in it as well. Otherwise, the Crown Prince wouldn't chat with Charlie privately right now. Zhao Hai raised the blanket gently, but what Zhao Hai saw made him freeze. This was because the person on the bed was none other than Princess Lizzie. Zhao Hai felt his scalp become numb. The hairs on his body were all standing up. He finally understood that the other party's aim this time was not only him, but Charlie as well. Consider this: if the other party's plans were to be executed perfectly, having Charlie's subordinate, one he placed extreme importance on, the princess, not only will Zhao Hai be ended, Charlie will be ended as well, including Princess Lizzie. One arrow, three birds. This move was really ruthless. Princess Lizzie was panicking when she saw Zhao Hai. She was called over by a servant, telling her that Charlie has something to ask her. Lizzie didn't doubt the servant and immediately followed him. Then the servant led her to a small living room while serving her a cup of tea. After giving her the tea, the servant told her to wait for Charlie since he still has to escort the Crown Prince. Because Lizzie had drank some liquor at the banquet, she immediately took the cup and drank the tea, but she didn't expect her body to become unresponsive. She felt as though her body didn't belong to her anymore. She couldn't even move a single finger. The only saving grace was the fact that she was still conscious. Then the man brought her to the bed and covered him with the blanket. The man who held him wore black clothes, so she wasn't able to recognize him. When the person left, Lizzie became more and more frightened as time passed by. She didn't know what would happen to her. While lying on the bed, she felt like minutes had turned into years. All of a sudden, she could hear footsteps. Then a person entered the room. He entered the room and came into Lizzie's sight. Surprisingly, the person was actually Zhao Hai, but Lizzie also recognized the state that Zhao Hai was in. He looked very strange. His facial expression was not right. His face was also flushed. Lizzie knew that he had been drugged as well. Lizzie was not stupid. She was the 9th princess. She knew that she had no chance of inheriting the throne, so she made sure to care less about the battle for succession. However, among her several elder brothers, her relationship with Charlie was the best. When she saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she instantly knew what was going on. But even if she has thought everything out, her heart still felt very uncomfortable, knowing that she had been used by her elder brother. When Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, he also understood what was going on. He looked at Lizzie, and then he suddenly moved forward. He didn't stop before he bumped into a screen. Then it became displaced, enough to cover the view towards the bedroom. Seeing that the bedroom was now blocked, Zhao Hai's appearance changed. He no longer had his intoxicated face. He went to Lizzie's side and smiled faintly. He gave a bow before he whispered, "I've troubled Her Highness. Please wait for a moment. I will immediately get you an antidote." Then he waved his hand as a bottle appeared. Inside the bottle was a transparent liquid. He immediately guided Lizzie's body to drink the antidote. After feeding Lizzie some special water, Zhao Hai then told her in a low voice, "Princess, when the effects disappear, I must ask you to not shout. Don't make any noise. Cooperate with me in performing a play." Upon finishing the bottle, Zhao Hai put it away. Then he turned around and placed his hands over a piece of cloth. With a bit of effort, he tore the cloth and then pretended to breathe heavily and with escalating intensity. He also made an effort to make the tearing of the cloth much louder. While he tore a few cloths and breathed heavier and heavier, Zhao Hai also kept shaking the bed that Lizzie lied on. The bed issued a sound of being rocked up and down. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had care monitor the servant outside. True enough, when the servant heard Zhao Hai's noise, He gave a nod before walking away. Seeing that the servant has gone, Zhao Hai retrieved the cloths that he tore before looking at Lizzie and said, "Princess, please get up quickly. You must get away." Chapter 463, Drinking Liquor While Waiting. At this time, Lizzie was able to move, but she was somewhat embarrassed. When she heard Zhao Hai's noises, she couldn't help but lower her head while she blushed. She slowly sat up from the bed and then got up. Although she can already move, her movements were still quite stiff. However, Zhao Hai believed that she can still manage. When Lizzie stood up, Zhao Hai immediately went forward to hold her and had her sit down on a chair. When Zhao Hai's hand touched Lizzie, her body couldn't help but tremble gently. She quickly became calm while feeling a sense of security. 1. Zhao Hai didn't know about any of these. He turned to Lizzie and whispered, "Your Highness, when you recover your strength, you should immediately leave the room. You must do so before the other party arrives." Then he took a step back before tidying up the bed. At this time, Lizzie had already recovered. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Will Mr. not go with me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When acting in a play, it was natural to see it to the end. As long as your Highness is all right, then their moves are all useless. Your Highness should quickly leave. Moreover, the farther you are from here, the better. When the other party brings people over here later, you can follow them." Lizzie stared at Zhao Hai and then gave a bow. "Lizzie needs to thank Mr. Lizzie will certainly no forget this favor." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness is too polite." "Your Highness, please." Lizzie nodded. Then she turned around to leave the room. Zhao Hai already checked. The servant had already left. Therefore, Lizzie was free to leave. Nobody will be able to spot her. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of reaction the other party would make when they see the present situation. After they took care of the bed, Zhao Hai rearranged the screen of the bedroom before he sat down on the living room. He placed a bottle of liquor on the table along with several types of snacks. The only thing that people can see here was a man enjoying his liquor and snacks all by himself. While he was enjoying himself, the servant who left when he heard Zhao Hai's noises already left far away, afraid that somebody would see him on the scene. He was currently waiting for time. The medicine that he gave Lizzie was something that would get weaker as time passes by. When the time that Lizzie recovers came, he would execute the next phase of the plan. This way, when the people arrive at the room, they would be seeing Lizzie struggling against the assault of Zhao Hai. The servant was very confident in his plan, but he was still very careful about being spotted. Because of this, he stayed far away from the room where Zhao Hai was. He wasn't aware that Lizzie has already left. When the time that he calculated came, he felt that it was time to execute the next phase. So he shouted loudly, "Not good, not good." The princess is missing. Although he couldn't be seen, his voice still reached every single person inside the hall. Everyone stopped what they were doing and became startled. When Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was called over by a servant, they immediately knew that something wasn't right. This scene was obviously directed at Zhao Hai. The complexion of Laura and the others couldn't help but change. People stood up and walked away. Megan gave a glance at Terry and saw a smug look on his face. Megan immediately knew that this event was certainly Terry's doing. Megan couldn't help but bite her lip as she stared intensely at Terry. Then she followed Laura as the group headed out. 2. Terry was too proud to not notice Megan's look. If he did, nobody knew what he would be thinking. On the other hand, when Charlie heard the servant's voice, his face couldn't help but drop. The servants in his mansion were well trained. Even if Lizzie did indeed go missing, they would certainly refrain from shouting and causing such a ruckus. This shout certainly didn't come from the people of his mansion. If it was indeed someone from his mansion, then the servant was certainly bought over by another person. While thinking about this, Charlie couldn't help but turn his head to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed a smug look, but the Crown Prince still pretended to change his expression. He stood up and said, "Younger sister, how can younger sister have an accident?" Then he also walked outside. Charlie's face couldn't help but express his anger. Then he became worried. He knew that he had been negligent. This was his residence, and he didn't manage to see that a plan has been spun inside. Charlie immediately followed the Crown Prince. At this time, the nobles who were in the hall were also heading towards the backyard. At this time, Terry was in the middle, talking to a servant. Charlie and the Crown Prince arrived. When Terry saw the two of them arriving, he released the servant and then gave a bow. "Your Highness Crown Prince, Your Highness Third Prince, this servant just came in for a report." Charlie looked at the servant and couldn't help but stare. The servant was actually from his residence. He had seen him before, but he didn't think that this man was already owned by the Crown Prince. At the same time, Charlie's heart sank. He knew that for the Crown Prince to give up such an important piece, then an appropriate result must have been achieved. It seems that things wouldn't be good after this day. Charlie wanted to see who was being framed from the crowd. He believed that those who were involved shouldn't be among these people. When he saw that Zhao Hai wasn't in sight, Charlie's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Charlie's heart sank even further. He didn't care about any other person other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was too important for his future plans. He just couldn't leave him behind. At this time, the Crown Prince opened his mouth and asked, "What happened?" Terry looked at the third prince and said, "The princess told the servant that she was tired, so she thought of going back to take a rest." It was this servant who followed her, but he was surprised when he suddenly woke up in the backyard. It was at that time that he shouted. Charlie looked at the servant and said, "Is this true?" The servant lowered his head and said, "When the princess told me that she was tired, I led her to the backyard in order to take a rest, but when we arrived, I was hit and fainted. After that, I had no further memories." Charlie coldly looked at the servant. He didn't think of scolding him. It was already useless at this time. This scenario was certainly arranged by the Crown Prince's group. Charlie had no choice but to see how it plays out. The Crown Prince did give Charlie a chance to ask any more questions. He immediately commanded, "Immediately look around the mansion, see if the princess is still inside." However, the nobles didn't actually move. These matters aren't something that they can meddle in. Moreover, this was Charlie's mansion. They cannot just wander around here. They weren't fools, therefore they stood in their original place and didn't take a single step forward. At this time, another servant suddenly yelled, "Your Highness, I just saw a person holding the princess and headed somewhere." As if in coordination, the Crown Prince immediately asked, "Who is it? Who did you see?" The servant looked at Charlie and pretended to be afraid. "He resembles someone, probably Mr. Zhao Hai." Charlie looked at the servant and saw that he was his mansion servant as well, not someone who just pretended to be one. This made his back sweat. He didn't think that there would be this much traitors inside his mansion. At the same time, when he heard the servant saying that Zhao Hai was holding Lizzie to go into a certain direction, his head couldn't help but feel dizzy. He was very clear that Zhao Hai and Lizzie were certainly framed. Now, he understood the Crown Prince's plan, and this plan had 4 birds as its targets. The first bird was naturally Charlie. If Lizzie had an accident in his mansion, with Zhao Hai being the culprit, Charlie will certainly be ended. Don't say the struggle for the throne. His status as a successor might even be revoked. The second bird was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was well known, and the side that gains his help will certainly increase its strength. Because of this, the second target was naturally Zhao Hai. The third bird was Lizzie. Although Lizzie was only a princess and didn't have a right of inheritance, she was the most favored offspring of the current emperor. If Lizzie suffers an accident, she would be shaming the entire imperial clan. With this, it would be impossible for her to obtain the affection of her father. This was equal to killing Lizzie. And after that, it would be impossible for Lizzie to help Charlie. The fourth bird would be the Kelsey family. Even if the Kelsey family distanced themselves quite well, with Zhao Hai being involved in this mess, it would be impossible for them to not be implicated. Charlie was quite talented in politics. That's why he understood everything in a flash. He couldn't help but turn to look at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince usually does things without much enthusiasm, but when he made a move, the effects would be sky-shattering. Now Charlie understood why Terry and the Crown Prince came together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be cooperating with this performance. When he looked at Jason, Charlie thought that he was surely not involved. Jason was standing amongst the crowd, and as soon as he heard Zhao Hai's name being called out, his expression couldn't help but sink. His expression didn't fit with someone who was involved in the plan. In the end, Charlie couldn't do anything. He can only wish that Zhao Hai was doing well, that he wasn't going according to the other party's plan. But Charlie also knew that the possibility of this happening was minimal. If the Crown Prince's plan failed, then they wouldn't be making such a huge commotion right now. While Charlie was thinking about these, the Crown Prince already had the servant led them towards the room that Zhao Hai was in. Although Zhao Hai was still sitting inside his room, he can still look at the situation through the monitor. He paid attention to everything that was happening. He also saw Lizzie's figure following right behind the group. She currently had a smirk plastered on her face. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile, and then with a serious voice he said, "Pay attention to those two servants. Do not make them escape. Don't make them commit suicide either. We need a potential informant. I must keep them to ask for their personal confession." Kair nodded. 1. New girl. Get. 2. How sinister. Megan can even read everything through his expression. WTF. Chapter 464, I have to see. At this time, the Crown Prince has been led by the servant in front of a door. The servant gestured towards the door and said, "Your Highness, Zhao Hai went here." There was no need for the servant to tell them. They already knew that someone was inside since the lamp was already lit. Laura and the others followed the crowd with worried faces, while the people around them looked at the group with strange looks. These people weren't fools. They clearly knew that Zhao Hai was set up. Because of this, they weren't that surprised by the situation. At this point, the crowd treated the situation as though they were watching a play. Most of these people even took pleasure in seeing another one's misfortune. Soon enough, the crowd has arrived in front of Zhao Hai's room. The Crown Prince imitated a concerned voice. "Is Mr. Zhao Hai inside?" Zhao Hai, who was sitting on his table, just faintly smiled and took a sip of wine. He didn't make a noise. He just waited to see the proud appearances of these people turn the opposite way. When the Crown Prince heard nothing, he seemed to be sure that Zhao Hai was inside. Then he immediately issued a command. "Break in. Let's save Lizzie." Terry came in first and kicked the door open. He gave a shout as he rushed inside the room. When he looked at the scene, he couldn't help but freeze when he saw Zhao Hai inside, drinking wine. At this time, people had also kicked the walls of the room to break in. All of them looked dull at Zhao Hai's scene. Zhao Hai was halfway to drinking his wine. He couldn't help but stop and stare at those who arrived. He slowly placed his wine glass down and stood up. Then he bowed to the stunned princes and said, "Everyone, I'm just hiding in order to enjoy some snacks along with the wine. Why are all of you so anxious?" When Zhao Hai said this, the first who responded was Laura. She couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, she immediately knew that everything was under his control. Charlie was happy to see Zhao Hai. Jason looked at Zhao Hai and then the Crown Prince. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he said, "Kid, you dare hide here and drink without inviting me? Oh, and you even have some snacks from Snack Street." "Your Highness Third Prince, can I have some snacks as well?" Charlie was ecstatic right now. He couldn't help but laugh as well. "You don't have to ask me about this. These are things that Little Hai brought. Little Hai, you may not like the food, but why do you have to drink alone here? At this point, the Crown Prince couldn't take it anymore. Enough, Zhao Hai, where is Lizzie? If something happens to her, you will be held accountable. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the Crown Prince and then calmly replied, I don't know what your highness is talking about. Princess Lizzie's disappearance doesn't have anything to do with me. The Crown Prince coldly replied, someone clearly saw you holding Lizzie. Where is she? Zhao Hai was without expression. Who saw it? Where are they? The Crown Prince turned his head and was surprised. The two servants from Charlie's mansion who led them here actually vanished. The Crown Prince stared. He already knew that this night was his defeat. At this time, Lizzie's voice was heard from behind the crowd. For Big Brother to care about my safety, this really makes me feel glad. Along with her voice, Lizzie also appeared as she slowly walked forward from behind the crowd. She looked at the Crown Prince with a frosty glare. She also looked at Terry before she calmly said, some people came to look for me, saying that third brother wanted to see me. I went with them, but I didn't expect that I would be deceived by that servant. Third brother, your mansion isn't very peaceful. You may want to clean it up. Separate the cats from the dogs, otherwise your house will continue to be chaotic. When he heard Lizzie, the Crown Prince's expression couldn't help but turn complex. At this time Zhao Hai also gave his thoughts. Third Prince, I also think that you should make some changes in this mansion. I was also called over by a servant. He told me that you are also looking for me. He. Charlie's complexion sank as he said, Little Hai, rest assured, I will certainly clean this place up. I've also noticed lately that the mansion hasn't been that peaceful. The Crown Prince's complexion was currently pale. He coldly snorted before turning around to leave. Looking at the Crown Prince leaving, Charlie didn't move a single step. Since the other party didn't consider his face, then there was no reason for him to be polite. The guests who Charlie invited didn't know what they needed to do. Some of them followed the Crown Prince in leaving, while some of them remained. Charlie didn't think that those who remained were people on his side. He was not naive. He knew that they only stayed because they were afraid of offending him. But Charlie didn't care. One can win against 1,000, and Zhao Hai was that one. If all these nobles left, Charlie wouldn't bat an eyelid. However, he still needs to deal with this situation. So Charlie asked everyone return to the hall to eat and drink. The crowd returned to the hall, but with lesser enthusiasm in their faces. Zhao Hai didn't return with them. He just stayed in the room and drank liquor with Jason. Laura and the others didn't go as well. They kept Zhao Hai company. Most surprisingly, Lizzie also stayed. Zhao Hai and Jason sat in the table and drank while Laura and the others chatted on the side. Jason looked at the group of women and then to Lizzie before he leaned over to Zhao Hai and said, Brother, what happened? Did something really happen earlier? Why does Princess Lizzie keep looking at you strangely? 1. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. I almost got into an accident. If it really happened, I would be dead right now. Naturally, he whispered as well. After Jason heard him, he placed his wine glass in the table before looking at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Did they really plot against you? Zhao Hai snorted. I won't deceive you in this matter. This matter has something to do with Terry. When I went to buy some things with Megan a few days ago, he always gives me the wrong kind of gaze. I didn't expect that he would act this fast. HMPH. I thought that he would hold back. I didn't think that he would actually be so anxious. With this matter, I need to be more vigilant from now on. If I didn't manage to deal with today's incident, not only me, but the third prince and Princess Lizzie would have been ended. Jason coldly snorted. You're thinking too simply. Not just the third prince and Princess Lizzie, the Kelsey family would be implicated as well. Also, your Buddha clan would be finished. After that, your clan wouldn't have any place to settle in the continent anymore. Zhao Hai snorted. Jason then seriously said, I didn't think that Terry would be this much of a sinister villain. But Little Hai, you should also know that you have offended the Crown Prince as well. You should prepare yourself. Zhao Hai sneered. If not for today's matter, will he still let me off? I'm now on the third prince's side. I am already the Crown Prince's enemy. Him letting me off would actually be more strange. Jason sighed, and then didn't talk anymore. Zhao Hai also knew that Jason didn't have anything to add on this matter. He then looked at Jason and with a serious voice, he said, Jason, I'm telling you today that it wouldn't be good for you if you stay close with their group. Be careful when you meet them next time. Jason nodded, and then continued to drink liquor with Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were still on the side and just chatted with each other. Before long, Charlie came in. The banquet was already over. Because the atmosphere has been ruined, he decided to end the banquet sooner than he planned. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and Jason as he smiled and said, you two are getting too comfortable drinking here. Right, Little Hai, come over for a moment. I have something to tell you. Zhao Hai nodded and then placed his wine glass down. Jason placed his glass down as well as he turned to Charlie and said, Your Highness, it's already quite late. I'll be heading back as well. Charlie didn't stop him. He smiled to Jason and said, all right, if you have time, you can come back here and visit. Jason nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, if you have time, go to my family's fort and look for me. You should know that I don't have much friends in Carson City. When the time comes, you should ask me for a drink. Zhao Hai nodded and then smiled. Of course. You should prepare a nice wine to drink. Jason smiled. No, number. My liquors wouldn't compare to yours. You prepare the liquor while I handle the side dishes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then prepare to hear my knock on your door. I'll be bringing some good wines. The two of them laughed before Jason proceeded to leave Charlie's mansion. Looking at the departing Jason, Charlie smiled and said, Zhao Hai, I didn't think that Carson City's foul-mouthed Jason would actually find a friend in you. I didn't expect you being able to handle his words. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Honestly, I like his character. It's just that there aren't a lot of people who wanted to handle the truth. That's why they cannot bear with him. Fortunately, I am the opposite. That's why I can become friends with him. Lizzie, who was close by, couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Megan also spoke to her about Zhao Hai's personality. When she heard what Zhao Hai said, she couldn't help but turn to Megan and see her infatuated face watching Zhao Hai. Charlie nodded and said, all right, let's go somewhere else. Lizzie, you should go back. Lizzie actually shook her head and said, no, I won't head back. Third brother, with today's matter, I'm quite afraid of my safety. I must go with you. Charlie looked at Lizzie and thought deep inside that the root of the matter was still him. Because he implicated Lizzie, there was no reason for him to refuse her request. Charlie sighed and said, all right, come with me. The group went on to head towards the courtyard living room. John Yinmi and the others were also waiting for them there. Laura and the others didn't leave. They went along with Zhao Hai and entered the room. Charlie didn't stop them. After the group sat down, Charlie turned to Zhao Hai and Lizzie and asked, tell us what happened earlier. Zhao Hai and Lizzie then told Charlie and the others what happened to them. The more Charlie listened, the more ugly his expression became. He didn't think that the Crown Prince would be this ruthless. If his plan succeeded, the consequences would be extremely dreadful. Charlie couldn't help but appreciate Zhao Hai deep down. After giving his report, Zhao Hai waved his hand as two people appeared. These people were naturally the two servants. Charlie looked at the two servants and couldn't help but stare. John and the others stared at Zhao Hai as well. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai's space could actually store living beings. But soon, they understood what was going on when Zhao Hai said, tell your identities to His Highness. The two nodded and then continued to tell Charlie who they are. They being the son's servants was true, however, their parents' identities were something that the Crown Prince has arranged. Charlie's head steward was already bought over by the Crown Prince, so he faked these servants' identities. They weren't actually the sons of Charlie's servants, but the Crown Prince's servants instead. Charlie and the others already knew by now that these two have been made into advanced level undead. They sighed at Zhao Hai's viciousness, but at the same time, they also developed more confidence in Zhao Hai's strength. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this skilled, being able to easily turn people into advanced level undead. After the servants revealed their background, Charlie became startled. The stewards was actually someone that Charlie looked up to. He didn't think that the person was actually a traitor. Charlie coldly snorted and said, "I will take care of them slowly." Today's matter was really close. Luckily, Little Hai had been extremely vigilant. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. "Little Hai, how did you know that the cup had hallucinogens in it?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "How? I am a dark mage." Dark mages who didn't use poisons are very rare. In front of an expert in poisons, their move was too easy to spot. Charlie couldn't help but laugh. The others smiled at Zhao Hai as well. They didn't know about the space, but a dark mage's reputation regarding poisons was something every person in the continent knew. Therefore, they didn't express suspicion in Zhao Hai's testament. After laughing, Charlie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do next? Do we have to swallow this time's humiliation?" Zhao Hai sneered. "Suffer a loss without retaliation? How is that possible?" "From what I see, Derry going along with the Crown Prince was certainly something that they have planned all along. They are quite confident in dealing with us, but unfortunately for them, their good luck has finally run out. Since they made the first move, I won't be polite anymore." "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will personally take care of it. Let's see how strong this millennium-old Robert family really is." When they heard Zhao Hai, Megan knew that Zhao Hai was now fully intent in exterminating the Robert family. But Megan didn't say anything. She was on Zhao Hai's side. Moreover, it was Terry who moved first. She will certainly not stop Zhao Hai from doing what he wants to do. Lizzie and Charlie frowned. They were somewhat worried because the strength of an established noble family wasn't something that one could easily challenge. Millennium-old clans in the continent were rarely destroyed completely. Most of these clans only fell from grace because of some sort of internal conflict. Zhao Hai wanting to deal with the entire Robert family was something the two of them thought was impossible. 1. She got baited. Jason, Chapter 465. A brother's thoughts. Zhao Hai looked at their faces and smiled faintly. "Your Highness, don't worry, I will certainly take care. If we continue to let him do these things, more and more families will be joining the Crown Prince's side, and then your hope of getting the throne would get smaller and smaller. I just want those who follows the Crown Prince to know that they won't be safe even if they are a millennium-old clan." Zhao Hai's words sounded crazy. It was something that he was intent on following through. Those who heard it would certainly feel shock. Their hearts would be beating faster. But this reaction wasn't an exaggeration. It was because the people who Zhao Hai wanted to deal with belonged to a millennium-old family. These families were held on being the most powerful forces in the continent. Even royal clans wouldn't dare to offend these families. This was because there are only a few royal clans in the continent, while there are a lot of millennium-old clans. Zhao Hai expressing his intent on waging war with a millennium family made the hearts of those who were present burn with anticipation. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Good, Little Hai, getting hit and not retaliating isn't your style." "Good, good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about this matter. What is most important for you right now is cleaning up your mansion. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to rest freely." Charlie smiled. Rest assured, nothing wrong will happen. But this wouldn't be very simple to fix. However, since they are already exposed, I will slowly take care of these people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good, Your Highness. It's already quite late. I need to go back. I'm afraid that I won't be able to return in the next few days. I'm too busy." Charlie nodded and said, "All right, we have no choice. But if you have some free time, don't forget to come visit." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up, said his goodbyes to Lizzie and then proceeded to leave. Seeing that Zhao Hai was going to leave, Lizzie immediately stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. "Mr. Zhao Hai, will I meet you at the Imperial Banquet?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Lizzie would ask him about this, but he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. With my status, I don't have any qualifications to attend the banquet. Also, I really don't like attending such gatherings." Charlie stared profoundly at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, "If you want to participate, there will be no problem. I can just take you there myself. What do you think? Will you come?" Zhao Hai looked at Charlie and then to Lizzie. He still shook his head and said, "Consider this matter finished. I don't know anyone there. I will just be bored. I also don't like banquets." Charlie nodded and said, "All right, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. You go back first. Come back here if you have time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led Laura and the others to leave. Lizzie looked at Laura and the others who were following Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but feel envy. Charlie looked at Lizzie's expression. He sighed in his heart and murmured, "Little Hai is really too outstanding. It seems like he would have more wives in the future. He is the Buddha clan's patriarch, and his clan doesn't have that much members. I'm certain that he will get many wives, to increase the family's branches as much as possible." Charlie said this intentionally because since Zhao Hai rescued Lizzie, Lizzie might hold a special sentiment towards Zhao Hai inside her heart. Charlie knew that if this sentiment were to evolve, it would turn into love. He said this because he wanted Lizzie to lose heart. Charlie was very clear about how much pride Lizzie held inside her heart. She will certainly not agree to marry someone who had other women. If Zhao Hai married before, then Lizzie wouldn't have anything to say. However, if Zhao Hai wanted to marry others in the future, it was certain that Lizzie wouldn't be able to accept it. Charlie wanted Lizzie to understand that Zhao Hai will certainly have more wives in the future. When she heard Charlie's words, Lizzie's complexion changes slightly before quickly recovering. However, Charlie knew that his words were already received. Charlie didn't say anything else on this topic. He turned to Lizzie and said, "Lizzie, now that Big Brother has already erased his consideration for us, you need to be more careful." "Right, I really didn't want this to happen, but Big Brother actually included you in his plots. I apologize deeply for this." Lizzie shook her head and said, "No, third brother, this matter isn't yours to blame. I just didn't expect him to do such a thing. Third brother, starting today, I will strongly support you." Charlie smiled bitterly. "Forget it. The reason why father likes you is because you never cared about these things. If you participate, I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep your current status." "It's alright, no need to worry about your third brother. Nobody bullies your third brother and lives comfortably later." Lizzie stared at Charlie. She didn't say anything more about this matter. She just gave a small salute before saying, "Third brother, I will be heading back." Then she turned around to leave. In Rosen Empire, after a prince has grown up, then he must construct his own palace outside. This rule didn't apply to princesses. They would be staying inside the imperial palace before getting married. If she was favored, the emperor would bestow her a residence in the palace, allowing her to stay in the palace along with her husband. If you aren't favored, the princess can only leave the palace to live with her husband. Zhao Hai still wasn't married. Lizzie wasn't engaged as well. Because of this, she still lived inside the imperial palace. Seeing Lizzie leave, Charlie couldn't help but sigh. He pained for Lizzie's well-being. She's a kind-hearted woman and sensible as well, but she was also a bit arrogant and would never put an average man in her eyes. Zhao Hai saving her today certainly left a big impact. Moreover, Zhao Hai's beautiful handling of the situation made Lizzie change her thoughts about him. The only issue about this was that Zhao Hai had already 3 fiancés, but it looks like it would be 4. This is because Laura had near always right by her side. Due to this, Charlie cannot propose to Lizzie the matter of marrying Zhao Hai. From Charlie's point of view, Zhao Hai's strength was worthy of Lizzie. If Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of fiancés, then Charlie would be happy to see their marriage. In the end, he was an older brother who didn't want someone to hurt his little sister. Charlie didn't want to see her sister fighting with other women for the favor of his husband. Zhao Hai didn't think of any of these right now. He was currently sitting inside his carriage along with Laura and the others. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how are planning to deal with Derry?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Bring the Robert family down from their position as one of the top families in the continent. If they really wanted to deal with me, then I will exterminate them." Laura nodded. Then she said, "Brother Hai, so how are we going to do it?" Zhao Hai looked outside the window and then said, "Rest assured, no need to worry about it. I have already sent a Bloodhawk out, letting the space map out the entire Rosen Empire. Then when we return, Megan, I will have to ask your family to map out all of the Robert family's businesses inside the Empire." Megan nodded. To be honest, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Robert family before this day, she would certainly try her best to stop him. The Robert and Kelsey families always had a good relationship from generation to generation. But what Terry did today was excessive. Zhao Hai wanting to make an action against the Robert family was quite normal. Zhao Hai then said, "Also, tell father and grandfather about what happened earlier. Make them prepare. If the Robert family really wants to fight with us, then the Kelsey family must be ready to take over the Robert family's businesses." Megan nodded and said, "Be careful, Brother Hai. The Robert family is a millennium-old clan. They are not that easy to deal with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. Now that he has a plan, he certainly won't make the Robert family's life any easier. His carriage immediately returned to Dark Soldier Fort, because it was already late, except for the guards and the servants who worked the night shift. Everybody has already rested. Zhao Hai didn't want to disturb anyone. He went directly to his courtyard before going into the space to rest. Tonight, Charlie invited the Kelsey family to the banquet, but Randolph didn't send anyone. This was to show the other people that the Kelsey family wasn't supporting Charlie yet. Zhao Hai and Charlie might be partners, but Zhao Hai's matters have nothing to do with the Kelsey family. Another reason was because Megan was already planning to attend. Although Megan was engaged to Zhao Hai, the two still weren't married. Therefore, Megan can act on behalf of the Kelsey family, making sure that Charlie didn't get offended while not making other people misunderstand. The night went by without any issues. The next morning, Zhao Hai combed his hair and washed his face before having breakfast with the others. Just as he took a bite, Smith sent someone over to fetch him. Zhao Hai also knew that Smith was already aware of yesterday's matters. It seems like Smith still wanted to ask Zhao Hai about the details. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate. He immediately went to the Rustling Tree Courtyard's living room while being led by the servant. Smith wasn't the only one present. Randolph came as well. After the group gave each other greetings, Randolph had Zhao Hai sit down before asking, "Little Hai, carefully tell us about yesterday's matters." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told Randolph what happened yesterday evening. Zhao Hai's serious voice said, "This matter was certainly orchestrated by the cooperation between Terry and the Crown Prince. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Robert family had already thrown their lot with the Crown Prince. Even if the Robert family didn't, Then Terry certainly did. After Randolph heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "It certainly isn't just Terry lying with the crown prince. It seems like this action was decided by the Robert family itself. Terry is their successor. Him going to the crown prince's side without the approval of the family would be very strange." Smith also nodded. "It seems to be like this. I didn't think that the Robert family would actually support the crown prince publicly. This is really a strange case, Father. Do you think that we should fully support the third prince?" Chapter 466, Going to Jason's home. Randolph shook his head and said, "Consider that matter finished. How the Robert family wants to go with their matters is none of our business. We shall retain our stance with regards to the succession battle. Right, Little Hai? How will you deal with the Robert family?" Randolph knew that Zhao Hai wasn't someone who would suffer without retaliating. With how Terry plotted against him, Zhao Hai will surely not forget this matter. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "In a few days, I will deal with the Robert family. But if they continue to annoy me, then I would have no choice but to exterminate them." Randolph and Smith doesn't know of Zhao Hai's true strength, but when they heard what he said, they couldn't help but knit their eyebrows. They thought that Zhao Hai's words are too boastful. Smith opened his mouth and said, "Little Hai, you need to be careful with millennium-old clans. They aren't that simple. You should know that 9th ranks experts can live more than 1,000 years." Everybody knew that the Robert family had 5 9th rank experts. "But we need to account for the hidden trump cards that they have. You need to act carefully." Zhao Hai nodded. "I will take care. Uncle doesn't need to worry." Smith also knew that Zhao Hai understood what he meant, so he didn't warn him any longer. He just nodded and said, "What are you planning to do today?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I had a great time with Jason yesterday evening. We have become friends. Today, I think I'll head to the Crook family and look for him. At the same time, I might as well give the family some gifts. If those foods go past God's Grace Day, they would certainly taste different." Smith nodded and said, "All right. That's good." Even if the Crook family isn't a millennium-old clan, they are also quite a competent family in Rosen Empire. You should go meet them. Randolph nodded as well. "I really didn't expect you to befriend that boy Jason. That boy's foul mouth is very famous. He has managed to annoy a lot of people, aside from you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Randolph looked at the sky and said, "You should head there early. I also have some matters to take care of. I'll leave first." Then he stood up and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai and Smith escorted him to the exit of the courtyard. After seeing Randolph leave, Smith brought Zhao Hai back to the room. After they sat down, Smith asked, "Little Hai, tell me, do you really have the strength and confidence to deal with the Robert family?" Zhao Hai didn't mince words and directly said, "I'm very confident." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but frown. He didn't believe Zhao Hai. He knew that one couldn't just be confident in this matter. Millennium-old families aren't a joke. Zhao Hai being this confident made Smith think that Zhao Hai was too arrogant. When he saw Smith's expression, Zhao Hai knew what he was thinking. He added, "Uncle, rest assured, if I'm confident, then I can definitely do it. You don't have to worry." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Consider this matter done. Whatever happens, me and Father wouldn't mind it. Do what you can. Know that the Kelsey family is behind you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Uncle. If there's nothing else, then I will leave first." Smith nodded and said, "Go." Zhao Hai stood up. He gave a small salute and went to prepare for his trip to the Crook family. He also prepared the seafood that he was going to gift them. After returning to his place, Zhao Hai discussed his plan to head to the Crook family with Laura and the others. The women didn't oppose. They clearly saw how comfortable Zhao Hai was with Jason. With how the two clicked with each other, how can they possibly oppose? Zhao Hai didn't plan to take Laura and the others today. This time, he only meant to visit the family and give them a gift, so it wouldn't be good if he brought the women along. He had Shu and Shun prepare his carriage before he slowly headed to the Crook family's residence. The Crook family's castle was also constructed outside Carson City. It wasn't that far away from the Kelsey family's place, just a few hills away. It would take an hour of travel before arriving. The small mountain that the Crook family constructed their castle in was quite similar to the Kelsey family, only a bit smaller. There weren't many trees on the hill, and the fort was as large as the fort of the Kelsey family. However, the fort looked a bit newer than the Dark Soldier fort, and it had a very practical design. There was also a small house at the foot of the hill, guarding the road that headed towards the fort. There was a bar on the road as well. When Zhao Hai's carriage arrived, a servant went out of the small house. The servant first examined Zhao Hai's emblem. He was stunned. This was because he hadn't seen this emblem before. However, this servant was well trained. He recognized that the emblem belonged to a count. Although it was insignificant compared to the Crook family, the servant still didn't dare underestimate the person inside the carriage. Before long, the servant arrived at the carriage and gave Shun a bow before asking, "May I know who is the owner of this carriage?" Shun, who was driving the carriage, returned the servant's salute before answering, "Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha." He came to visit young Master Jason Crook. As soon as the servant heard that it was the Buddha clan, he stared for a moment. He has heard about the Buddha clan. Moreover, the way Jason and Zhao Hai interacted last night was also relayed to him. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to visit today. The servant immediately answered, "Mister, please," he said before removing the roadblock. This servant knew that the young master of the family wasn't someone who had a lot of noble friends. For him to befriend the Buddha clan's patriarch was surely a welcome surprise. In a blink of an eye, the obstacles have been removed. The servant gave another bow as the carriage headed up the hill. At the same time, a wind falcon flew up the mountain. When Zhao Hai's carriage arrived at the Crook family's castle, Jason was already there waiting for him. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai getting off the carriage, Jason immediately welcomed him. He laughed and said, "Well, you really came very quickly." Zhao Hai stared at him and said, "What? Am I not welcome? If I'm not, then I might as well leave." Jason held Zhao Hai and said, "Leave? I greeted you in the front door. If you don't leave behind some liquor, then I won't release you." Then he pulled Zhao Hai towards the fort. They didn't notice that the eyes of the guards and the servants were about to pop out of their sockets. In Carson City, Jason was certainly a unique type of person. It was not only the other nobles who thought to, the Crook family as well. He had a foul mouth. His temperament wasn't good as well. Because of this, he didn't have any friends even after all these years. Those who came to the fort always looked for Jason's brothers. None bothered to visit him. Although Jason was good to the family's servants, those servants couldn't be his friends, even if they have a good relationship with him. It was precisely because of this that the people present were quite surprised to see how Jason was very polite to another noble. Even the princes wouldn't receive such face from Jason. After entering the fort, Zhao Hai noticed that even if the fort was as big as the Kelsey family's fort, it lacked the ancient atmosphere. It felt like its history was quite insufficient. Since the fort was as large as Dark Soldier Fort, naturally it also had a special carriage for visitors to ride in when they visit. However, their carriage wasn't as luxurious as the Kelsey family's. It looked very simple. After they entered 3 doors, they finally arrived at a courtyard. Jason brought Zhao Hai to the place that he was staying at. When the two had sat down, Zhao Hai noticed the fruit trees planted in the courtyard and smiled. Interesting. Other people generally wouldn't plant fruit trees inside their courtyards, only some ornamental plants. "This is my first time seeing someone plant fruit trees in theirs." Jason snorted and said, "Why must I be the same with them?" HMPH I actually like planting fruit trees. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't comment anything more. Jason was really a different type of person, much to his liking. Zhao Hai turned to Jason and said, "Right. Is your father inside the fort? I want to pay my respects." Jason looked at the time and said, "At this time, father and grandfather should be in the study handling official business." "All right, let's go see them right now. While we head there, I'll have someone prepare us some dishes. We'll drink after we come back." He stood up and led Zhao Hai to leave the courtyard as they walked towards the main hall. After they left Jason's courtyard, they walked through the middle of the fort and before long, they arrived at the main area. This main area had the same function as the Kelsey family's main area. It was used for official work and not for anyone's residence. Therefore, Jason's father and grandfather should be here at this time, working. When they arrived at the main area's living room, Jason had Zhao Hai sit down before he turned his head towards a servant who served them tea and said, "Go inform father and grandfather that Zhao Hai, the patriarch of the Buddha family, has came to visit." The servant issued a bow and then left. Zhao Hai looked at Jason and smiled. "Your father and grandfather should be quite busy. Why are you so carefree? Do you not manage any affairs of the family?" Jason smiled and said, "I've left it to my steward. Currently, I am learning from father and grandfather." But since God's Grace Day is arriving, the two of them had been very busy. They simply didn't have the time to teach me, thus, explaining my free time. Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "I'm envious that you can be this relaxed. Not like me, who needed to depend on myself. With how tired I am, I'm no better than a deceased person." Jason gave Zhao Hai a look and said, "You have less worries. Nobody monitors you. Unlike me, father and grandfather always watches over me. I actually have little freedom." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Jason was just like him when he was back on Earth. He always complained that he was always watched and was not free at all. But he hasn't thought that this constant watch was also a blessing. If nobody watched over him, he would certainly suffer some hardships. But Zhao Hai also knew that even if he told this to Jason, it will certainly pass through deaf ears. These types of people wouldn't believe you no matter how many times you tell them. They needed to see it themselves before they agree. Chapter 467, Having such a friend is a blessing. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, Jason didn't care. He kept busily talking and drinking tea with Zhao Hai. At this time, sounds of footsteps can be heard from the living room. Before long, people appeared from the living room's door. Zhao Hai and Jason immediately stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the newcomers. The one at the lead was an old person. He looked quite old, but his face was still healthy and full of life. He wore a very gorgeous noble clothing. Although the old man's posture wasn't that straight, his temperament along with his clothes made one unable to underestimate him. Along with the old man was a middle-aged man. The man looked much like Jason, but his face was serious and he also had clear eyes. He seemed like an astute person. At the back of the two was the servant who went to inform them. Jason hastily bowed to the old man and the man. "Grandfather, father, this is the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai." "Little Hai, this is my grandfather, this is my father." Zhao Hai immediately gave a bow and said, "Zhao Hai has met grandfather and uncle." Jason's grandfather and father sized Zhao Hai up before Jason's grandfather smiled and said, "Good, little Jason doesn't have any friends. You should come here often." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I will certainly visit if I have time, but I'm going everywhere all year round. I don't have that much free time. I was only able to come this time because Megan asked me to visit the capital. After this, I won't be here most of the time, but grandfather and father can rest assured, I will be Jason's friend forever." Jason's grandfather nodded. "All right, I feel relieved by your words. But little Hai, I'm just a bit curious. Little Jason talks very frankly. making people of the Rosen Empire quite uncomfortable. How did you become friends with him instead? Can you bear his mouth? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I just like talking with him. I don't see anything wrong with Jason. Although he has a frank attitude, saying everything he thinks about, he is a good person, a good friend. There aren't a lot of people that can handle the truth in these times. Jason's grandfather stared. If those words were said by someone with the same age as him, then it wouldn't have been strange. But the one who said it was actually the same age as Jason. One cannot just have those kinds of thoughts at that age. Jason's father hadn't said anything since coming in the living room. He was just observing Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai said those words, he couldn't help but stare at the young man. Jason's grandfather nodded. Right, nicely said. It's good that you became friends with Jason. Don't go home at noon. Let's go drink together. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, I'll go drink with grandfather and uncle later. Right, little nephew bought some gifts. I'll take them outside so you can have a servant take them away. Then he went towards the door and released the seafood that he prepared for the Crook family. Seafood were rare in the continent, but for a great noble clan like the Crook family, those things aren't foreign. However, the seafood that Zhao Hai took out are much better in quality compared to the ones they have consumed before. After he took out his gift, Zhao Hai turned to Jason and said, Jason, make someone take these away. I have no other good stuff to give. I can only give these seafood to your family. Jason laughed and said, good, good. These are quite delicious. You really do have the best things on hand. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't waste any more time. Go get these to the kitchen immediately. Right. I've also brought some nice liquor. Then he also retrieved several big leather bags, all filled with milk wine. Seeing Zhao Hai and Jason chatting and laughing, Jason's grandfather said, little Jason finally found himself a good friend. He even brought some gifts. Jason's father nodded. I actually didn't think that little Jason would have a friend given that he has that foul mouth of his. I've been worried for this boy. Jason's grandfather smiled. This Zhao Hai child is very good. Ha ha ha. Not many people can handle the truth. Good, good. Then Jason's grandfather continued. I've doubted little Hai before, but now that I see him, he seemed like a good man. To make such a friend, little Jason is surely blessed in his life. Jason's father nodded and sighed. A good friend is quite hard to come by, especially for someone of our status. Jason's luck is really good. At this time, servants came and carried Zhao Hai's gifts towards the storehouse. Zhao Hai and Jason returned to the living room along with Jason's grandfather and father, the two looking at Zhao Hai with gentle gazes. Jason's grandfather looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Hai, think of this place like your house. If you want to come, just come. You don't need to be polite. Zhao Hai smiled. Certainly, grandfather can rest assured. Then Jason's grandfather stood up and said, all right, you young men go play around. Also, remember to not drink too much. You still need to accompany me later at noon. If you don't, I will be all alone later. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. Looking at the two men leaving, Jason turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's head to my courtyard. I have a few snacks there. Let's go have some cups. We don't need to drink much anyway. After pouring 2 cups of liquor, Jason looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Hai, do you consider yesterday's matter finished? Don't you want to deal with Terry and the Crown Prince? Zhao Hai smiled at Jason and said, what? You want to help me? Can you do it? You know the Crook family's standing. It wouldn't be good if you involve yourself in this matter. Don't act carelessly. Jason snorted and said, I become angry every time I think about what happened last night. Not only did they plot against you, they somewhat included me as well. That thought really makes me angry. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I'm not the type of person that would suffer a loss without fighting back." When Jason heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Really? Do you really intend to deal with them? What are you planning to do?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and replied, "I didn't expect that you would have such enmity with them. I don't have a solid plan right now, but rest assured, I certainly won't make them live their lives peacefully. But we must wait for a good time to start." Jason nodded and said, "All right, but you must consider me. If you need my help, don't hesitate to tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai asked Jason, "Why are you so anxious? Let's be clear, if you really want in on my plans, do you really think that your family will agree?" This action would also be seen as joining the battle for succession. Even if you represent yourself, you still have your family behind you. If you really want to join, you need to ask your father and grandfather first. Jason sighed and lifted his glass of wine and took a sip. He turned to Zhao Hai, "You really are in a better position. Whatever you do, nobody would restrict you. You have more freedom." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "While I may be free, I rarely have time to relax. I have to consider my family in all of my actions. I always worry about them wherever I go. Since nobody still has any idea of our location, I can freely act against anyone I want. But if they do find out, I will have more troubles coming my way. Moreover, I also don't want to implicate the Kelsey family in my matters. Megan is already engaged to me. I don't want to be unfair to her. If I manage to bring trouble to the Kelsey family, I will certainly feel sorry." Jason looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Now that you say it, you really are quite good. To be honest, I saw how Princess Lizzie looked at you last night. What would you do if she wants to marry you?" Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Why would she want to marry me? As you can see, I'm only a count, and not even a count of the Rosen Empire. You think Princess Lizzie would marry me? Don't joke around." Jason smiled and said, "That may be possible. Megan's status isn't that low compared to Princess Lizzie, yet she became engaged to you. You must be more confident in yourself." Zhao Hai ridiculed him. "Get lost. Why would I not have confidence in myself? If Princess Lizzie indeed wanted to marry me, then would His Highness the Emperor agree?" A princess getting snatched by a man with several women, in the eyes of the Emperor, this would certainly look bad. Jason nodded. "Indeed, even if Princess Lizzie is willing, His Majesty surely wouldn't agree. Princess Lizzie is his most loved daughter, and her well-being is related to the royal clan's face." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine if I don't wed Princess Lizzie. After all, I already have 3 fiancés. Meg grew up with me, her grandfather is Spirit Wind Green, someone who I treat like a real grandfather. Moreover, they are also very loyal to my Buddha clan. Without Grandpa Green, I wouldn't be able to survive to this day." Laura, for the sake of me, sacrificed her years of work and even fell out with her Markey family. Megan doesn't care about my low family background. She was determined to marry me. Having 3 such fiancés already made me satisfied. Jason looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Your luck is indeed really good. You also have good luck with females, being able to find such good women. I really envy you to death." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't talk back. He agreed with Jason. For him to obtain the approval of Laura and the others was certainly his good luck. Because they needed to drink with Jason's grandfather at noon, the two didn't drink too much liquor. They only drank a small cup as well as eating a few snacks before taking a rest. At lunchtime, the place was very lively. Jason's grandfather not only invited the well-known members of the family, they also introduced each one of them to Zhao Hai. This gave Zhao Hai a big sense of respect for the family. However, in such an occasion, it was impossible for one to both drink and eat too much. Almost everyone was there to chat, and pretend to be polite. Such occasions weren't to the liking of Jason and Zhao Hai. But since this event was made for Zhao Hai, the two of them couldn't just escape midway. They could only stay here. This made Zhao Hai quite impatient. After having lunch, Zhao Hai chatted with Jason for quite a while before saying his goodbyes. Jason escorted Zhao Hai outside the fort and waved him farewell. When Zhao Hai returned to Dark Soldier Fort, the skies were already turning dark. Upon returning to his courtyard, he immediately told Laura and the others about what happened back at Jason's family. The group talked until the skies turned completely black. There were a lot of cards that came, inviting Zhao Hai to various banquets, but since Zhao Hai found them quite bothersome, he didn't participate in any of them. The next day was the day of Rare Purity. Although people still send some gifts, most of them were fully preparing for tomorrow's God's Grace Day. At this time, nobody attended any banquets. Also, it was the Imperial Banquet tomorrow. No noble family held any banquets in these 2 days. On this day, the entire Dark Soldier Fort was also very busy. Everyone was preparing for tomorrow. For a great clan like the Kelsey family, they were very particular in performing the festival and following tradition. Everybody received an itinerary about what to do tomorrow. This was to prevent anyone from being out of the loop. When Zhao Hai's group received their itinerary, they couldn't help but gasp. The day was indeed quite strict. Upon waking up, they would have a particular time to eat their meals before they need to wear appropriate clothing and then proceed to worshipping the ancestors. What to wear as well as to which ancestor they would go first was clearly written. It was as though the family was afraid that anyone might make a mistake. For a clan like the Kelsey family, worshipping the ancestors was a grand matter. If a mistake was made in worshipping the ancestors, that person would receive huge fines and have their status in the family affected. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a person of the Kelsey family, he was still placed under Smith's umbrella. If he makes a mistake, Smith would be penalized. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no choice but to prepare well for tomorrow. At the same time, Zhao Hai also made care monitor the entirety of Dark Soldier Fort. If somebody was thinking of causing trouble with him, he made sure that Care would report to him. He was really afraid that Juan and Third Grandfather might bring him trouble when he goes to worship the ancestor. Fortunately, Juan and Third Grandfather also placed great importance to the ceremony. They don't wish to smear the faces of the ancestors. It would not only be unfair to the ancestors, it might also bring the family bad luck for the following year. Because of this, they didn't make any plans against Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai very relieved. Chapter 468, Goodbye to Yesterday, Hello to a Better Tomorrow. Zhao Hai's mind was now somewhat confused about the people of the Ark continent. These people act like Westerners on Earth, however, they perform Oriental traditions such as worshipping the ancestors. Worshipping the ancestors is an integral part in Eastern culture. This was because in the East, they believed that after death, their family members' souls will remain and guard the family. Because of this, those who are still alive give their respects to the ancestors, asking them to continue protecting the family. To be honest, people already knew that it was impossible for their ancestors to protect their families. If one turned into a soul, they would have no means of protecting their loved ones. These thoughts aren't only present within great clans, even the imperial clans think of this. Therefore, recently this thought of protection slowly faded away. However, worshipping the ancestors still survived to this day. This was done in order to commemorate one's ancestor, telling them of all the achievements that you've done. It wasn't done in order to request for protection anymore. For a great clan like the Kelsey family, this wasn't the only thing that made this event significant. Worshipping the ancestors also brings a type of cohesion among the family. This will help the family prosper in the future. The entire ceremony was prepared in a strict manner. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Everything needs to be perfect. Zhao Hai went along with Smith during the event. The way the Ark continent worshipped their ancestors was a little different from China. Chinese tradition generally forbade women from attending the ceremony, but in Ark continent, there wasn't such a rule. The event took up half a day before everything was over. In the evening, Randolph led Peter and the others to attend the imperial banquet. To be honest, nobles during God's Grace Day were usually bored. Aside from attending their family banquets, they would also drink and chat with their family members. The atmosphere was not very good as well, which made Zhao Hai dislike the scene. After attending the family banquet that the Kelsey family has held, Zhao Hai immediately led Laura and the others back to Iron Mountain Fort. Compared to the Kelsey family, Iron Mountain Fort was Zhao Hai's genuine family. Therefore, he must attend the fort's evening banquet. At this time, the banquet in Iron Mountain Fort still hasn't started. Green and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. They were currently inside the fort's main square. The square was filled with bonfires. Suspended on the side of them were Argylus and raging bulls. There were also blue-eyed rabbits everywhere. Additionally, there was also an entire blade-scale whale on the side along with the other seafood. Once could say that Green really took out all the good things that they had. Beside each bonfire were big wooden barrels. One could smell the sweet smell of milk wine from the barrels. No matter beastman nor human, all of them wore new clothes while gathering around the bonfires. Nobody touched the food as well as the liquor. All of them were waiting for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai came out of the space and saw this situation, his heart couldn't help but turn warm. Laura and the others were also touched. When Zhao Hai scanned the square, he saw some people missing, so he immediately teleported to Jade Water City and retrieved Muin's family and brought them back to the fort. At this point, as long as the place was mapped on the monitor, Zhao Hai can immediately go there, making teleportation much easier. When Zhao Hai got Muin, Green immediately had the people place the animals on the bonfire. He also had the blade scale whale processed. Dealing with the blade scale whale took a lot of thought. The scales of the whale were taken off. These scales can be used later to store water. They were sharp and sturdy as well. Green already made a few cuts on the body of the fish. He placed seasonings all over them after having its internal organs removed. Burning stones were placed inside the body of the whale. Because of the size of the fish, one could enter its mouth in order to take the stones and reheat them on the bonfires outside. In this way, the whale would be evenly cooked. Before long, the whale was roasted and was ready for eating. As for the Argyli and raging bulls, they didn't need to think much about them. These animals were a staple food for the beastmen. Because of this, cooking them became quite easy. Shortly after, the entire square of Iron Mountain Fort was filled with the aromatic fragrance of roasted meat. When the meats were ready to be eaten, Mrin also had the food they cooked themselves taken out and shared them with everyone. This was also the proposition of Zhao Hai. He knew that the situation of the Buddha clan was different from the others. Other families have servants to handle these types of things while the Buddha clan didn't. To not turn this evening into a barbecue party, Zhao Hai requested Mrin to have people help make 1 or 2 additional dishes that they were adept in cooking. When everyone eats on the eve of God's Grace Day, these dishes would be taken out and shared to everyone. They didn't need to worry about the ingredients of their dishes. Zhao Hai already had everything covered. Mrin didn't want to bother the others about this matter, but she didn't expect them to be excited when she told them about it. Mrin didn't even need to cook anything. The people returned to their homes and prepared their best recipes to have everyone taste it. One couldn't blame these people for their excitement. The initial 100 slaves that they bought in the beginning were no longer slaves. They already settled down and had their own homes in their own land. Everyone's days were flourishing. and it was also the first time that they would experience God's Grace Day since they weren't able to do so before, so it was natural that they would be overly excited. They wanted to return the favor to the Buddha clan in some manner, and this time's task of cooking food was a great opportunity, so they immediately agreed. Beastmen were experts on all kinds of meat dishes while the human slaves were experts in vegetables. This made Zhao Hai speechless for a while. However, this was good, it was God's Grace Day, and everyone was going to be happy in eating their food. Seeing that everything was already prepared, Green slowly walked to the middle of the square and watched the crowd before talking loudly. "Everyone, please calm down." Green's words were very effective. The square immediately quieted down, even the children were looking at Green. They didn't make any noise nor did they move around randomly. Iron Mountain Fort has always been under Green's management. For those slaves, Green was like their leader. It was natural that they would listen to his order. To them, Zhao Hai was a godlike existence. He awed them every time they see him. Seeing that the square has become peaceful, Green said, "Everybody, 1 year ago, we arrived here at Iron Mountain Fort. At that time, the fort was an old worn-out castle. It didn't have anything. We were desperately clinging for our lives. One passed by in a blink of an eye. In the past year, we have created a lot using our 2 hands. We have managed to change our lives. We turned heaven and earth upside down. But everything was given to us by one person. Do you know who that person is?" In almost the same time, everybody said, "The young master." Zhao Hai had his people call him young master. Because of this, the people yelled out young master. They didn't call Zhao Hai by his name nor did they call him patriarch. For them, young master was Zhao Hai's special title. Green nodded and said, "Right, today is God's Grace Day. I know that this is the first time for many of you. I ask the young master to give us a few words." Then he slowly drew back. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Green would make him say a few words. But this place is his domain. He didn't back down. He smiled and stood up before walking to the middle of the square. Before he started to speak, the crowd gave him an applause. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "1 year ago, you all have different identities. Now you are all the people of the Buddha clan. I promised a year ago that you will be able to eat meat every single day, and I managed to fulfill it. However, I didn't do this alone. You've all used your own hands and worked hard every single day in order to achieve this. In behalf of the Buddha clan, this Zhao Hai will express his gratitude." Then he bowed towards the crowd. This move from Zhao Hai scared them. No matter if they were a beastman or a human, all of them started to kneel. Several elderly beastmen even said loudly, "Young master, you should get up quickly. You don't owe us anything. Without you, we would never reach this day. You are our great benefactor, as well as the benefactor for our succeeding generations." At this time, Zhao Hai returned to standing straight. When he looked at the people kneeling down, he smiled and said, "Everyone get up. This is a special day. You don't need to kneel. Quickly get up." Then the crowd stood up. Zhao Hai looked into their eyes and said, "This year, the Buddha clan has been reborn. I've been reborn as well, and so are all of you. This day marks a significant moment in our lives. We shall celebrate a new holiday today, which would be the festival of rebirth. Everyone, raise your glasses of wine. Let's drink together. Let's say goodbye to yesterday and say hello to a good tomorrow. Drink." The crowd followed his instructions and raised their glasses before drinking together with Zhao Hai. The wine tasted especially good. Just like Zhao Hai said, this glass of wine was a farewell to the yesterday as well as a welcome to the new tomorrow. When the liquid warmed their stomachs, the people's eyes couldn't help but moisten. They were different from Laura and the others. When Laura and the others were growing up, they didn't need to worry about food and clothing. As for meat, they didn't even need to think about them. Every day, they get to eat good food. For them, meat was no big deal. However, To these slaves, having clothes to put on as well as having meat to eat was akin to living in heaven. They didn't expect that they would actually experience such a thing. Some of these slaves were sons and daughters of slaves. They knew that their fathers and mothers, even their grandfathers and grandmothers, might not have eaten meat their entire lives. Maybe they were even unable to drink liquor. This was a dream for all of them. They didn't think that this dream would actually come true. Chapter 469, Alibi. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai with infatuated gazes. They felt that this Zhao Hai who was standing in the middle of the square was most attractive. Zhao Hai was so dazzling at this moment. Even if he didn't have a very outstanding appearance, his charm was in a different aspect. Laura and the others didn't settle on Zhao Hai because of his appearance. There were people who courted them that were much more handsome than Zhao Hai. What they saw Zhao Hai was his unique temperament. This attitude somewhat attracted them. Zhao Hai temperament was different from those who live in the Ark continent. There was an inseparable relationship between a person's temperament and the place where they were living in. People who lived in the slums for many generations simply cannot have the same temperament as the nobles. Zhao Hai's difference certainly stemmed from the fact that he was from Earth. Earth didn't have magic and battle chi. Instead, scientific and technological developments was present there. His concept of society was also from Earth. This made Zhao Hai have a different mindset than those from the continent. This made him unique, which gave him a certain kind of charm. In Ark continent, one who had the closest type to Zhao Hai's temperament was Jason. But this temperament was only acquired because of Jason's rebellious tendencies. Not really a mindset that a person from Earth would have. Even still, with his temperament, Jason was seen as an oddity in Rosen Empire, not to mention Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's temperament was different from that of Jason. Zhao Hai's temper was relatively mild. He also worked hard in order to adapt to everything in Ark continent. He also had Adam's memory within him, equivalent to him being half a native of the continent. These two different personalities fused together to become what he is today. The entire population of Iron Mountain Fort has gotten drunk this evening. Both men and women were drunk. The expressions of these people were varied. Some were laughing while standing, some were sitting and smiling, while others were crying. Zhao Hai, along with Green and the others, were sitting on one side. They had not become drunk. They looked at the drunken beastmen and slaves and couldn't help but feel bad. There was no need to say that compared to their present life, their previous life was a living hell. It was no different to these beastmen. They were only a small tribe, and were easily exploited. During winter, they would suffer extremely. Some wouldn't even survive till the next season. Zhao Hai provided them with a different life, enabling them to laugh like they did today, weep bitterly like they did today, eat meat like they did today, and drink wine like they did today. In their minds, all of these were given by Zhao Hai. All of them were very grateful to Zhao Hai. In Zhao Hai's heart, he felt that he held a huge responsibility over them. All of them were people of the Buddha clan. He had the obligation to make these people's lives better. This was a mission he set for himself. Laura and the others were very emotional as well when they saw these slaves crying and laughing. They felt choked up in their hearts. Megan was very tearful. She looked at the people present with a gaze of warmth. After all of the people were asleep, Zhao Hai let out some undead to bring them to their residences. At the same time, he also had the undead clean the square. Seeing the square being cleaned, it was only then that Zhao Hai realized how these guys can really eat. Not only was the huge blade-scaled whale eaten, all of the dishes were also cleaned up. Even the argali and bowls weren't saved. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. These guys can really eat. After making the undead continue on with their cleaning, Zhao Hai returned to the fort's living room and sat down. After the group settled in, Zhao Hai said two matters to Green. One was about Terry's enmity with him, while the other one was his intention to retaliate against Terry's family. After listening to Zhao Hai's words, Green didn't respond immediately. After a while, he nodded and said, "Young master, how are you planning to deal with the Robert family? Do you want to eliminate them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, number. If I were to directly exterminate them, I would certainly alert the entirety of the Rosen Empire. Such development would be detrimental to our future actions. I simply cannot do that." Over the years, the Robert family has amassed a few enemies. All we need is to cripple them. Their enemies will finish the job. Even if they were to recover, they won't be going to live well. Khan nodded and said, "This method is good. Cripple them and have their enemies see their situation. In the face of the Robert family's resources, those people would surely burn with greed. We don't need to do anything at all. Someone else would clean the family up for us." "But Little Hai, you need to be swift. If you are dealing with a great clan like the Robert family, even a crippled one can still bring you trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that. This is why I didn't make a move immediately. At this time, I had a hawk map out the entire Rosen Empire. As long as I have the entire empire mapped, I can then begin my move. In one evening, I plan to destroy every shop that the Robert family has, save for the one inside Carson City." The Space's ability has since been upgraded, so Kun and the others' trust in Zhao Hai was well founded. What Zhao Hai said didn't surprise them. They knew that this matter can easily be accomplished. After quite some time, Green nodded and said, "It's feasible. It's the God's Grace Day season. Nobody would suspect that anyone would make such a bold move this time. We will certainly be able to do it." Kun also nodded and said, "But it's best if we do our moves secretly. We shouldn't let anybody know that we did it. If they knew, we would be similarly marked. We must let them know that we have an enmity with the Robert family while making them feel that we aren't overwhelmingly strong." "Right, Little Hai. During the day of the operation you should have other people along with you. Spend time with them. Make them think that you had no hand in this." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the Buddha clan's identity was quite rocky at this moment. If they were to make other people vigilant, they wouldn't have much freedom in the future. Khan's proposition was quite good. Killing the people of the Robert family and destroying their shops without letting anybody know who did it. Even if they suspect Zhao Hai, he would have an alibi by that time. People would feel fear and suspicion, but they wouldn't associate the Buddha clan as being a huge threat. They would only dread the clan a little bit, which was what the clan needed right now. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, after God's Grace Day, I'm afraid that you would have to head to the prairie. Your matters in the prairie has not yet been completely taken care of. Although the Herculean bulls have defeated the fighting bulls, their status inside the cow-headed race is still threatened. In order for us to have a good relationship with the prairie in the future, you need to help secure the Herculean bull's position." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I've also thought about trading with the Sea Dwellers this time. But I think I need to set a specific time for our transactions in the future. It may be once a month or several times in a year. After all, we can't always go and do business with the merfolk. If we do so, sooner or later people would pay attention." Green nodded and said, "Young master, how about taking a look at the elven and dwarven races? When do you plan to look for them? They also have a lot of special animals and plants. Their collections should be good for upgrading the space." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then sighed, "I'm afraid I would have to move that to a later time. I have a lot of matters to take care of in the following days. We must first take a firm root in the continent, making its residents accept our Buddha clan. Only then can we think about extra matters." Green nodded. "All right, let's wait. The space's current strength is very good anyway. We don't need to worry upgrading it at this time." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I really don't want to wait because when the space reached level 50, it might be able to plant high-level plants, making your progress to 9th rank much easier. But now it looks like we don't have any other choice but to wait. Green laughed and said, no need to worry about that. We old people wouldn't die tomorrow. There's no need to be anxious. Take your time. I'm already satisfied with our clan's current state. Young master doesn't need to take this matter to heart. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like it can only be like this. He had already looked up the materials that the processing machine would need in making a potion for 9th rank promotion. Not only did the ingredients contain plants, there were also some animal blood, bones and all other things. Naturally, these beasts' levels were also quite high. Also, from the space's current level, Zhao Hai cannot make that potion right now. Zhao Hai also looked into the products in the space's store. He could see how high the levels of the plants and beasts could get. The highest level was surprisingly level 100, both for beasts and plants. This made Zhao Hai think of working hard to upgrade the space. After the group chatted for a while, Zhao Hai turned to leave. He was now living in Dark Soldier Fort after all. Even if they don't live in the courtyard there, they still need to stay in the space. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to respond should something happen inside the fort. Laura and the others also returned to their rooms. They had been very tired the entire day. Just from the ancestor worshipping ceremony, the girls were already quite exhausted. Although Laura and Meg cannot attend the ceremony, they also need to wait at the side until the ceremony ends, otherwise they would be seen as disrespectful. And then they also went to the celebration in Iron Mountain Fort. Even if they were happy, they were also quite tired out from all the celebrations inside. At the end of the day, they could even swear that their bones ached as well. Chapter 470, Three-Dimensional Map. Early next morning, Zhao Hai and the others went out of the space. After a good evening's rest, all of their exhaustion has vanished. All of them were now very full of energy. Upon coming out of the space, Zhao Hai breathed the chilly air outside. Suddenly, he had the urge to smile. This was because he felt that our continent's God's Grace Day is pretty much like the Chinese New Year. It's a celebration that celebrates the past year as well as the fortunes of the upcoming year. He had experienced a lot of things in this one year, but to be honest, when Zhao Hai thought about all he has done in this past year, all of it seemed to be like a dream. He still couldn't fathom how he turned from an unemployed nerd to a noble youth of a falling noble clan. How did he turn from being unable to kill a chicken to someone who can kill 1,000 people without even batting an eye? How did he turn from someone who blushes just from being looked at by a woman to a man with 3 fiancées? All of these felt pretty much like a dream. But this dream was indeed true. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, who was just standing there. She walked over and gently told him, "What are you thinking about? It's very cold outside. You should go indoors." Zhao Hai looked at Laura's charming face. This kind of face would never interact with him back on Earth. They were like heaven and earth. But in our continent, he actually had a girl as a fiancée. Seeing Zhao Hai staring at her, Laura's face couldn't help but turn red, her heartbeat going faster. But she still looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I see a beautiful woman. For a beautiful woman to be with someone like me surely gives me a lot pressure." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and then turned to look behind her. There, she saw Nier chuckling while covering her mouth. Laura's face couldn't help but get redder, but her heart was actually touched. However, she still looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Talk fewer nonsense. People might treat you as a joke. Come inside quickly." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and then entered the room. They got up earlier today. The Kelsey family slept quite late last night, therefore, Smith might possibly wake up late. Because of this, he had no way of inviting Zhao Hai to breakfast. Just as Zhao Hai entered the room, Meg came in carrying milk. Drinking milk upon waking up each morning had become Zhao Hai and the others' routine. However, Zhao Hai didn't really like drinking milk, What he liked was soybean milk, but making soybean milk is very tedious, and there wasn't any machine present to process soybeans. Grinding them manually would take a lot of time, so Zhao Hai didn't bother. Additionally, this milk was made by the cows that they raised, so there aren't any synthetic components in them. Therefore, Zhao Hai can drink them without any worries no matter how much milk he drank. 1. Zhao Hai was now used to drinking milk along with everyone, not only his group. Every person in Iron Mountain Fort drank milk every day. Zhao Hai hoped that his people would develop strong bodies. After drinking the milk, Zhao Hai looked at the weather and then turned his head to Megan and smiled. It seems like Uncle wouldn't be able to get up early today, right? These days I'll have to ask your family to mark the businesses of the Robert family on the map. After a few more days, we shall act against them. Megan nodded and said, all right, but it might take quite some time. A millennium-old family like the Robert family has hidden businesses who didn't bear the banner of the Robert family. We must include these in order to deal an actual blow to the Robert family. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hurting their core. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, we must find them as well. We shall deal with them from the bottom, then we go to the top. We cannot just face them head on, or else they would retaliate. Megan nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, I'm afraid that there will be more banquets happening in the capital. Will you participate in any of them? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll leave this matter to you. You know much more about the nobles in Carson City. You go receive the invitations and tell me which one is good to join. I'll be going to those ones. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and then she faintly smiled. Right, when will you bring me to the prairie? I would also like to see Brother Wales. Zhao Hai looked at the skies and said, soon. The prairie is much colder than here. You've been used to staying here, so you might get sick if we go there this time, right? You must practice well so that you'll reach 8th rank. When we go to the prairie, I will have Brother Wales deliver those 100,000 slaves. I'll have them go to Iron Mountain Fort. Megan also knew about this, but she wasn't expecting the Beastman to give 100,000 slaves, which was something impossible for a human. This made Megan want to go to the prairie even more. When she heard Zhao Hai, Megan nodded and said, all right, rest assured, I will certainly practice hard and reach 8th rank soon. When that time comes, you can bring me to the prairie. Seeing Megan, Laura cannot help but smile and said, why do you want to go to the prairie that much? There's nothing to see there. It's much better to play in the space than the prairie. It isn't as beautiful as one can imagine. Winds are ever present there. The sunburns doesn't help either. Megan smiled and said, even so, I still want to see it. I haven't gone to the prairie yet. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, let's wait until you finish cultivating, then I will certainly lead you to the prairie. At this time, a servant came, asking Zhao Hai to eat. In the next days, Zhao Hai lightly attended the banquets. Those banquets that Zhao Hai visited were all taken care of by the Kelsey family. Only in the Crook family banquet did Zhao Hai go personally. There was no other way to do this. Zhao Hai's fame wasn't the same as the Kelsey family. When they send invitations, they would send the cards to the Kelsey family. But for these banquets, it was quite rare for two people to attend. Because of this, every time Zhao Hai brings Megan along, people would feel envious in their hearts. Zhao Hai didn't only attend the banquets outside, he also attended the one that the Kelsey family hosted. Great nobles hosting banquets this time of the year was quite a common practice. It was quite normal to have multiple banquets in one evening. Families could also choose to attend all of them, separating their members in order to attend the banquets. Aside from attending banquets, Zhao Hai was also waiting. Megan and Smith had been working hard in marking the Robert family stores for Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai also marked everything in the Space Monitor's map. Also, The Bloodhawk has also finished mapping the entirety of the Rosen Empire after 5 days of flying around. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was able to mark the Robert family businesses. Zhao Hai took his time. He wanted to make the Robert family suffer as much as possible. After completing everything, Zhao Hai started to prepare. He had Care look into these shops and investigate who were inside of them, and if ever they had some experts inside. Care's work was very quick. In 2 days, all of the manpower of the Robert family had been accounted for and were reported to Zhao Hai. Looking at the numbers, Zhao Hai finally discovered how formidable millennium-old families were. Apart from the Robert family's shop in Carson City, their shops in both large and small cities reached more than 1,300 shops altogether. Of these shops, 630 publicly waved the banner of the Robert family while 700 weren't. Even if it looked like small nobles were managing these shops, they were actually owned by the Robert family. Most importantly, on 1,000 of these shops, there was at least one 8th rank expert. Some major shops not only have 8th rank experts, there were also 7th and 6th rank experts present. All in all, there were more than 2,000 8th rank experts in all 1,300 stores. This number really surprised Zhao Hai. In the past, the Buddha clan only had Green Enmran as their 8th rank expert. Even so, the clan was able to be popular in Ixu Empire, but the Robert family actually had 2,008 ranks on their various shops outside of the capital. This difference in strength was too great. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know, but the reason why the Buddha clan was able to be popular was because they had the good graces of the old monarch. It wasn't the Buddha clan that the people showed respect to, but the old king. As long as nobles settle inside major empires, they surely need to have a 9th rank expert in them. If they don't, then they won't be able to survive. If you don't have any 9th rank experts, then you would need to attach yourself to those big nobles. Your clan would then be regarded as a vassal to that noble family. After Zhao Hai took these into account, he was quite surprised to discover that there were a lot more human 9th ranks than those present inside the carrion swamp. Even if 9th rank magic beasts are much stronger than human experts, they still cannot defeat the collective might of the human race. It was only because of Care's presence in the swamp as well as the poison mist inside did the magic beasts have the chance to hold the humans off all this time. Because of this, the human 9th ranks made an agreement with the 9th rank magic beasts. When he found out the strength of these old clans, Zhao Hai's buried his pride deep inside. Now, he was thinking about the strength of the Radiant Church. The Kelsey family and the Robert family were both millennium-old clans. As such, the Kelsey family's strength shouldn't be that much weaker than the Robert family. But even if so, they were still suppressed by the Radiant Church. This fact surely cemented the idea that the Radiant Church was much more formidable than these old noble families. This made Zhao Hai even more cautious in his actions. But Zhao Hai didn't think too much into it. The magic beasts of the carrion swamp aren't very easy to deal with either. In addition to their environment, their physiques were much better than the human experts. In addition, the human 9th ranks were all separated into many families. It would be very difficult to unite all of them. If they can really unite, they would still have to conquer the carrion swamp. Just when Zhao Hai was waiting for the opportune moment to attack, the chance suddenly came when Zhao Hai was sitting on the living room, looking at the monitor. The projection on the monitor wasn't an ordinary map. This map was three-dimensional, just like those maps that sci-fi movies back on Earth have. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai can enlarge or shrink the projection. This was something that Care had told him. It was a new ability of the space. Showed on the map was a holographic projection of the Rosen Empire. There were a lot of dots showed on several parts of the map. These dots were all Zhao Hai's targets. the shops of the Robert family as well as the locations of those small nobles. These nobles were the vassals of the Robert family. At this point, Zhao Hai was still undecided about whether he would also erase these small noble families. Laura and the others were also with Zhao Hai, looking at the three-dimensional projection. Even if they had already seen this in the past few days, they were still very amazed every time they see it. There are really a lot of surprises in the space, such as this map. The way the Ark continent does its battles is very primitive. They hardly had complex things such as the art of war. They generally have three avenues in battles: scouting and assassinations by the assassins, long-distance warfare using magical cannons and ballistas, and lastly, large-scale infantry battles. Everything depended on raw strength. Because of this, the armies don't have the need to have sand tables. In a war, a flat map was enough to handle command. Sand table discussions and battle plans were rarely done. Moreover, there was a minuscule amount of staff officers in each army. Most of them were all military officers. With rarity of sand tables, it was no surprise that Laura and the others would be surprised about the three-dimensional map. This was because they simply didn't have any idea about this three-dimensional map. At this time, Megan came in from the outside. Megan was going to her father every day now. First reason was because of the matter about the shops, and the second reason was to see the invitations that were sent over and see if there are any banquets that Zhao Hai can attend. Looking at Megan's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "What happened? You look glad. Is there something to be happy about?" Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, guess which family invitation just came in?" Zhao Hai stared, seeing Megan's faint smile. He suddenly thought of a person. He looked into Megan's eyes and said, "Is it the Robert family?" Megan scowled at Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai, can guess wrong just one time. It's very annoying. You don't let me have a sense of achievement." Zhao Hai stared. "Is it really the Robert family?" Then he opened the card and read the contents. He stared. It was because the name that was written inside was actually his. Zhao Hai Buddha. 1. Maybe this has something to do with Chinese not trusting the milk that their country produces. Chapter 471. Singing. Zhao Hai had seen a lot of written invitations, but he had only seen two of them who specifically mentioned his name. One of them was from Charlie, before God's Grace Day, and another was from Jason, sent the day before yesterday. This was the third. The first two invitations that were given to Zhao Hai were expected, but this one came out of the blue. He placed the invitation down and looked at Megan. "Megan, what do you think Terry wants to do, or the Robert family in that matter?" Megan snorted and said, "I don't know about the Robert family, but what Terry wants to do was actually step on your reputation. Shaming you makes you look ugly to me. Big brother Hai, you need to be careful tomorrow, otherwise, their plans would affect you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll be fine. I'm also trying to deal with him. If I were to attend the Robert family's banquet tomorrow and all of their businesses get attacked at the same time, how could they possibly place the blame on me?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Megan and the others smiled. They really wanted to know what response Terry and his family show when they receive the news that all of their businesses outside of the capital have been erased. Laura smiled and said, "Right, I agree with Brother Hai. If we execute our plans, there shouldn't be any loose ends." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Now I really want to see how they plan to deal with me. It looks like they don't intend to use force. My reputation as an 8th rank mage is already widespread. Their previous plan was good. I didn't see that one coming. What methods can they use this time? Does it have to do with literature?" Laura and Megan nodded. The two of them grew up in noble households since childhood, so they were quite familiar with how nobles act. Therefore, they thought Zhao Hai's words were quite acceptable. Laura nodded and said, "If you can't deal with someone using force, Then one can embarrass them in front of a crowd. One could make their enemy do a dance, recite a poem, or play some musical instruments. Brother Hai cannot dance, and I haven't seen you play an instrument. Poem? I think that may be a bit difficult. Brother Hai's weakness really has to do with performances. Laura didn't deliberately ignore this shortcoming of Zhao Hai. In Laura's view, there are no such thing as a perfect person. Zhao Hai cannot write poetry, cannot dance, cannot play instruments. But all of these doesn't overshadow Zhao Hai's brilliance. For a recently fallen family like the Buddha clan, poems, dances, and musical instruments aren't the talents that they currently need for a leader. They need someone who is tolerant, low-key, and decisive in his actions. And Zhao Hai was the latter. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They really know my weak spot. Alright, I'll sing." "Is singing fine?" When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and Megan's eyes turned bright. They looked at each other before Megan said, "Big Brother Hai, will you really sing? Are you good?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that if he was allowed to sing, he could survive this situation. But he didn't lie. Although he cannot play any musical instruments, he was quite confident in his singing. This was because back on Earth, he only had 3 hobbies: singing, drinking, and reading books. What Zhao Hai liked were pop songs, so it was natural that he would sing along. For drinking, he generally wouldn't drink much, but he enjoyed doing it along with his friends. As for writing, there was no need to mention it. It was Zhao Hai's most loved hobby. To be honest, Zhao Hai was good at signing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed doing it. However, since he came to Arc Continent, he didn't have any mood to do so. He had too many matters to think about. One could say that if he was forced to write a poem, he can plagiarize 1 or 2. But Zhao Hai didn't want that. But if he really was pushed to doing it, then he wouldn't be polite. Man can lose face, but not in 2 occasions. The first one is in front of a love rival, and the other, in front of an enemy. Because if you do so, you would be losing your dignity. When Laura said that nobles would generally make a poem, dance, or play a musical instrument, Zhao Hai frowned. This was because these are not things that he was skilled in. So he proposed that he would sing. He wanted to know whether singing was allowed because he would prefer doing so. Naturally, if he said that he can sing, Megan and the others would certainly ask him to do so. And as expected, they did. Laura became interested in what Zhao Hai said. "Brother Hai, you can actually sing? How come I don't know about it? Sing 1 song for us quickly." Zhao Hai looked at their face and smiled bitterly. "Alright, I'll go sing 1 for you." "What to sing?" "Alright, I'll go sing Bed of Chrysanthemums." Your tears glisten with pain in their fragility. The pale crescent hooks the past. The endless night has crystallized into frost. Who is it in the loft, destitute with cold hopelessness? The rain slowly patters on the vermilion window. My life is a tattered page battered by the winds, far-off dreams fading into mist. Your image has been dissipated by the wind. Wilted chrysanthemums are spread across the floor. Even your smile has turned faintly yellow. The falling flowers induce sadness, and my thoughts languish. In the passing of the north wind and the dusk, your shadow lingers on, and standing by the lake, I only have my own reflection for company. Responding to the dusk, the flowers shed their brilliant shine. They wilter on life's path, meeting a tragic fate. Don't cross the river in melancholy. You may spend a lifetime drifting, never reaching the shore. Whose empire is it now? The sound of horse hoofs thunders in the distance. My resplendent armor decays with the hounds of time. Your soft sigh heralds the first ray of dawn, the conclusion to another restless night. Wilted chrysanthemums are spread across the floor. Even your smile has turned faintly yellow. The falling flowers induce sadness, and my thoughts languish. In the passing of the north wind and the dusk, your shadow lingers on, and standing by the lake, I only have my own reflection for company. 1-2. This song wasn't unfamiliar to average people. Jay Chu's song has a very unique charm, and Zhao Hai really liked his works. What he liked in songs were the lyrics and the artistic style in how they were arranged. This type of song was naturally not present in our continent. What people generally listened to were songs that were like those sang in the opera. Pop songs were non-existent here. Zhao Hai knew about this matter, but he cannot sing opera, only pop songs. He accepted Laura's request because he wanted to see how they'll receive this style of song. If the song was acceptable, then Zhao Hai can use this to deal with Terry's plan. If they can't accept it, Zhao Hai can only think of something else. While Zhao Hai sang, Laura and Megan both wore very dumbfounded faces. From the moment he started to the end, the two's expression didn't change. This made Zhao Hai extremely worried. After quite some time, the two somewhat recovered and stared at Zhao Hai strangely. Seeing how the two looked at him, Zhao Hai asked, "What's wrong?" Laura and Megan, now fully recovered, looked at each other before running outside. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. He was very confident in Jay Chu's song. This song had a lot of thought put into it, and Zhao Hai also sang it very well. Was it that bad? Why did they need to run away? With a puzzled expression, Zhao Hai turned to Meg. Meg was strangely looking at Zhao Hai as well. Then she said, "Young master, how come I didn't know that you could actually sing? When did you learn? Did you use this to attract other girls to your room?" When Zhao Hai heard the first part of Meg's response, he couldn't help but have a cold sweat. He thought that Meg would get skeptical about his identity. But when he heard the second part, he became relieved. Meg wasn't suspicious of him. In fact, Zhao Hai was completely overly concerned. Not only Meg, even Green didn't doubt Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai replaced Adam's soul, not his body. From the time when he drank the water of nothingness to when he woke up, he never left Green's sight. In this case, how could they doubt his identity? Zhao Hai relaxed, and at the same time, he turned to Meg and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is your young master's talent. I made it myself. It's good, right? So tell me what those two were planning on doing." Meg smiled and said, "You'll know in a moment." Making Zhao Hai wait in anticipation. Before long, Laura and Megan came back. Nier was also following behind them. Carried in their hands were musical instruments. Zhao Hai stared, then immediately understood what they want to do. They actually wanted to play the Bed of Chrysanthemums. Very interesting. Zhao Hai looked at the four instruments. There was something that looked like a harp, one was a violin, one was a cello, and the last one was a horizontal flute. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, your song is very nice to hear. We haven't had such a song in the continent. We know how to play instruments. When you sing, we'll be giving you a musical background." Such an opportunity was rare, so Zhao Hai didn't decline. He nodded and said, "All right, let's practice the song. If Terry wanted me to perform, then you will accompany me." Laura smiled and said, "All right. Go sing it again." Zhao Hai nodded and then sang Bed of Chrysanthemums again from beginning to end. Including this time, Laura and the others have already heard the song twice, but they still had difficulties in playing along. But this obstacle didn't stump them. They have all grown up in noble families. They learned these instruments from childhood. For noble families, it wasn't surprising for their descendants to learn one of two instruments. Even for Adam, who didn't learn anything. Chapter 472, Savage Wolf and a Malnourished Horse. Afraid that people may hear them in the courtyard, Zhao Hai immediately relocated their practice into the space. Laura and the others were very excited. This was a new and odd style. The day slowly passed as they practiced non-stop. However, their efforts weren't wasted. Now, when Zhao Hai sang, Laura and the others can already keep up with their tunes. When the skies slowly turned dark, the group started to groom themselves. In the banquets that Zhao Hai attended in the past few days, Aside from Jason's banquet, Zhao Hai didn't bring Laura and the others, only Megan. He was afraid the Megan would get shamed if he were to bring his other fiancés. One must know that noble women were not so polite. Megan was always placed beside Lizzie, being one of the twin flowers of the capital. Because of this, there were a lot of women who were very jealous of her. If Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others to the banquets, those women might act on Laura and the others in order to embarrass Megan. Zhao Hai didn't want such a matter to happen, so when he went to such banquets, he didn't bring Laura and the others. Naturally, Zhao Hai not bringing them doesn't mean that he left them behind in the Kelsey family. Laura and the others were inside the space whenever he went out, not accompanying Zhao Hai while at the same time not appearing in the banquet. But in today's banquet, all of them were going to appear together. Zhao Hai had no choice. It was clear that Terry wanted him to bring Laura and the others along so that Zhao Hai can lose face in front of them as well. Zhao Hai still used his bull-pulled carriage. His carriage may look good elsewhere, but not here. This was the Rosen Empire's capital. In here, Zhao Hai's carriage was quite common. However, it doesn't matter if his carriage looked good or bad. It was still Zhao Hai's own carriage. He was already very used to sitting on this one. Being uncomfortable on other carriages would be no good. The carriage slowly headed to the Robert family's castle. The Robert family's castle was a short distance away from the Kelsey family. If one were to walk, it would take 4 hours, 2 hours if you walk fast. When Zhao Hai left, he let the carriage slowly head forward while he went to the space to observe the situation outside. At the same time, he was also preparing their action tonight. Zhao Hai cannot personally take charge of tonight's operation, so he can only delegate the task over to Care, making her take charge of Zhao Hai's advanced level undead. Since these undead were created by the space, there was no problem in transferring their control over to someone else. In fact, there was no need to take command on all these undead. Zhao Hai had already found all of the Robert family's shops. He can just transfer a group over to finish the job quickly before withdrawing. If a problem arises, Zhao Wen and Kair can just support them anytime. Zhao Hai's plan was to finish everything in 1 hour. After that period, everyone must retreat. Moreover, they should make their actions as silent as possible, not making any large commotions. As for those vassal nobles of the Robert family, Zhao Hai decided to not include them in his plans. In the end, those nobles are nobles of the Rosen Empire. If he decides to touch them, he might incur the anger of the whole empire's nobles. When that happens, their gains wouldn't justify their losses. One must know that the collective strength of Rosen Empire's nobles was very strong. To further ensure the success of the operation, Zhao Hai went to Iron Mountain Fort to ask Green and Kun to supervise, with them and Kair taking charge of the undead. There was no way for this plan to fail. Zhao Hai had to ensure this plan's success. He had to get rid of all the family's shops without leaving anybody alive. This was to make sure that nobody finds out that the shops were attacked by the undead, leaving the Robert family with no way to suspect Zhao Hai. After discussing everything with Green and Kun, the two elders couldn't help but stare strangely at Zhao Hai. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai could really sing. Seeing the look on their faces, Zhao Hai knew that they were thinking about him wanting to sing. This made him smile bitterly. How can his singing become a wonder in this world? If all those who loved karaoke in Earth were to be transported to the continent, their numbers would be enough to establish an independent country. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can you really sing? Is it a good idea for you to sing?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can sing a little. I don't know any other thing aside from singing." There was no way for me to practice an instrument in 1 or 2 days. If Terry really wanted to embarrass me tonight, then I have no choice but to sing. Green smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that young master can actually sing. Ha ha, good, right. I must talk with Marin later. When young master comes next time, we'll have you study an instrument as well as work on your dancing." Zhao Hai felt quite down. He wasn't really interested in those things. If they really wanted him to learn, then he didn't know whether he can last very long. Kun agreed as he nodded. "You should study. Study. A noble that can't dance is quite a loss of face. I think it would be better if we have Laura and the others teach him." Upon hearing Kun's suggestion, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. Although Zhao Hai was very polite and really loved Laura and the others, this didn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts about them. In the past, his health wasn't very good, but now, he was already very healthy. He's an 8th rank expert. He can kill an elephant in one. Naturally, his basic instincts were much stronger as well. But since he didn't want to destroy Laura and the others' impression of him, he didn't make any excessive actions. Our continent wasn't the same as Earth. On Earth, if you were with a girl and didn't make any moves after several days of dating, people would judge you as incompetent. But Zhao Hai was in the Ark continent now. If one was too anxious, then they wouldn't have any good reputation among the people. Because of this, Zhao Hai did his best to practice self-control. He tried his best to suppress these evil thoughts. At this time, the bull-pulled carriage had already arrived at the base of the Robert family's hill. The emblem of the Robert family was a wolf with only one eye. Their family's badge was named the Savage Wolf emblem. Everybody knows that a savage beast is the most difficult one to fight. This was because a savage beast was more ruthless. The Robert family choosing this emblem has this reason behind it. 1. Savage Wolf Fort, Savage Wolf emblem. All of these symbolize the Robert family. Moreover, Zhao Hai had also heard that the Robert family ancestors always advocated their descendants act as thought they were savage wolves at all times. Savage wolves are ferocious, but they were sly as well. Someone who had that temperament was very scary, and each and every one of the Robert family members practiced this kind of mindset. Even if generations of the Robert family had good relations with the Kelsey family, the two families were always on guard against each other. And you have to realize that with the Robert family always acting like sly wolves, they were still able to arrive at their current height today. When Zhao Hai's carriage arrived at the foot of the hill, he was greeted by the servant in charge of the roadblock, and upon inspecting the invitation, allowed Zhao Hai passage. The styles of the castles around Carson City were really similar. There were no special trait to any of them. Zhao Hai knew that people from the Ark continent didn't like to pursue beauty. They were leaning towards having things that are practical. Looking at the long history of the continent, Zhao Hai knew that humans aren't the only people waging wars with each other. There were also battles between humans and magic beasts. Now that the human population in the continent was increasing, the population of magic beasts in the mountains was increasing as well. When humans start to expand their territories again, they would be getting in contact with those magic beasts, which would lead to war. And in wars, beautiful castles have no use. Thus, practical structures were deemed more important. When Zhao Hai looked at the Kelsey family's fort before, he saw that the castle was constructed quite well. It was well suited for battles. Moreover, after years of modifications and additions, this type of has reached its peak potential, making it the most suitable place for the humans to fight in. This was the reason why forts looked very much the same. They were already designed to have the most effective defensive and offensive capabilities. The bull-pulled carriage slowly arrived at the front door of the Savage Wolf Fort. There, two servants were present to greet the guests. Seeing Zhao Hai's carriage, the two servants surprisingly didn't come forward. But Zhao Hai didn't care. When he disembarked along with Laura and the others, only then did the two servants give a bow. "We welcome Count Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai stared. He had attended a lot of these banquets. There weren't a lot of people who call him by his title. Most of them referred to him as Mr. Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai recovered quickly. He knew that this was a ruse that Terry had planned. Terry wanted to borrow his title to embarrass him, reminding Zhao Hai frequently that he was only a count, so there was no reason for him to be proud. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed a cold light, but he didn't say anything. Now is not the time to cause a scene. He needed to endure, so instead of being angry, he decided to behave. The more behaved and calm he was, the more Terry would get annoyed. Because of this, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly at the servant and said, "Thank you." The servants certainly didn't expect Zhao Hai to have that response. They stared slightly before one of said, "We invite Sir Count." Then he led Zhao Hai towards the castle. There was a carriage waiting for Zhao Hai and the others inside, but evidently, this was in a way worse situation than what was normally used. This carriage was very small, the horse pulling it was also very malnourished. When Megan and the other women saw this, they looked very angry. Megan was about to reprimand the servant before Zhao Hai stopped her. He just smiled faintly and got on the carriage. 1. The character used in this one is which has both the meanings of savage and injured. Chapter 473, Endure. While sitting on his carriage, Megan snorted and said, "Big brother Hai, why do we need to endure? See this carriage. What kind of carriage is this?" "This is a carriage that servants ride on. Why did you ride it?" Looking at Megan's appearance, Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "It's fine, don't be too angry." "You must have heard the servant calling me by my title, reminding me of my status. If we get angry, we would get Terry his satisfaction." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Megan became calm. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, are you really not angry?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's the use of being angry? Even if we get unlucky today, think about the faces of the Robert family tomorrow when they find out what just happened." Megan smiled when she heard Zhao Hai. She said, "All right, we'll endure. We still have something to do later." As she said that, the carriage stopped. Zhao Hai stared outside when he got off the carriage. He stared not because the carriage stopped in front of the banquet hall. He stared because there were many people standing outside. Several of them looked at Zhao Hai with a ridiculing smile on their face. Terry stood in front of these people, looking at Zhao Hai with a faint smile. Seeing that Zhao Hai's group had already got down from the carriage, Terry smiled and said, "Count Buddha, are you comfortable with the carriage we've arranged you?" "There are no other carriages available for the Count. Our Robert family only has this carriage left." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I thank Mr. Terry for the concern. I didn't think that there was such a malnourished horse in the Robert family. It seems like the Robert family isn't doing well lately. I'll have someone come to your family tomorrow and deliver 10 fire horses that I use to pull my carriages. It really hurts the Robert family's face if they use a thin horse just like that one." When Terry heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such things. He wanted to insult Zhao Hai with this method. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have that response. He actually made the Robert family look poor. Terry coldly snorted and said, "What kind of people is our Robert family for us to treat our guests like that? Our treatment of Count Buddha this time is quite acceptable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like the Robert family deemed me to be unbearable, so why would they take the effort to send me an invite? Is the family not afraid of someone like me defiling your castle? If that's the case, then Mr. Terry might as well break this castle tomorrow since I've already polluted the place." Although Zhao Hai seemed like he was demeaning himself, saying such things about himself, the people present weren't fools. These people knew what Terry did in the past. Because of this, nobody dared approach Megan. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Terry going head to head with each other, these people felt interested and excited. Terry's complexion paled. He coldly snorted and then turned towards the crowd. "Everybody, please enter the hall for the feast." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I'm inviting Count Buddha in as well." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "I thank Mr. Terry. For Mr. Terry to personally invite a lowly person like myself really gives me great honor." Then he led Megan and the others towards the hall, leaving the black-faced Terry behind. Those who came out with Terry wanted to watch something fun, and they weren't disappointed. They didn't reveal too much in their expressions, but seeing how Terry and Zhao Hai interacted with each other, they knew that something interesting was going to happen inside the hall. After going inside, Zhao Hai separated with Laura and the others as Jason went by his side. Jason patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You really are very good with your mouth. What's happening? I didn't expect that you would be present here today." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I come? I want to see his expression today and what kind of attitude Terry uses when dealing with me. To be honest, I'm quite let down. If the heirs of the Robert family are all like this, then I couldn't help but feel disappointed." Jason smiled. "You should be careful with your words. Terry is not simple. With how he treated you today, I'm very sure that he has something planned. You should have went back earlier." Zhao Hai looked at Jason. He knew that Jason's concern was sincere. Jason didn't want Zhao Hai humiliated here. Zhao Hai smiled a little and looked around. Then he went closer to Jason before whispering, "No, I can't go back today. I need to appear here so that everyone can see me." Jason is a smart person. As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Tonight?" Zhao Hai nodded and then didn't speak anything more. Jason snorted and said, "Why didn't you tell me?" "If I didn't ask you, then you won't tell me?" Zhao Hai looked all around. Then he whispered to Jason, "Don't be angry. The less people know the better. If everyone knew, then I'll be in trouble. People shouldn't know that I did it to avoid suspicion. Don't tell anyone about this, even your family." Jason snorted. Then he drank his liquor. Even if he didn't reply to Zhao Hai knew that Jason understood him. Jason is a genuine friend. Zhao Hai wouldn't doubt him. He knew that he certainly would tell. The banquet went smoothly. During the event, there were no other people who went to talk to Zhao Hai aside from Jason. One could say that Zhao Hai was isolated. Zhao Hai sat down with Jason at the side. Jason looked coldly at the people present and said, "These people present here are all descendants of families that are in good relations with Terry's family, right? Terry actually invited my second brother but I replaced him. It seems like the people wouldn't be friendly tonight." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "It's alright, be relieved. What's wrong with being unfriendly? Their attitudes cannot affect me. Don't worry." The situation with Laura and the others were very different from Zhao Hai's. They were surrounded by people and naturally their attention was fully set on Megan, ignoring Laura and the others. Moreover, they were talking strangely to Megan. They kept speaking bad things about Zhao Hai while occasionally inserting some good words for Terry. Regarding Terry's method, Laura and the others couldn't help but sneer. Such a method could only be described as weak. There was nothing special about it. At this moment, Terry suddenly walked towards the orchestra and rang the cup on his hand. He smiled at everyone and said, "I'm very happy to see everyone today, but it seems like the atmosphere has become quite bland. How about we share performances for everyone? What do you think?" Zhao Hai almost spat out the liquor in his mouth. Jason looked at him and said, "What happened? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai bitterly smiled to Jason and said, "There's a problem, big problem. I can't play instruments, dance, and make poems." Haha. Laura and the others already saw this coming. Terry would actually do this method to deal with me. When Jason heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get anxious. He quickly asked Zhao Hai, "You really can't write poems, can't dance, can't play musical instrument? Didn't the people of your family teach you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They taught me, but unfortunately I just cannot learn." Seeing Zhao Hai's nonchalant expression, Jason couldn't help but get even more anxious. Then what are you planning to do? If you cannot give a performance, you would get disgraced in the future. Nobody would want you in their circle. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's alright. Rest assured that I'm going to be fine. I have also thought about this point and naturally have a way to get around it. You don't need to be worried." At this time, several nobles have already given their performances. They didn't do anything else other than reciting poems and playing musical instruments. When Jason looked at Terry, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He knew that Terry would deal with Zhao Hai today. When a man playing an instrument was finished, Jason went forward and said, "I will go next." Then he went to the band and played a harp. Zhao Hai knew that Jason was stalling for time. The time Jason took while playing was very long. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Jason is really caring. However, it was impossible for Jason to perform for the entirety of the banquet. Although he had delayed, he still had to stop playing. At this moment, Terry's gaze rotated towards Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't notice it. He was currently communicating with Kair. He decided that their operation needed to start upon seeing Jason playing. Zhao Hai gave them a time limit of 1 hour. Jason's performance lasted for 20 minutes. Almost 50% of the time has passed by. At this time, there have already been groups who had finished their job. Zhao Hai's estimate was very accurate. The information that Kair has collected came in useful. The undead he sent out went in to kill, ensuring that they finish quickly. Even if they have 1 hour to finish, it was best to finish early. What surprised Zhao Hai was the time it took for the fastest team to finish. The group took 10 minutes to finish everything. This group was made up of undead assassins. Their actions were very swift. In 10 minutes, they dealt with everything. Kair also had the inventory of the shop stored into the space before the team burned the shop down. Just as Zhao Hai took his mind off the operation, Jason's performance was also on the verge of finishing. The applause given by the crowd completely woke Zhao Hai up. Zhao Hai looked at Jason, who was currently walking down the stage. Although Jason's performance was very successful, he didn't have a happy expression on his face. He just coldly looked at Terry as he slowly returned to his seat. Terry didn't notice Jason's look since his eyes were aimed at Zhao Hai. Then he went up the stage and said, "Everybody's performance today was very fantastic. How about we invite Count Buddha to show us something too?" The crowd was naturally very supportive of Terry. Zhao Hai had already expected this to happen. He didn't say anything as he handed his wine glass over to a servant and slowly went up the stage. Terry was in the stage looking at Zhao Hai with a ridiculing gaze. Before he started to deal with Zhao Hai, he had investigated him well. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't weak. He was a dark mage, and although Terry didn't know how he attained his strength, he can just think of it as Zhao Hai having a fortuitous encounter. However, when it came to performances, Terry was well confident that Zhao Hai was going to be very terrible in it. Terry already checked and knew that Adam was a playboy. Although Zhao Hai had been quite exceptional recently, he had neither learning nor skill when he was a child. Magic can be improved by potions, but talent in performing? Terry doesn't think so. He had not heard about a potion that improves one's talent in dancing, poem, and instruments. Because he had thought of this point, Terry arranged the state to enact on his plan. He must make Zhao Hai lose face. He wanted Zhao Hai to be forever excluded from the circles of Rosen Empire's nobles. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and looked at the proud face of Terry. He then smiled and said, "I suddenly find myself to be quite ashamed right now. It seems like this banquet is specifically held for me. For someone of my status, it was impossible for me to get such a treatment. Since Mr. Terry has invited me over to perform, then it would be impolite for me to decline. The previous performances were very good. It made me deeply admire the younger generation of the Rosen Empire. Since everyone wants to see me perform, then I can only apologize in advance if I make any mistakes. But me performing along wouldn't be very special. I want to ask my fiancés over to accompany me. I wonder if everybody can agree to it?" Zhao Hai, being self-deprecating, made everyone present feel that there wasn't anything wrong. Knowing that Laura and the others, very beautiful women, were going to perform, the people present naturally gave a loud applause. Terry, on the other hand, had a very ugly expression. When he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai had already prepared for this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Laura and the others to accompany him on stage. This made Terry very disappointed. However, he still wanted to see Zhao Hai perform. He didn't believe that someone who had no artistic talent could give a very good performance. Chapter 474. Change in attitude. Jason looked at Zhao Hai's appearance on the stage and smiled. He suddenly didn't worry. Although he didn't know Zhao Hai for a long time, he understood that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person that would suffer without hitting back. He was not the type to come unprepared as well. Seeing him so calm meant that he was prepared. It seems like Jason's worries were all in vain. Thinking about this, Jason couldn't help but alternately look between Zhao Hai and Terry. The corners of Jason's mouth slowly lifted, showing a smiling expression. He was really in anticipation for tomorrow. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai retaliated. At the very least, Jason was sure that Zhao Hai would make the Robert family suffer. But all of these have nothing to do with Jason. He wouldn't be affected by the Robert family's bad luck. At this time, Laura and the others were already standing up the stage. These beautiful women standing on the stage naturally attracted everybody's attention. In turn, Zhao Hai, who stood in front, looked very insignificant. Seeing the crowd being attracted to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He was a man and the women behind him were his fiancées. With these people's eyes going green in front of him certainly made him feel strange. Zhao Hai coughed lightly, then turned towards Laura and the others and gave a signal. The women nodded and turned towards the orchestra and discussed something. The musicians didn't decline the women and immediately gave them 4 types of musical instruments. Laura took the harp, Megan took the cello, Meg had the horizontal flute, and Neer held the violin. Seeing that the group was prepared, Zhao Hai turned to the crowd and said, "I don't know how to dance, play musical instruments as well as making poems. Because of this, I have to choice but to sing. I hope that everyone present won't be offended by my performance." Then he turned to Laura and the others and nodded. The people facing the stage didn't expect Zhao Hai to sing. Singing wasn't generally something that nobles study. This was because it was very difficult to learn it. Songs in our continent usually referred to operas. If you don't practice it for a long time, there was not a way to present themselves in public. Most importantly, studying opera meant that you need to condition your vocal cords every day. For nobles, this was very laborious, explaining the lack of people who studied it. When the crowd heard Zhao Hai sing, they were shocked. All of them stared blankly at Zhao Hai. The gentle music was very soothing. It was as though it was touching their very hearts. However, the song had a touch of tragedy in it, making the crowd feel as though their hearts were being constricted, their entire bodies slowly being surrounded by a sad atmosphere. The song Bed of Chrysanthemums was actually not suited to the present situation because the song itself was played in a movie. How could people who hadn't seen a chrysanthemum think about the emotion that one presented? It's strange, but sometimes, song lyrics didn't need to be understood in order to receive its soul. Back on Earth, Michael Jackson had many fans who didn't understand English at all. Bed of Chrysanthemums might not be able to contend against Michael Jackson's songs, but for the people of the Ark continent, the song still made their minds blank. This was because this form of singing didn't exist in the continent before. Also, Chrysanthemum seemed to be a foreign word. There are times when foreign words bring advantages. Every time one appears, it always feels novel and intriguing. Before long, Zhao Hai finished singing Bed of Chrysanthemums. Even after he closed his mouth, there was still no sound that's heard inside the hall. It may be because the crowd was still immersed in this out-of-the-ordinary song. Suddenly, an applause was heard in the hall. The crowd who were still staring couldn't help but turn around and look for its source. Zhao Hai also looked for the source of the applause. Then he saw that the one clapping was none other than Jason. This fellow was the first to recover, therefore he applauded first. When the crowd saw Jason, they immediately recovered. Then a thunderous applause broke out almost instantly. Zhao Hai and the others stood in a row and bowed to the crowd before walking down the stage. These young people became lively. All of them were invited by Terry, and all of them didn't have a status that was much worse than him. However, all of them had a good relationship with Terry's family. Therefore, when Terry asked them to help him humiliate Zhao Hai, they were all very glad to play along. But when they heard Zhao Hai sing, they suddenly forgot about Terry's request. When Zhao Hai got off the stage, they immediately surrounded him. They asked Zhao Hai about the song. For them, this song was very attractive. Zhao Hai chatted and laughed with these people as well. For the questions about how he learned to sing, he just responded that he really liked to sing when he was alone. But he knew that this kind of song cannot be sung in an opera, so he didn't bother to reveal it. Terry's face was pale while he stood there looking at Zhao Hai. He requested these people to help him humiliate Zhao Hai. Naturally, he didn't only want to embarrass Zhao Hai, he also wanted to drive a wedge between Zhao Hai and these people. If two people met and left a bad impression on each other, it would be very difficult for the two of them to become friends later. First impressions are very important. Terry knew about this, so his plan was very simple. He would make Zhao Hai look bad in front of these young nobles. In the future, they would feel awkward towards Zhao Hai, exempting him from their circles, making becoming friends with him much more difficult. But he didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually be patient and even ridiculed himself, not offending these young nobles. And then afterwards, with his new and odd song, he made those nobles approach him and even chat with him. It was very clear that Terry's plan completely failed. Jason didn't join the other nobles in surrounding Zhao Hai. His relationship with Zhao Hai was very different than these people. He can see what Zhao Hai was doing with them, so as a true friend, he will not interfere. He also thought that his help was unnecessary. On the other hand, Jason was paying attention to Terry. Jason lived in Carson City since he was a child, so he knew the temperaments of the young nobles in the city. He understood more than Megan how sinister Terry was. He was afraid that Terry might have another method to deal with Zhao Hai. Terry looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes filled with intense anger. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that Zhao Hai managed to evade his plan to humiliate him. With this thought, Terry's eyes immediately hid his expression. He then headed up the stage and gently tapped the glass on his hand. Everyone immediately looked at him, feeling confused. At this point, the crowd also remembered Terry's request and thought about how nobody cared about it right now. They are now looking at Terry's mildly annoyed expression. These people aren't fools. They understood why Terry was obviously targeting Zhao Hai. Although Terry told them bad things about Zhao Hai, after listening to Zhao Hai's performance at the banquet, all of these nobles felt appreciative of him. They also felt much better towards Zhao Hai. In fact, they quite liked Zhao Hai more than they respected Terry. Terry was very arrogant and always wanted to have his whims accomplished. This fact gave these nobles an unfavorable impression towards Terry. Now that they saw up the stage again, these people knew that Terry must be scared of Zhao Hai, which made them even more disgusted. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai didn't offend Terry. The cause of the hatred between them was Megan. Everyone also knew that Terry grew up with Megan. But after all this time, Megan's treatment of Terry was always neither warm nor cold, but Terry still made it clear that nobody would get to approach Megan. Now that Megan was married, he still actually made a move on Zhao Hai. This made him lose style. This was not a method befitting of a great noble. Terry didn't care about any of these. What he was thinking right now was how to crush Zhao Hai. Therefore, when he stood up on the stage, he smiled and said, "Count Buddha's performance was really too splendid. Everyone please give him a round of applause." When the crowd heard him mention Zhao Hai's title, they became even much more disgusted. There were also some people here who held the title of Count. When they wanted to embarrass Zhao Hai, they didn't care about this, but now, Terry mentioning the title made them feel how harsh Terry was. However, they were still in the Robert family's castle. They still needed to give the family face. Therefore, all of them clapped, but not the kind that showed enthusiasm. Terry counted 2 seconds before he waved his hand, making the applause slowly fade. When he heard that the clapping has stopped, Terry continued, "From the applause, I believe I share the same sentiment as everyone when they heard Count Buddha singing. There seems to be a sense of incompleteness. I want to ask Count Buddha to come on stage again, but since singing was too boring, Count Buddha needs to do something else." Those under the stage weren't fools. When they heard Terry's words, they understood what Terry intends to do. It seems like Terry wanted to humiliate Zhao Hai no matter what. Doing this, Terry didn't express his brilliance. On the contrary, it showed how small-minded he was. He looked like someone very desperate. This made the crowd disdain him. Terry didn't care about any of these. He proudly stood on top of the stage and said, "I invite Count Buddha again." Zhao Hai looked at Terry and then faintly smiled. He knew that Terry was now at a loss. He already didn't know how to proceed with this night's events. Zhao Hai slowly climbed on the stage. This made Laura and the others worried. They knew that Zhao Hai was with them the entire day, practicing their song. This time, they didn't know how Zhao Hai would perform. Will he really lose face today? Zhao Hai stood on the stage and looked at the crowd. He showed a faint smile and said, "It's a pity that Mr. Terry didn't allow me to sing. Otherwise I would have made this night into my concert." The crows laughed. Zhao Hai then continued, "It's already quite late. I still have some matters back at the family. Therefore, I shall give this small performance. However, I need to apologize first to the people below. I also need to apologize to Mr. Terry." Chapter 475, Huge Harvests. Zhao Hai saying that he would be leaving wasn't a surprise. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't want to keep on participating in Terry's ruse any longer. To be honest, for Zhao Hai to endure until now made them admire him even more. Although Terry was unwilling with Zhao Hai announcing his departure, it wouldn't be good if he was to stop him. He can only lift his wine glass to Zhao Hai and agree. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then bowed towards the people down the stage before saying, "Since Mr. Terry didn't want me to sing, then I won't be singing. When I went to the sea some time ago, I accidentally wrote 2 verses. I ask everyone here to please appraise it." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be disappointed. Only 2 verses. How can this be considered to be poetry? Everyone at the crowd understood that Zhao Hai was going to be embarrassed this evening. The expression of Laura and the others were not good either. Only Terry wore a smug face. He believed that he had won. Zhao Hai looked at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but smile faintly. "When I went to the sea in the past, I managed to get some marine magic beasts to bring back to the continent in preparation for God's Grace Day. This poem had these magic beasts as an inspiration. I only managed to write a few words, but I think that you would be able to get its message. Moreover, its intent is very profound." The people below the stage looked worriedly at Zhao Hai. They didn't know how Zhao Hai can deliver a message with such a short poem. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. I think that there are a lot of you who are able to eat crabs. This poem is about them. I ask the crowd to please appraise it." Then he cleared his throat, scanned the crowd before stopping his gaze on the proud-looking Terry. Zhao Hai slowly opened his mouth and said, "I often look coldly at crabs, but I always see them looking so proud." Then there was a static silence. The place was even more silent than the time after he sang, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." A huge laughter was suddenly heard, breaking the silence. Zhao Hai didn't need to look for the person who laughed. He was certain that it was Jason. Jason's loud laughter provoked a chain reaction. The crowd in the hall were all laughing at this point. People understood who Zhao Hai's poem was pertaining to. These young nobles came to find themselves liking Zhao Hai more and more. If Zhao Hai continued to endure after all this time, then they wouldn't like him. This was because they would see Zhao Hai as someone who didn't have courage. Even if he did counterattack at a later time, they would then think that Zhao Hai was a sinister villain as well. However, when Zhao Hai delivered his 2 lines, they immediately knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was clearly scolding someone. He even made a gesture towards the person. But most importantly, the crowd knew that Terry cannot say anything. If Terry makes a commotion, not only would he lose face, he would also be claiming that he was the butt of the joke. This move was wonderful. Very wonderful. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and then bowed to the crowd before saying, "Everybody, since I still have family matters to attend to, I shall be leaving first. I want to thank Mr. Terry for the entertainment. I give my utmost gratitude to you." Then he bowed again before walking towards the exit. There were some young nobles who followed Zhao Hai when he left, as if showing their support for him. Terry was standing there, pale-faced. He knew that he would certainly be a laughingstock among the noble circles in Rosen Empire tomorrow. Laura and the others also followed Zhao Hai out, all with smiles on their faces. When he reached the door, Zhao Hai turned back and gave a last bow to the nobles before he left the premises. Although these nobles liked Zhao Hai, they still need to give the Robert family face, so they didn't immediately leave after Zhao Hai. However, each and every one of them looked between Zhao Hai and Terry with a strange expression. Jason didn't care about face, so he just left with Zhao Hai. The servants didn't know what just happened inside the hall, but they already received an order from Terry beforehand. When Zhao Hai exits, they would still give him the carriage with the malnourished horse. However, even if Jason's Crook family wasn't a millennium-old clan, their family still cannot be neglected. So in addition to Zhao Hai's malnourished horse carriage, the servants brought a separate carriage as well. Jason didn't care about the other carriage. He just went forward and rode Zhao Hai's carriage. Laura and the others followed them up. After the group sat down, Jason laughed and said, "Nice, little Hai. You did good. Ha ha ha." "Did you see Terry's face after hearing your poem?" "Ha ha ha, it's all black. I'm afraid he might even vomit blood." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're exaggerating. But if he didn't vomit blood today, he will certainly do so tomorrow." Hee hee. Naturally, Zhao Hai's voice was said while under soundproofing magic. He did that because he was afraid that they would be heard by the servants outside. Laura and the others just sat there smiling. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have a poem that would leave Terry speechless. The carriage quickly arrived outside Savage Wolf Fort. Zhao Hai and Jason disembarked from their carriage and then said farewell to each other. They got on their own carriages and then slowly went down the hill. After boarding his carriage, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. Just as he left the hall, the 1-hour limit for the operation just passed. Zhao Hai wanted to see what happened this time. Just as he arrived inside the space, he was received by Green and Kun's smiling face. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai relaxed. It seems like the operation flawlessly succeeded. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others arrive, Green and Kun immediately had them sit down before Green reported, "Young master, The operation went by successfully without accidents. Not only did we get rid of the Robert family's people, we also looted their inventories. Even the bricks and wood inside weren't let go. Even if they saved the fire in their shops, they wouldn't be able to rebuild it. And most importantly, this time we got over 10 million tons of living supplies. We also received 10 million gold coins, 20 million silver coins, and 100 million copper coins. The bricks and wood could build 500 buildings. We have gained greatly this time. Zhao Hai didn't think that they would get so much this time. He looked at Green and asked, "How did we get so much?" Green smiled and said, "God's grace day has just passed." At that time, various shops in the continent kept a lot of goods in stock. During the days leading up to God's grace day, the shops would sell a lot of stuff. Because of this, the shops needed to be able to restock after God's grace day passed by, explaining the amount of goods they have stocked up. Additionally, they also had the profits they just made a few days before, so it was natural that we got so much this time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How about the staff? Are they dead? Are the managers dealt with?" Green nodded and said, "Young master can feel relieved. According to Care, all of the staff have been taken care of. No witnesses should have survived. Moreover, we also made sure to leave no evidence when we ransacked the place. Additionally, we also used dark magic before starting the operations, ensuring that nobody can see what was happening inside. All those who saw the magic were killed as well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Let's see how the Robert family handles this. Moreover, when the beastmen come, we won't worry about their food and clothing." Ha ha ha. Green smiled as well. Millennium-old clans were truly extraordinary. If they didn't attack the Robert family, then they wouldn't have gotten these goods. With these things, settling 100,000 people wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they can also use their plundered goods to trade with the merfolk and the beastmen. And most importantly, they had obtained a lot of silver and copper coins, enabling them to establish a currency system within Iron Mountain Fort. They can now say goodbye to bartering, as well as the awkward situation of giving salary. Although Iron Mountain Fort has some sort of currency system, the amount of silver and copper coins circulating was pitifully small. Gold coins were the most common type of coin present, so people can still technically acquire coins when they trade their products in Zhao Hai's shop. But this was not convenient. This system can only work because there was still a small amount of people in Zhao Hai's domain. When their numbers increase in the future, confusion would surely appear. But now that the silver and copper coins were taken care of, the circulation of currency in the fort wouldn't have any more problems. Kun smiled and said, "The operation went as smooth as it can possibly be. There shouldn't be any flaws in its execution. In order for people to not find out that we used dark magic, we used light magic in order to remove all traces of dark magic in the area. Now, traces of light magic were the only things left in the scene, masking all of our traces. Maybe people might even associate this matter with the Radiant Church, which would be very good for us." When he heard Kun, Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Grandpa Kun, whose idea was this? Why haven't I thought about this before?" In the past, Zhao Hai was only thinking about not being recognized. He didn't think of using light magic to destroy the scene that he left behind. It seems like this old man still had his formidable wit. Kun smiled and said, "It's great that even you didn't think about this." "Right, all of us are quite tired. We should rest early. Tomorrow, we have to construct buildings in the Black Wasteland in preparation for the incoming Beastmen slaves this spring." Zhao Hai nodded. Greed didn't immediately go to rest. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, how was the banquet?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very good. It went by smoothly." Laura and the others actually chuckled. Then they told Green and Kun about what happened back at Terry's banquet. When they heard about what happened, Green and Kun couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to take this opportunity to scold Terry. Moreover, Zhao Hai scolded him in front of his face. While the group chatted inside the space, the bull-pulled carriage continued to travel slowly towards Kelsey family's fort. Shu and Shun sat on the driver's seat with bored expressions. They knew that there was an operation tonight. It was very unfortunate that they weren't able to